Because the last time I spoke to him, you hadn't bought a present for your girlfriend. Yeah. I have to say, I was on tenterhooks all Christmas.
Well, you changed it. After that show, I felt bad, even though I shouldn't have done, because...
because you hadn't bought your girlfriend a Christmas present?
Yeah, but I said to you, I booked a table at a hotel in Covent Garden, had Christmas dinner there, which was nice, right? It's good food and everything.
Didn't feel like enough to me.
Well, then I went out and treated some stuff, and then...
No. A couple of days before Christmas, he went... I took Suzanne to that hotel we're going to go to for Christmas dinner. We had tea and cakes. And I went, oh, you treated her? He went, no, she paid for it, but I was just showing her what it was going to be like. That was her extra treat. She paid for it. I love that.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Well, it was like 150 quid for a meal for two, which is pretty dear. So I'm not going to buy her cakes as well.
I love that! Alright, love, have anything you want. You pay for your own pudding, I'm not mental.
Yeah. So you treated her to some other stuff?
Some bits and bobs.
What, so she chose them and you paid for them?
What, the presents?
Yeah.
No, you chose them and she paid for them, but, you know, it's the thought that counts.
I got them on the way home that Saturday.
Well done.
And what did you buy?
Shops. Well, just some bits.
Might be personal, Steve.
Well, I don't care.
Just some bits.
Yeah,
but bits and pieces.
Leave out the personal bits. What bits?
Just little things. And then yesterday, right?
A monkey wrench and a new washer for the shower.
Yeah. Some recordable CDs that you need for your job.
Oh, dear.
Now, when you gave those presents to her, did her face light up?
Right. I don't want to tell you what they were, right? But she wasn't that impressed.
You're going to tell us what they were now,
tell us what they are.
You even know what they are. She told you on Christmas Day.
Hold on, wait a minute.
But it doesn't matter what they are.
It does matter what they are.
It doesn't
does, Carl, it's you, mate. Of course it
doesn't
matters.
matter.
Oh, God!
Have you just remembered?
Yeah!
Right, but there's no need.
I've got to tell him, Carl. I really want your permission, because I don't want to be I know it's not, but we know it's not that embarrassing, it's really quite sweet.
Yeah, but in a way, right, the way I look at it is, right, Christmas, even when I was a little kid, right, it's not...
Please let me tell him, Carl.
Well, let me just tell you first, though. Let me tell you why I didn't go all out on the old present front.
Alright. Justify yourself.
Right. First of all, I've covered it up since then anyway, right, with that present, because I bought her some shoes yesterday, and she did say, I'll give you the money for them, but when I get home I said, it's alright. I said, you can have them. Right? So not only did I buy her some food on Christmas Day, I got her shoes. She's probably had a
And then you treat her like a horse.
Yeah.
It's not like, yeah, there you go, there's your shoes, there's your food, right. Bed down, see you later.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is
I
she's
have
done...
fed and clothed
Yeah,
her.
did you comb her hair?
She's done well this year, right? So... The thing
She's done well this year. It's like you're a single parent living on a council estate with a smack problem, and you still managed to buy them some Lego.
When I was a kid, right, it wasn't about what you got. I remember one year when I was about 8, right?
This is going to make me cry, isn't it, this?
No, it's not. I'm just saying the way it is, right? I woke up at about 4 in the morning. And I was like, oh, what forgot? And I couldn't sleep, I was that on edge. It's the excitement of Christmas, isn't it? It's like, oh, what's wrapped up, I need to know.
Sure.
Yeah.
And it's the fact that people are saying, no, you won't know until tomorrow.
Yes.
Sure.
That annoys you and winds you up.
Okay.
So I got up at 4 in the morning, opened my presents, and then went, right, I know now, went back to bed, had a great sleep.
Yes.
Right? So it's nothing to do with the excitement of what you get, it's the excitement of not knowing what you've got.
And then what happened when you got up to go down with the presents?
But hang on, what you're saying to me is that you could wrap up a brick... Because the thrill of Christmas is in hoping and being excited about what it is, not the actual gift itself.
Yeah.
Is that what you did? Rick, did she get a brick?
No, let me tell him now. And she said, she came, I said, yeah, he got me. It was an industrial-sized packet of condoms.
It was a joke gift.
No, it wasn't a joke gift.
It wasn't even a joke.
I went home that Saturday after here, past Boots, thought, might have something in here. They were on, like, some value.
Right, you passed the
Were
makeup.
they used?
The makeup, you passed all the other...
Past the makeup,
stuff.
past the lovely vanity cases, the foot spas.
Exactly.
Hold on. How much are these, love, for 100? $4.99.
Yeah. Do I get them reduced if I buy in bulk?
So how many did you buy? What was it?
I don't know, probably about 100.
Right, okay.
And is she allowed to use those with anyone?
Did you wrap them?
Can she just go out and have a wild time?
Well, you don't need to wrap, they're already wrapped, aren't they? Oh. And then what did she say
So,
when she opened them?
I'm
No,
just-
wait, Carl, what did she say?
Right, play a record and we'll come back to this. Oh, you're worse than my father, that's genius. Made famous, of course, by Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah.
That's All Along the Watchtower, as originally done by Mr. Bob Dylan.
On XFM 104.9.
So, Carl, just take us through the moment where you gave this gift.
So
Firstly,
you
were
went
excited-
into Boots, right? You thought, alright, 100 condoms. Brilliant. Okay. Did you wrap it
I
up?
don't know if it was 100, probably 80.
Right, okay. Yeah.
Right.
You don't
So,
want to go mad, do you?
Wrap them up.
I'm just resting easy knowing that he's not trying to breed.
Right? No.
Yeah.
So, I got her them. I got her Grease on DVD, because she's
Okay.
always watching that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So just think of when her mum said, what did Carl get you? Some condoms and grease.
I was going to say, I'm glad he said on DVD.
And, she was surprised anyway, right? Because
Yeah, I bet she was.
no, when she got
she was thinking like jewellery.
no, right?
That showed her. That surprised you, hasn't it? Alright?
So hang on, wait a
You
minute.
thought it was a holiday, didn't you? Yeah, look at your face.
You don't know me at all. So hang on, so did you give these on Christmas Day?
Right, what happened is she got in from work that Saturday, right? And I said, look under the tree.
Knackered. Oh,
Right.
at least it's Christmas.
Yeah.
At least I'm going to get a little bit. Yeah, go on.
I said, look, you got some stuff under the tree, right? So
Did you give her a
surprised
sugar lump?
Right, she was really chuffed with that. But she said she was a bit puzzled because I didn't know we had any wrapping paper, right? So I ended up using wallpaper.
You didn't take it off the wall though. You had
No,
some.
no, it was some left over, right? So she said, why have you used wallpaper? I said, well, I didn't have any paper and you were getting in a bit and I wanted you to have a surprise. So she said, can I have a feel of them? I said, no.
Presents.
She thought, right, I've got the right thing.
Yeah.
Right.
And then Christmas Day, I said, no, don't get carried away. It's nothing really good. You know, we said we weren't going to buy each other much. So there you go, open them.
Yeah, go on.
And
Can I just ask, had you received your present from her yet?
yeah.
So what had you received?
What did they have? Had some shoes,
Nice.
right? Getaway game for PlayStation.
Nice.
which
Just
is
tot-
alright.
I'm just totting up
Just
the
part
value
of
of
the value
this.
of those,
Go on, yeah.
And
So-
just also think about how much fun and pleasure you get from them.
yeah.
Although,
yeah,
of course, condoms, I can see
Well,
see the appeal.
Well, okay. Yeah. So
yeah,
I think
but
I can.
also add to that bit 150 quid for a meal. If you're going to start
Minus.
totting up, 150 quid for a meal. I bought some shoes, 72 quid.
Yeah, that was after the event, though.
Doesn't matter.
All right, so you'd received these, dare I say it, thoughtful and nice gifts. You handed over the box of condoms. They were wrapped up. She
Well,
unwrapped them.
Yeah.
Go on, take us through it. Walk us through it.
Well, it's not something you play with on Christmas morning.
Oh God. Oh.
But
Right.
But when she opened
What
them,
did she
what did her
say? What did
face
she say?
I wrapped them twice as well, so she thought it was something really good. It was
Extra
like,
protection.
do? Right.
oh. And
So she thought it was something really good.
and then
So the disappointment would be doubled.
Yeah, go on, yeah.
then she just opened it and went, oh yeah, so what's on the telly? And that
Cool,
was that.
ungrateful.
That was
What an ungrateful woman that is.
that. Well, she got stuff.
Fancy not wanting
I told her.
a
I told
box of
her-
economy condoms from Boots.
I said to her about the thing about, it's all about the surprise and that, innit?
Yeah.
You explained that to her.
Yeah,
What, after she'd unwrapped it?
yeah.
Thoughtful.
And she was alright about it.
Yeah. She understood.
Rick, you know I suggested to him that he buy his girlfriend a gift. I'm worried I've done more damage to the relationship by suggesting that than if he had just forgotten.
Next time you've got to go shopping for her yourself, Steve.
I think I might do.
You've better go shopping for her yourself.
I'm glad it's all over though. It's mental.
Yeah,
It annoys me. The whole thing annoys me, and she knows that as well.
yeah.
She should know. What? She still insists on having Christmas once a year.
Well,
Wow. I'm you know.
no, but well, anyway, what did you get?
I can't think what you bring to the relationship, Carl. I don't know what it is she's getting from you in this relationship. It's like she's
I
doing
think
all
we
the
know.
work. Well, yeah.
80 times. Oh God, Carl! I love it. You're brilliant. I know what she's getting. He's the
What? No, he's not thoughtful.
No, but he's thoughtful. It's the best he can do with the brain he's got. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
He's doing his best. He's absolutely doing his best. There's no.
He's working at the limits of his powers.
Do you know what I mean? Though he's done as well as he can with what he was given.
Sure.
Yeah, and that's admirable.
Yeah.
It's like, I think he's done better than you'd expect. I bet his teachers didn't even think he'd get this far. Do you know what I mean?
What, find a girl?
No, well, yeah, a job, a girl.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Clothe himself. He's done really well. What do you think, Carl? You think you've done well?
I think I've done alright compared to some of my mates.
What are they doing now?
Probably not that much. Do you know what I mean? Mrs. Matthews said I wouldn't be an high flyer. I think I'm doing alright.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I have a holiday every year. Got somewhere to live and that.
Yeah. Got a new flat, haven't you?
Yeah,
So where are they then, the condoms? Did she show them to her family and friends?
No.
Take them into work? Look what
I'm
Carl's got me?
surprised she told Ricky, actually. I was a bit disappointed in that.
Yeah.
Because I didn't go shouting
Well,
around
she was
what
so
I got.
excited, Carl, clearly. She was just so pleased and proud.
Alright, play a record, we'll come back to it.
No, that's it now.
A new day, another morning after. Leaning back on my chair in a greasy spoon. No. Oh, no, that's it.
Streets, Don't Mug Yourself, XFM 104.9, Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Carl Pilkington, a regular Santa Claus.
I'll leave it now, I'll leave it.
Oh dear. So, Rockbusters?
Rockbusters, first one of the year.
Do you want to explain it? In case we've got
just
some
in
new
case
listeners.
Some new listeners.
Might have, you never know.
Chance to win some stuff. I give you like a cryptic clue and some initials, and it sort of makes up a band. So an easy one that we did at the start was an exploding pet, AK, atomic kitten.
Yeah.
Right, that's how it works. So there's 3 of them. It's email only. You email in ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk, and you win all that stuff Steve was talking about. Right, first one, £42 for a torch. £42 for a torch, that's a bit pricey. That's D. Right?
That's D.
Yeah,
So
right.
just give us it
Write that
again.
down. So £42 for a torch, that's a bit pricey, isn't it? Right?
A little bit of enhancement.
Yeah.
Digging up his growth. Oh,
Okay,
God.
that's
So
D.
that's D. The second one, he'll fit some chocolate to your feet.
Say that again.
He'll fit some chocolate to your feet.
Is that he will fit some chocolate to your feet? He'll.
Yeah.
He'll fit some chocolate to your feet.
And the initial there is A.
That's A.
Yeah, and
fit some chocolate to your
the
feet.
third and final one, do you think your kid will get that strawberry for me?
Do you
Right.
think? Say it again.
Do you think your kid will get that strawberry for me? That's WP.
Right, now, I just better warn people. You really got to get into the mindset of Carl here. These are not real cryptic clues. These are not cryptic clues that you do in the Guardian or the Times crossword. There's usually something wrong with them. It is usually, what's the word? Completely change the word in order to make it fit.
Yes.
Often.
Yeah.
So just be careful. Don't be surprised.
Exactly.
Okay.
Do you want to give us them again very quickly?
All right, first one, 42 quid for a torch. That's a bit pricey, isn't it? All right, that's D. Second one, he'll fit some chocolate to your feet.
Can't think of any. I can't
A.
think.
That's A.
And do you think your kid will get that strawberry for me? WP. Right, so
Ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk. Some great prizes to be won.
Yeah.
Richard Ashcroft, Science of Silence. Steve, if there was a record of the week, that would be a record of the week.
You're a big fan, I know.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Let's make it record of the week.
Yeah, that's record of the week. Richard Ashcroft,
Excellent.
Science of Silence.
Brilliant.
No one gives us anything anyway. These pluggers, they come in. We get things like homemade bands that they've pressed it in their garage.
Yeah.
You can hear their mum in the background going, "What are you doing?"
Exactly.
Mum! We're recording this for XFM!
Yeah.
104.9, Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Carl Pilkington. Carl, what have you got for
I
us?
was just thinking, the irony is, we're the only people on this station, I think, who play their own records, aren't we?
I know.
There's loads of people who do.
Rubbish.
John Kennedy plays what he wants.
He's on in the
Yeah,
middle
but
of the
he's
night.
on,
Zoe
he's on
plays
3
what
o'clock
she
in the
wants.
morning, no
Everyone
one's
plays.
up.
Zoe, on Drive, she plays some stuff.
What do you mean? What does he play?
Fat Boy
Whatever she
Slim,
wants to
probably.
play.
Here's another remix.
You know,
I won't say who it's by.
Christian plays some of his own.
Does he?
Yeah, so
Yeah, but they're probably novelty songs, aren't they, by you?
Right, listen, right. Yeah, New Year and all that.
He's great, isn't he?
Rockbusters is on the way. We're getting some good stuff coming in.
I have to say, I'm amazed. Every answer I've had so far has been correct. I listen to the clues. I've got no idea, and I know you, Carl. I spend time with you.
Have
I know
you
how
seen
you
the
work.
XFM listeners? Well, of course they're the same as Carl.
Sure.
Of course they've got the same mindset.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right.
So what did you do for New Year, incidentally?
Well, I cocked it up a bit. Right.
You're joking.
Go on,
You're
here we
joking.
go.
You're joking, mate. Go on.
I went and booked a
You
table.
got the wrong day.
No, right? Booked a table at a restaurant that was shut. Right?
What?
I booked a table at a restaurant, and the one that I called, it wasn't the one. The call had been diverted. So Suzanne said, call them up and see what they're serving, right? Because I forgot to do that when I booked the table, right?
That's great, anyway.
Because the thing is, right, it's a restaurant in Covent Garden, but they've got one in Victoria. But when they answered and they said, no, Victoria, I thought that was the person who was answering the phone. Do you know how some people say the name?
Right.
Right? So then when I called them up and said, what
You thought he sounded a bit funny?
Right? So...
Carl, but probably not more.
Well, no, it was
no
a
more than you would have been on the
it was
on
a
the day.
branch of a.
All right,
he doesn't
anyway,
want to give the restaurant away, so he phoned it up. There's one in Covent Garden. They answered the
So
phone.
it's not, the restaurant's not called No.
No. They said no. Victoria.
Why can't we name the restaurant?
I don't know why.
Are we
It's not
scared-
libelous.
Are we scared that, like, are you scared people are going to sort of see you in there because it's your regular haunt?
No, it's just that, you know, you got to pay for stuff, haven't you?
Right.
I mean, it's...
Okay, anyway, so you've
I
got...
would mention it before New Year, but it's not...
So
in
did
our
you go
favour
all the
now,
way
is
to
it?
the restaurant to find out that it was closed?
No. What happened is I called
Was that the
them
name
up.
of the restaurant again?
Right, the restaurant's called Christopher's. They've got one in Covent Garden, they've got one in Victoria. He
Right.
phoned up, he went to book, it's a lovely restaurant, I've been there often, I recommend it to him. He phones up, says, can I have a table for new, he said, no problem, sir. Right? And then, Suzanne said, oh, you better call up, see if they've got any haddock on the, menu. And he went, hello, and they went, hello, Christopher's. Victoria went, Victoria? They went, yeah, he went, oh, no. That's it, innit?
So then I just said, no, forget it. I'm not going all the way over there. So I cancelled it, right? So when I called up Suzanne and said, look, I've made an error. The place we were going to is shut.
Was she
So-
surprised again, or?
So we're not going. So she said, oh, try some other places. And I did. They were all booked up,
Yeah.
right? I was fed up anyway. I hate New Year. It's always like this, isn't it? So I said, look.
You know the common factor in all these stories? You hate Christmas, you hate birthdays,
It's
you hate
you.
New Year. It is you.
Right?
Yeah.
So I said, I'll sort something out.
Yeah.
So I went to Tesco.
Leave it with me. Went to Tesco's,
You
boots
went
were
to
shut.
Tesco.
Got a lovely plate of condoms.
Did you just stay in and play with her birthday, her Christmas gifts?
blowing them up? There's all
Staying
I've done, look, I've done some balloons.
Well, it was. We did stay in. And I watched that thing that, 100 Greatest Moments, which was annoying me. Did you see, there was a nudist on it? You know how I feel about them.
Yeah.
Right? Did you see him?
Man with two knobs.
There was a man with two knobs on it, and a nudist who just like wanders about the house.
But it said, and when he visits people, I was thinking, who lets him visit? I go,
Exactly, yeah.
But he must go there with trousers on and go, hello, lovely to see you. Can I just pop all these off? Well, not really, no.
And I tell you what annoyed me the most. They had a white sofa. If you were a nudist, you'd get a darker one. Right? So anyway, right. So we ended up watching that. That annoyed me. And then I was tired by about 11, and I said, "Oh, let's go to bed." And she said, "You can't." And that annoys me. The fact that because it's New Year, you got to stay up, and it's like, well, why can't we just? They should bring it forward, so in case you want
To quarter to 10.
Well, you stay up, and it's like my eyes were dead heavy, and I was like, oh, I want to go to sleep. So just stay up, and then it's midnight, and you go Happy New Year, then you go to bed.
Yeah.
Well, not everyone, Carl. Some people have a little party.
So
it's over with anyway.
yeah.
So, are you 86 years old?
It just gets on my nerves.
Do you ever enjoy... You never seem to have any fun, Carl. This is what disappoints me. This is what worries me. I feel like you're going to die
You're here,
young, you know?
you're here, Carl, with us two. We've got three, as I was just saying to Steve, three of the greatest comedy minds ever in one room, and Steve pointed out since the goodies.
True.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
It should be party central.
yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, right, so this is when I spent time thinking of new ideas.
Right.
So that's when I came up with, what did I come up with? Rituals.
Yeah.
This is about, it's good to have a flathead in India.
And just run us past
Just
that
run, yeah.
It's good to have a flathead in India.
Is that it?
Well, what they do is they put wood around your head and sort of clamp it and the flatter head you've got, apparently the more attractive in some part of India. Can't remember. So that's a ritual.
So I don't know where to start with this.
No.
Well, leave it. We'll be doing that. Well, we've done it. That's
So that was
for
the
this
first
week.
one, was it?
That's not for this week!
Right. We've also got do we need them, which we carried on from last year,
Okay,
which
we'll
is
look forward
finding
to it.
out, what animals we need in the world, which ones we can get rid of. I'm talking to experts and that, finding that out. We're doing Rockbusters. That's underway. We're getting emails in. And what do you think of that then?
What do you think of that then, of course?
I love this that he treats his show like it's a checklist for what he's got to pack for holiday.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean? He just goes sun cream, it's all like it's done. Look at his face.
No, but I try and come up with stuff that people will remember and go, that's interesting. I'll tell my mates that in the pub. Another one I'm thinking of doing. Do you know the film Around the World in 80 Days?
Ooh.
Around the World in 80 Gervais. And what I do, I give you like little things, like little bits of information about countries, so that if you go, you'd go like, oh, I don't want to go there.
That's his terrible thing to say, and I apologise. I can't think of the PC word for it. But I think Carl is slightly retarded.
Yes. I was just thinking the same. Yeah. Yeah. Is there something we can do about that? Is there...
Just play a record. Just keep the.
Could we get ourselves registered as a charity?
I think so.
Badly Drawn Boy, Born Again.
On XFM 104.9.
I was just looking to see if that's a new single. It looks like it probably is, Rick, if that's of interest to you.
It's a new one.
Yeah. There we are.
So, well, first of our regular features with Carl, we've got Rockbusters. That's rolling. There's people coming in. They're getting them right. I don't understand it myself.
As ever, Rick, you'll be amazed and confounded.
So I don't know the answer, and I haven't looked at the answers. I just like that moment. It's like when you go down Christmas and you're excited about a present, and it's like some condoms. You know what I mean? Well, I love that.
Yeah, that moment.
Yeah.
I don't know how he's going to top that next year.
I don't know how he's going to top that. All I can think of is some corn plasters. Right.
It's all right, love. The batteries are included.
Got you a pumice stone. Right, now, do we need them?
Do we need them? It's something we started a few weeks ago. We're always talking about animals and insects and that. And it's like, if you took an animal out of the world, would we have problems? Right?
Would it make any difference?
Yeah, would it make any difference?
We did jellyfish last time, didn't we?
Yeah.
We sorted that out.
The woman said we've got to keep them.
We do need them, because turtles eat them.
Yeah. So, I've moved on. Octopus.
Do we need the octopus?
Yeah.
Let's find out.
I'm working through a load of animals, right, that, and finding out whether we need them or not, right?
Right.
Because, like, jellyfish, to me, I'm a bit puzzled by them. I don't really know why we need jellyfish, and I spoke to some experts.
Turtles eat them.
What?
Turtles eat them.
Yeah, I know, but do we need turtles? Do you know what I mean? It goes on and on, doesn't
We
it?
need humans.
Well, I might get to that bit, but I need to sort out the animals first. I've got a lot on. So, the thing is, I've left the jellyfish. We know we need them, right? So, octopus.
Yeah.
Right, I know they're pretty brainy.
Incredibly brainy.
A story that I heard, I don't know if it's true, but there was some science lab somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Where they had some octopus in it, and they had some crabs.
Yeah.
And at night, the octopus was like getting a bit bored on its own in the dark and that, and they sort of come alive in the dark, don't they?
Yeah.
They like the dark.
Yeah.
And the octopus had its eye on the crabs, and at night when it's dark, it was getting out of its little cage, crawling along the floor, getting in the crab's cage, getting them out and eating them.
I don't doubt it. We put jam jars with the lids on with crabs in, and they'll open the jam jar and...
You're joking?
Yeah.
Even I sometimes struggle with them.
Yeah, you don't do it... you don't do it really, really tight, but...
Oh, right, so they're not that clever then?
Well, they would, if they were strong enough, they'd open it, but they're just not that strong.
Oh, that's mad. Right, I also know that if they get hungry, they eat their own legs.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
They're deaf.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't really know.
Yeah,
I know they don't live very long.
They can squash themselves into small jugs.
Oh, yeah, they can go in a demi-john through the narrow neck and that.
Why do they need to do that?
Because they're the sort of crevices and holes that they're hunting for crabs and things through.
So, would they be better if they were smaller? Do you know what I mean?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah. But octopus then, if Noah said to you, you know, we're having a clear out,
Yeah.
we've got too many animals to look after and that in the sea, taking up too much room,
Right.
do we need them?
I think there's other less useful things in the sea than octopus. Limpets, they could go.
Limpets?
Yeah, they just sit on a rock and do nothing for 50 years.
But they're not getting in the way then, how big are they?
Well, not very big.
Yeah, you see, I might come round to them, but I never think, oh, you know, I'm sick of seeing these limpets. Whereas octopus, you know, crawling about, opening jam jars and that.
You'd never see them, though. They're really rare.
Well,
We get 2 or 3 caught a year. It's quite amazing.
do we need them?
Yeah,
Yeah?
yeah.
Well, we'll just have to keep them then.
I love that Carl can confuse a scientist.
Yeah. Yeah, because all systems of logic break down.
I know,
Everything they've ever
even the
learned.
scientist was going, well, get rid of limpets.
Yeah, yeah.
That
Now,
is
who
brilliant.
was that guy?
I think his name was Chris,
And where was he from?
in a place called Megavissi, where I went one year.
Megavissi.
And he's a scientist, is he?
I think he's got a fish shop or something like that.
He's got a fish shop.
No, he doesn't.
Well, like an aquarium type place.
Oh, right.
So,
A fish shop.
It
A fish and chip shop.
It wouldn't be past him that he, a Winkle store. He's got a Winkle store at Poole Harbour.
Yeah, that's an expert.
Oh dear.
but what have you learnt from that then?
Well, that we don't know whether they're deaf or not because the bloke in the chip shop couldn't confirm it. They eat their own legs. Think of
That's
that,
a bit weird.
isn't it?
They
That's
eat their
weird.
own legs.
They eat their own legs if they get hungry.
Right.
And they grow back, don't they?
I think so. Yeah.
If you eat one, they'll grow back.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can put them in little jars and that. If you wanted to.
Yeah.
It's just a bit weird, isn't it? It's like no, but you know, like people have a go about being cruel to animals and that. But what he was saying there is, right, what they've watched an octopus do, they've got hold of a crab, right? So that'll be being stressed out because it's out of the water.
Yeah.
They've then stressed it out even more by putting it in a jar,
Right.
which he didn't like.
Which he did.
And then an octopus is crawling about on the jar,
Yeah.
and the crab knows that the octopus wants to eat it, right?
Yeah.
So then it's having more threats
Yeah.
because of that, and then they let the octopus eat it.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty.
Do we need crabs?
Do them next week, yeah.
Well, I want to sort out snails first.
Right.
Okay.
What's your pitch with snails? What do you know about snails?
I know that bats eat them. They can sleep for 13.
Oh, he told me.
Can you believe that?
Okay. He said to me, snails can sleep for 13 years. And I went, right. He went, oh, thing is though, if it was a scientist, and he was looking at it, and he put it in a quiet place, it might well doze off. He said it wouldn't be the same if it lived on the streets. And then we went on to a whole thing about homeless. He wants to do a game show with celebrities being homeless for a week.
What do you think?
Actually, I've got to say, that's not bad at all.
It's not bad, is it?
No.
Right, do you know how like Lenny Henry went to the jungle?
Yeah.
Right, and you've got who else did it?
Joanna Lumley on his own.
made slippers out of a bra. Right. So I'm thinking, like, get a celebrity and say to him, no, just because. I'll tell you why. Right. I'll tell you why all this came about. When I was walking back from that Christmas meal that I bought my girlfriend for 150 quid.
Right. Lest we forget.
Right. I was walking down Mortimer Street and there was an homeless fella there, and it was like, oh, it's really, really bad. But the weird thing is, it was about, I don't know, probably about 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
No, about 9.
Right.
And he was asleep. And I just thought, do homeless people ever think, I think I'll have an early one tonight? Right. That's what got me thinking. It's a bit weird, the whole lifestyle of it. The
Yes.
fact that he had an early one.
So, what if it's a bit weird that he's sleeping not in a home, but on the street?
No, it's just that if
interesting.
I was
Interesting.
homeless, I'd probably stay up quite late because it's not nice. Do you know what I mean?
What are you talking about?
just being homeless isn't a good thing, is it?
No.
People forget how bad it is,
Yeah.
right?
But surely sleeping gets you out of reality. They sleep because they're tired. They can't sleep very well, so they need all the sleep they can get.
Yeah, but sleeping's nice if you've got a nice big bed.
What, you think that they can go, I'll stay up, I'll go to bed at 2, I'll go straight to sleep, and I'll pop up at 8 when the alarm clock goes off?
Well, that's just what I was thinking, right? So I was thinking how bad it is, and it's, you know, especially this time of the year, you know.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's the
really
worst thing.
And to sort of give it some publicity and get a bit of help behind it, get celebrities, someone like Phil Mitchell, maybe, off EastEnders, who's a big fella, he can look after himself, put him in a shop doorway, have some cameras set far away in a building or something, they can film him, and it's up to him how he raises money for food to eat.
He could sign autographs.
Well, they wouldn't know him though, would they? Because you never look at a
Who
homeless
could you
person.
get? What's her name? Gail Porter.
Yeah.
Gabby Roslin.
Right, yeah.
Narinda from Big Brother.
Yeah.
Who else would do it?
I got a game show
Les
idea
Dennis,
called,
I reckon,
I got a game show idea called On the Game. And what happens is, you get Narinda from Big Brother.
Sugarcane by Sonic Youth on XFM 104.9. Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Carl Pilkington. Go on, Carl. What's next? Are you going to do your war feature? What is it called?
What do you think of that then?
You do that now?
It annoys me a bit, right? Because we said before Christmas that we'd come back with new stuff.
Yeah.
Gave you a title to work on, that Ridiculous.
Right.
You came in today, I said, have you sorted it out? You say no. Steve, you're having a go at me for wanting to get music out of the library for you.
Yeah.
You haven't got any new ideas.
Sure.
But you're dissing mine.
I'm not dissing yours.
Well,
I'm a massive fan of them.
Good vibe off you.
Oh, I think that's very harsh. I just asked you when were we going to have war. Do you think of that? I'm a big fan. I'm excited.
Well, it's not that good, to be honest with you.
Well, I disagree. It sounds brilliant.
Right. Well, it's a bit of a tweak of Educating Ricky.
Right.
Just some information on wars.
Yeah.
Okay.
World War II.
World War II. All right.
The world champion chess player. He helped someone out. In the war.
It's the detail I like.
No,
it's nearly a history programme, isn't it?
I was watching those repeats of The World at War that were on in the mornings, you know, incredibly detailed, but they've got nothing on Carl.
Did you write a lot of that David Sharma series?
he was able to use his skills that he has to play chess, because apparently chess is all about probabilities of, like, where a piece will be put.
Right.
Mm.
And they got him in, and they said, can you help us out? He said, yeah. And he said, right, where should we, like...
Hitler has just moved his queen.
Yeah.
So that's a fact.
He sent in a bishop that ran diagonally through the troops, knocking them over.
Sorry, wait a minute, Carl. So they got a chess
Sorry,
player.
that's it.
Well, yeah. It's just like, oh, what do you think of that?
Again, that's not a story.
But it angers me that he says that I'm down on the ideas when I mean, that's beginning to shape up as quite interesting. I thought you were going to tell me which battle or which event was you...
World War II.
There's not a battle.
But which bit of your World War II?
Like the middle bit.
There's 6 years worth.
Yeah, well, probably about a bit in.
Guessing.
Thought,
Guessing.
Well, alright, yeah, there is a bit of guesswork, but it doesn't matter.
But that could have been an interesting thing if you told me it had an impact on the
when
Normandy
you look
landings.
at these things, do you go, bloke wants help chest, I'll use that, and run away from the computer?
No,
or
I
run
read
out of
it.
the bookshop?
I read the first line where I get enough information, I just think...
What do you mean you read the first line where you get enough information? Imagine if you were someone's defence lawyer,
Exactly.
and he was like, he's on death row, and went, I don't think he did it.
Yeah.
I read the first line, I didn't read the file
It's
He
completely.
was in a hotel in Texas. Right, go on.
It's enough.
Oh, some other
It's
stuff.
enough,
He
it's
definitely
enough,
didn't kill it.
it's enough, it's enough.
And
Yeah,
I
that's
just thought they always take ages on deciding where to go. It's just like, but there's a better way.
I don't know what you're saying now. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
I actually don't know what you're talking about.
When people play chess, they take ages to make the move. So I'm just thinking, there's probably a quicker way
Of what?
than finding where a boat is, than getting a chess player in.
I don't know what you mean now.
Alright,
Are you talking
I'll
about
tell you what,
battleships now?
They should have got an expert battleships player in.
Right?
yeah. What? Carl,
Right,
what?
forget that one.
Or
then.
someone
No,
who's
no,
really
no,
good
no, I'm not being funny, but what is that? What are you telling me there?
Someone who's really good at Risk. I should have brought them in.
Yeah, Cluedo.
Right,
Yeah.
another fact.
Oh,
On,
that's enough then, is it?
Well, they use expert Cluedo players, but the police use expert
they
Cluedo players.
do use, yeah.
If ever there's a murder in a country house...
Do you think they use that old Chinese fella, on the front of, Mastermind?
Mastermind, yeah.
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 Yeah, for logic problems. The Enigma code was broken by top Mastermind players.
Exactly, yeah.
Right, second
And a guy
fact.
who had a couple of rounds of Yahtzee and done very well.
Second fact about the war.
They, for engineering, they use a lot of Jenga players.
Absolutely. Whenever they want
Will the building collapse? I don't know, let's pull this, let's see.
If
Yes,
they
it
wanted
will.
to identify...
What are you doing?
If they wanted to identify spies,
Yeah.
bring me the champion of Guess Who.
Was it a woman with glasses? No, right, sit
Has he got a
down.
beard? Is it Bernard?
Right, Carl, sorry,
Right,
go on.
Another war fact. So
Go
you're
on.
saying it's rubbish, but look, you love that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Second
you're
one.
absolutely right.
The first bomb that was dropped on Berlin,
Yeah.
it didn't kill a person, but it killed an elephant.
I think that's true.
That is true.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the last one.
Is that all you know about that? See, that's interesting, isn't it?
But
What
that's
was the-
enough.
But no, it's not
not
though. Because
enough.
I mean, listen. Most people want to go. Oh, what was the elephant doing there? Did
Well,
it
it's
land in
either-
a zoo? Was it a pet?
Oh.
Was it a lost elephant? Did they aim at the elephant? How did it kill it? Did
Was
it
it
hit it on the
Hitler's
head?
favourite elephant?
yeah, was it Hitler's favourite elephant? Did it then have one ball?
Yeah.
I mean, these are the things. You know, why didn't he catch it with his trunk?
Did it have an effect on German morale?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that
Yes.
elephant is kaput.
Oh, Jumbo! I don't want to fight anymore!
Cheering breaks, painkiller on XFM. Carl's getting a little bit stressed, aren't you?
No, I just, you know, got to keep focused, got to keep the show good and that.
Yeah.
You know, and in the
Yeah.
new year, the idea was come up with some good snappy stuff.
Yeah.
And today, I just think it's been a mess with you, to be honest. I mean, this is the sort of thing I'd prefer to do after the show as the producer.
Yeah.
But you know,
Do you know what? I think it's a discipline problem.
Is
I'm
it
not
is it
sure
because
Ricky's got any.
is it 'cause I just put sellotape on your head?
well, that's a bit to do with it. But just, you know, let's just focus
But
on...
I didn't put it when there was any hair on your eyebrows. I put it across your forehead.
Right. What do you think of that, then?
Yeah.
We've got one more bit left.
Brilliant.
One more fact. The French, right, when they were at war,
David Sharma, I just imagine him just introducing. Amazing.
Which war was this?
it was still the World War...
One or
World
two.
War-
You
World
go
War
on. It's 50-50. Go on. yeah. yeah.
Right, World War Two. What the French did, everyone needs a code.
Everyone needs a code. Yep.
A code when you're in the army.
This is
and
a Disney song.
that, right? And you know, to sort of give the go ahead if you want to go into battle and stuff.
Okay.
Right. So,
Needs a code.
but the weird thing
Game
is,
show.
right? The weird thing
Everyone.
is, do you know what theirs was?
Go on. Do you?
Yeah, I know what it is. And it's
So what
a bit
was
weird.
the French code?
For what?
To sort of say, right, yeah, go on
But they had more than one.
on this day.
But I don't know what day it is.
On this day.
Oh, what? It's like saying, what am I thinking of? What was the battle? What was the?
Okay, so alright, what...
Look at him! Look at him! Look, he's genuinely confused that I've asked this question. Right?
It was
No. If you ask me a question, ask me the question correctly. What was the code for battle during what battle?
World War Two.
No, that's not a battle. That's a war.
Yeah, it was in a war. Yeah.
I don't know what to do. He confuses people.
Oh. Alright, okay, what was it, Carl? What was the
Yeah.
code?
What
was
are
the
you
French
thinking
code?
of? Right.
John's got a moustache.
What are you talking
My
about?
lungs are gonna burst.
That was a code that the French used. You know, like, I mean, I just think it's a bit daft, right? Because you could come up with that by mistake.
yeah. Two French blokes talking in the trenches, and they see a major walk past, and they go, "Oh, look, John's got a moustache," and they all go and go, "No, I was just talking. What are you talking about?"
Well, the way I don't think that's a good code. I'm not.
I
you
don't
know-
believe it is the code.
No, it is seriously.
And what?
And
It's
would
just
it,
that
would
no
it have
one
been
talks
would it have
about
been
it.
said in French?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
the weird-
yeah,
the-
guessing. Yeah.
No, but
What?
you see, I can't even be bothered
What are you saying, Carl?
because it's not a very good code. Do you know, like we've talked in the past about things you don't see, and I said an old man eating a Twix.
Yeah.
If they use that's safe because no one is ever going to see a man having an old man having a Twix.
What do you mean?
Well, use that as a code. Don't use a saying, John's got a moustache, that could crop. The war's kicked off. How did that happen? Well, I said John had a moustache. Oh.
Two French folks would never be saying John's got a moustache. Why would they?
Because back then they were fashionable.
He nearly makes sense, doesn't he?
I assume it would have been Jean.
Yeah. No, probably John.
And how would this code have been? I mean, who would have announced
I
this
just
to
read
everyone?
it. I read it like that, Steve. That's what was on the internet. This is a code that was used. John's got
But
a
don't be
moustache.
angry with me.
I know, but you're always asking questions.
That's because I'm interested in history.
Yeah. No, you're genuinely interesting bloke, Carl. We'd like to know. I'd like to film you secretly. You know, like they do, like Nature Watch, when they put it in a badgers sort of thing,
Wine,
right?
yeah.
And they just watch it. I'd like to see what you do, pop around and go, I wish I could download the music in your head. Because it'd be, and you see something weird, you go, and then you read that and you go, and you write it down, and that's what comes out. John's got a moustache.
I'd like to see next Christmas.
Imagine the French, right, for their battle cry, for their battle code, to know it's going ahead, they're going over the top, is you never see an old bloke eating a Twix. Imagine that.
Yeah, but all these things are things that I think in my head.
Keep them in there.
Do you know, like
Please.
before when I was talking about going out on, Christmas Day,
Yeah.
having a meal on the way back, seeing a homeless person.
Yeah.
And then I think, God, that wouldn't be good. I don't know, TV show. Right? You can think of things like that. When I saw the homeless fella, then I got talking to Suzanne about when I had to sleep in my car.
What do you mean? Go on.
Let's play a record and come back to any sleeping in the
God,
car.
I can't
Shall I
wait.
play a song for the
I
lovers?
was watching last night, Carl, on cable TV, 1987's amazing Sign of the Times Prince in concert film. It was dynamite. I thought to myself, how brilliant he is. It reminded me of the gig I went to see last year. He played this tune. It's from the album Parade. Okay, I don't want to discuss whether or not Prince is acceptable on XFM or whether he's a genius. He is a genius. That's the end. That's the end of the discussion. Play the tune. He's dynamite. It's a
Before
song
this,
for the ladies.
I remember, I'm going to tell you, I was on the way here. You know, do you remember John? He's got a moustache now.
I can't believe it. Snooze in April from the lovely Prince.
Brilliant.
From the album Parade. He doesn't always have to get up and have a rock about. He can just sit there at the
You
piano.
can't argue with that.
bash out a
After
tune.
the break, Steve, a brand new feature I've just done. That's ridiculous.
That's ridiculous. You see, you say Ricky Gervais doesn't put any work into the show. He's just done that.
I'm
going to
tell Carl some amazing facts from the world of science, nature, politics. 4 are real. 1 is absolutely ridiculous. Cat Stevens from Catch Bullet 4 album, Sitting. Little interesting fact for the nerds. We got it down to 2 songs to do this intro music to The Office. It was that one and Handbags and Glad Rags. We went for Handbags and Glad Rags. Interesting, isn't it?
It is a fascinating fact, except
Yeah.
of course I still feel we should use that one, except we couldn't because Cat Stevens' people wouldn't let us, or it was too expensive or something.
I don't know. We re-recorded Rod Stewart one. That was too expensive.
I still prefer that one. I think.
Yeah. Difficult. Difficult.
Decisions. Rick,
Anyway.
decisions.
That's ridiculous. Right. 5 facts. Right. 1 is totally made up. All right.
Just do 3. 3 and
Oh,
then
well,
one.
there's... Okay, right. Oh, let's see. What shall I do then? There
This
are more
was
moves...
carefully planned.
There are more moves possible in a game of chess than there are particles in the universe. You can't get any colder than liquid nitrogen. I think it's minus 273. You can't, it's impossible to get colder than that. The honey badger has got skin so loose that if you grabbed it by the neck, it could come away from its skin, turn round, and bite you out of its anus.
That's ridiculous. Right, Rockbusters then. Wrapping it up.
It needs some work, that game, but I see it's got a lot of mileage.
Right, here we go then. The first one, £42 for a torch. That's a bit pricey.
Go on.
That was D.
Yeah.
That was Daylight.
Wait, I thought Delight, and I thought it doesn't work.
second one.
I also thought Delight doesn't work.
Second one.
There's no, wait. Delight, it doesn't work. It's Delight.
Second one was.
No, Carl, it doesn't work.
Yeah, but if we're going to continue with this feature, you've got to tweak them a bit, right? People have got it. We've had loads of emails, more than ever. So, do you know what I mean? Let them decide. If they don't like it, they won't email in, but they're loving it.
They've
Right?
all come from the same institution.
Right, go on.
He'll fit some chocolate to your feet. That was A. That was Aerosmith. Right?
Aerosmith. You've
Yeah.
heard of a blacksmith?
But a smith is just
Yeah.
a workman. It doesn't necessarily. No, you can have anything. You can have a
do
locksmith.
you-
A smith doesn't just mean it does shoes.
Right. Do you think... You...
Aero Cobbler would have worked. Unfortunately, there isn't a band called Aero Cobbler.
Get ready with a winner. Do you think your kid will get that strawberry for me? That's Wilson Pickett.
Wilson Pickett.
Have you got a winner?
I'll give you that.
I have to say that I don't know if these guys have won in the past, but they were the first people to email in. I mean, normally I just give it to anyone, but these guys, literally, you've given the clues,
people
Carl.
get
I'm
Aerosmith?
amazed. Everyone seemed to get Aerosmith. Everyone got D-Light. Everyone got Wilson Pickett. I'm absolutely stunned. You know, they deserve it. They deserve the junk. Prizes.
Right.
So we'll give it to Jonathan and Louise, who, as I say, may have won in the past, but as I say, they were very, very quick. You've got to beat them if you want to win. And they're from Wrexham.
Brilliant.
So good luck to them.
So
I
that's
hope
that
they
then.
enjoy Jerry's yoga diet.
Back next week then. Yeah.
See you later.
See ya. Ta.
Cheers.
Doves, Caught by the River on XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant,
Hello there.
Carl Pilkington and everything. No, I'm going to be honest with you.
Go on.
A little bit hungover,
Yeah.
don't feel very well.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm hungover or still a bit drunk, but I don't feel...
You sound like you're still a bit drunk.
Yeah, so what
But
I'm
then
worried
you do
about...
every week, so...
But what I'm worried about is that the standard will slip. Yeah, if
Sure.
I'm not right on the ball. And the other thing is, I haven't had a lot of time to prepare the show today,
Okay.
so I don't, I don't really, I don't feel,
100%.
yeah, I haven't done the Carl.
Right.
Look,
Have you finished that sentence?
I don't make me laugh because it hurts as well. And there's another side effect to me being a little bit hungover or drunk or whatever, right, is that I can be annoying.
Right, yes. Yes.
Because just to amuse myself, I sort of like turn my body off a little bit and just poke and like that and annoy people and that. I want to sort of like.
Well, you do the
climb-
physical equivalent of freewheeling.
yeah,
don't
yeah.
you? You just
I sort of want to climb on Carl and go to sleep on him.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
They both annoy him and it'd be comfortable.
Yes. Yes.
Which is, can be annoying.
Just a little thing just to make this show a bit easier. If you'd put your hand up when you want one of us to speak, because I'm not quite sure when the sentences are finished.
The hands are up.
Okay, good. So,
The hands are up.
okay.
Okay.
Good, alright.
Okay.
Are you gonna just keep them up for the rest of the show, or?
No, Carl, do what you.
Good, alright. Do you want to, is there an excuse as to why you're a bit hungover? or a
Too
bit
much
drunk?
wine.
Okay. All
Last
right.
night, yeah.
Yeah. Good. Thanks for
Okay.
that. Because this is the only work you've got to do all week, isn't it? It's like, unless I'm very much mistaken, you don't have to do anything. You just sit at home eating cheese.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then occasionally you do a bit of sort of shadow boxing, and that's exercise. And then you sit and watch TV.
Yeah.
Is that roughly what you did this week?
Yeah.
So this is the only 2 hours you had to do anything for all week. This is you had to prepare for
Yeah,
this.
but who can plan a hangover?
Right.
You'd think, Carl, you said you had some stuff.
Yeah.
What have you got?
Can't wait.
I love the fact that, whereas I was a little bit slow, Carl there leapt into action to keep this show afloat, keep the pace up. Go on.
Right, well,
Carl, are you hungover as well, or?
I'm just a bit annoyed because I'm with you. Do you know
Sure.
what I mean? He
Yeah.
hasn't got much to do all week.
You're having a laugh.
What?
What angers me is I kind of hope that maybe I could have quite a long career in radio, and I sort of feel like I'm, I don't know, the word sinking ship.
Yeah.
Those words spring to mind.
But-
Because it feels like, I mean, Carl, you're just a chancer anyway. You weren't even supposed to be on air, and we've made you into something of a household name, and that's cool.
Household name.
And Ricky's already a celebrity. He's got it stitched up. He's got corporates. He's got, you know, voiceover work. But I've got nothing. I'm running on empty. You know, I'm not, nothing. I've got nothing. I'm sort of dependent a bit on this.
Yeah.
Financially. And,
Go on then. What are
and you two
saying?
are sort of bringing it down, really.
Right.
Do you reckon I
Carl.
can get my own show, Carl?
Carl. Tell them
like
what I did
Capital
out there
Gold
with
or
a bit. No, Carl, tell them how funny I was out there with a bit in that a minute ago.
So anyway,
record,
come
Carl,
on,
I'm
right?
bored of this.
Tell you what. will we tease them with what we've got coming up next?
Yeah,
Carl, tease us after the next
Because I
record.
think we've already got them for 2 hours.
Yeah, we've hooked them, Carl. Don't worry, this is textbook radio.
What's this? Badly Drawn Boy.
Yeah.
Badly Drawn Boy. You were right. XFM 104.9, Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Carl Pilkington. Carl, you were saying what's coming up?
Right, over the next 2 hours then, last week was a bit of a mess,
Don't be silly.
so I've sorted it out. We'll be doing the same features.
Right.
We've got...
I think that was the reason it was a mess, if I'm honest.
Well...
You've
we've
tightened it, you've tightened
tightened
it the ship.
tightened it up, and also keeping people for longer.
Okay.
Right,
So-
tell me your plans.
What have you come up with
Tell
then?
me your ethos behind this then.
Right.
Always show your workings, Carl.
Always show your workings, Carl.
Alright then, so last week we started good sort of play on words that we had going.
Go on.
The well-known film Educating Rita.
Yeah. That's become, thanks to Carl Pilkington's brain, it's become...
I've tweaked it a bit, and now it's Educating Ricky.
Brilliant.
Right? And that was a new feature we started last week, if you weren't listening, where I teach Ricky stuff.
What did you teach me?
Taught you about that little Chinese hairy kid.
Yeah, you didn't teach me anything. You said there was a kid that was born that was slightly hairy than other
Taught
Chinese
you
people.
where the saying chewing the fat came from.
I enjoyed
That was good, that was interesting.
And,
And a man who had a beard because
And
he
a
was
man-
being abducted for 3 days. Again, that was rubbish.
Lest we forget.
That taught me more about you than about alien abduction.
but what happened last week is...
Go on.
we sort of talked about it all in one go. And you can't...
Whereas this week you've done what? You've spread it out over the show.
Well, I've spread it across the 2 hours, because I always found that if you try to be taught too much in one go, you just can't take it in and it'll be wasted.
Is that your experience of school?
Yeah, that's-
They
yeah.
taught you in 3-minute bursts. You
yeah,
might have looked at
and
it.
not every day.
Yeah.
Every other
When
month.
you felt like it.
Yeah.
Right? So that's what we're going to do, right?
So we've got Educating Ricky coming up. That's
2 hours.
Okay, look forward to
and
that.
what I do is, I've made little headlines again, and you decide which story you want to go
All of
for
them.
first.
Well, give me the first
Yeah.
headline.
No, not yet. We'll do that in a
Well,
bit.
give me a teaser.
Hang on a minute, I'm telling you what else.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
We've also got, we started it last week, Rockbusters.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that was a triumph.
Yeah.
I think we went wrong there.
Why?
By letting you do it?
Doing it on air?
Not thinking it through.
Yeah.
Bit of that.
Okay, so what's the rules on Rockbusters?
We're going to do Rockbusters,
Okay.
but you email in ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk when you know the answers,
Okay.
right? And sort of round near the end of the show, right?
Yeah.
We'll give out the answers then. So if they think they know the answers, they've got to hang about.
Rick, I should tell you now,
I'm not hanging about.
don't think that the listeners are going to go away empty-handed, because there's
I
some
was worried
cracking
about that. I
prizes.
was worried about that.
I can tell you where, and don't worry, because Carl has sorted out some top quality prizes.
Good.
First up, this is stuff that people can win, and be
Yeah.
excited about this. First up, it's a DVD of The Office. I don't know how he got hold of it. I don't know how he got hold of it,
Go
because they
on.
are like gold dust.
Yeah.
There's this is the second gift. Now, bear in mind, I don't know where he's rummaged that from. This is an XFM compilation album.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
managed to sort that out somehow.
Excellent.
I don't know how he sorted that out. There's another compilation album which has got some sort of indie type hits of
Yeah.
these. But this is
Have
possibly.
you got a film to give away?
Well, I'm glad you've asked.
What
'cause
film, though? Because
I know you're a big fan of DVDs.
Yeah,
and,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
one
yeah,
of the big hot releases that everyone's keen to get their hands on.
Not arbitrary, is it? It's not the only one. No, this film title won't be an arbitrary film, will it? It'll be a big...
Rick, I don't want you thinking that the film that Carl has sorted out here is that he's sourced for us is just an arbitrary thing that
Go on.
you wouldn't get. You could buy for $3.99 in HMV.
Yeah.
Right, they're
Yeah,
giving
in one
these
of those
away.
one of those big baskets.
Exactly. I don't know who is phoning up to try and win this, but
Okay.
you can be
If
lucky
this is
winner.
your favourite film, it's yours.
Exactly.
Okay.
But this is the big star prize.
What
This is
is
the one
it?
you're all playing for. It's Children of the Corn. Stephen King's Children of the Corn. It's a widescreen presentation on DVD.
Imagine getting that and going, excellent. We can watch this now.
But Rick, I mean, let me just run through some of the cast. Peter Horton. Pete Horton's in it. and that's about
I'll
it.
tell you what, I don't want to give it away if Hort is in it.
Exactly.
I'd love to see his
If
performance
Porter's
again.
in it. Also, Linda Hamilton. I know you're all
Linda
everyone big fans
Hamilton,
of
she
Linda
plays a piece of corn.
Hamilton. Exactly. And I don't know what I've not seen Children of the Corn. I could be wrong, but
But
it
that's
says
great.
it
Carl,
says it's
when
amazing.
you rooting around the office, why don't you start throwing like a mouse mat and a pair of scissors and a pencil? Because that is just arbitrary.
That's an arbitrary selection
That's next week's stuff.
But also, I should say, we also have some, this is a little bit more exciting, we've also got some tickets for DJ Shadow, who's performing at the Brixton Academy this
He's good,
evening.
isn't he? He's good at
9 o'clock.
DJing.
So he's very good at DJing and scratching and the like.
Plays all the records that you want.
Exactly.
Plays all the records that you want. Don't bring your own. He's got them all. He's got them all. I've seen him arrive. He's got 2 big bags of them.
Yeah. So there's 3 pairs of DJ Shadow tickets. We'll give those away later as well.
Is there any lemonade?
Don't just start phoning arbitrarily now.
No.
We'll give those away in our
Is
own
there
good
any
time.
lemonade?
Sorry?
I need some lemonade.
Okay, well, while we sort out some lemonade, let's play a tune. Come on, Carl, what's wrong?
Whoa, Carl!
Ryan Adams from his new album Demolition.
Brilliant.
A track called Nuclear.
Yeah, I've found a new way of making it more exciting. When you're talking about something, I'll go, yeah, brilliant, agreeing with you, making it all interesting.
Yeah, I can see that, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's a really good album, that.
Yeah.
And, it's
Brilliant.
apparently just a collection of sort of demos and songs he had lying around.
Oh, I wish I had that.
Yeah.
You know, we're giving away those DVDs and Children
Look
of the
forward
Corn.
to that, Children of the Corn.
I've got an interesting anecdote about the office. Carl, me and Carl went out, right? With me and Jane, Carl and Johnny and Gigi, wasn't it? Carl, I'm talking to you. Wasn't it?
No.
Wasn't
Gigi was
Is it important who went?
No.
Okay.
But we're walking on the street. Carl was there though, and he can back me up on this. We had a curry. We were walking back, and this little funny homeless fella, didn't he?
Mm.
He I got to tell it before I go, didn't he?
Yes.
he came up to me, right, and he recognised it. Talking's more difficult than you think, right? And he came up to me and he went, oh, he said, I've just nicked 5 of your DVDs from HMV. And he shook my hand. He was so happy with it, and I went, right, excellent. He went, all I do is I just swing the bag over the top. Like that, when I'm going out, and he had a bag full of DVDs, didn't he? And he was so pleased to tell me that he'd stolen. That great.
He said they're going like hotcakes.
Yeah, he said they're going up, of course they are!
Yeah, you're nicking them.
I know, we get paid for them though, don't we?
So not the stolen ones?
Don't we?
No. What do you mean? Did you sign them for him? I know you idiot. What, so, he just nicked 5...
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
you say he was homeless, was he?
Well, he don't know, maybe.
No.
Surely, how would he have seen the show? He'd
What?
just walked past Curry's one morning.
Dixon's.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's any
Seen
idea.
a trailer for it, thought, interesting.
I don't know if he was homeless. I didn't go into his home
Sure.
life.
He
But,
shook his hand, though, and...
but
he went.
he made Carl look smart, do you know what I mean? So, but he wasn't northern, was he?
No, it was like, do you know in the Fast Show with Paul Whitehouse, when he did that character, that shady character?
Yes.
The spit of that, you know,
Was
like
he?
a ponytail, t-shirt on, a bit too big for him, and just the movement and everything, really like a cockney, little cheeky chap type
Yeah,
person.
a little cockney cheeky chap. Yeah.
And, he just said, oh, it's you. Said,
Yeah.
you got your DVDs, got 6 of them from HMV, going like hotcakes they are. And then off he went, whistling.
Yeah.
Well chuffed with himself.
Yeah.
Going like hotcakes.
What's he going to do with them then? Probably sell them.
Yeah.
How does he sell them? Where does he sell them? Does he go up to people and go, do you want an office DVD? They're not nicked.
Yeah.
4 quid.
Yeah, exactly. Are these stolen? No.
No. They've still got the tags on them.
Well, it's like those people who, you're those cab drivers that you'll meet at sort of 3 in the morning who've just got a car.
Yeah.
And just went out with a car.
Yeah.
And just, I'll pick people up and charge them.
Yeah.
I got in one once, I said to him, a guy just pulled up, he said, I was in like, East London, going back to, North London. I said, yeah, going to, Swiss Cottage. He went, sure, hop in. We set off. He went, do you know the way? I said, well, not really, no. I thought you'd know the way. You're in a cabbie. He went, no, don't really know the way there. I said, have you got an A to Z? He went, no. I thought, well, if you're going to go out just on the, just winging it as a cab driver,
Yeah.
2 things. Take a map and a torch. He didn't have
Yeah.
either. He said, well, I'll probably get to Camden. I said, right, I'll direct you from there. Drove on for about 5 minutes, making conversation. About 5 minutes later, he went, do you know the way to Camden? I thought you knew the way to Camden. I don't really know the way. I thought I did.
Oh.
It was
Let me out. 4 quid.
Exactly. And that's, I don't know who's got that sort of time on their hands, that they just think, it's 3 in the morning, I'm at a loose end, I think I'll go out doing a bit of cabbing.
Wow. Yeah.
Because your dad was a cabbie, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, yeah. Couldn't stand it, but it's good money.
He was he wasn't like a chancer, though.
What was he doing when he put that little Forrest Gump in a wheelie bin?
That was part of the cab company thing. They had to do, like, a charity event once a year, and he did it one year. Never asked him again.
Tell us the story again.
No, I'd rather not, because we got a few sort of complaints about it.
Why? Why did you get complaints about it?
Because he put a kid in a bin, and it's not the thing to do.
But we could use it as a sort of sobering lesson for people.
Yeah, tell it like a, you know, you shouldn't do it.
No, yeah, but that's how I did it last time, but people still didn't like it. All the stuff I tell you, we don't take the mickey out of people on purpose.
No.
It's real life, innit? And that goes on in life.
Yeah.
My dad was saying that in hospital, though. Do you know I was in hospital?
Yeah.
You know, he did some jokes about old people and that, and he said, at the end of the day, if something makes you laugh, it's funny. And if it makes you laugh, you can't help laughing, can you? Do you know what I mean? So, what are you meant to do? And laughing's good for you.
Yeah.
So,
but being laughed at isn't as good for you, is it?
No, but there's probably more people laughing at one person, so if you balance it out, there's only one person who's upset and there's a bunch of people laughing. So, it's...
Genius! Give me an example of that. Give me an example.
Well, for instance, Carl Pilkington as he talks and the people listening.
Yeah, no, give me an example of, like, so, you know...
I can't, because, again, that's what I'm saying. I can't tell you the story, because there might be someone out there who... This person might even be listening and think, I forgot about that and you brought it all back to me then. Yeah. So I prefer to leave it, but I think people know...
Why did he put him in the bin in the first place?
Because he was getting out of hand.
What was he doing, though?
You see, I can't explain...
You can! Don't be silly!
I prefer to leave it, honestly.
What was he doing? Was he annoying him?
He was annoying my dad and the other people in the cab.
Right.
And he thought, how can I deal with this before it gets too out of hand?
Yeah.
He pulled over and put the lad in a wheelie bin.
I'm gonna burst.
So we'll leave that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
How old was the kid?
I'm not sure, but I mean, it was a trip to sort of Blackpool, so I'm guessing...
Do you think it was one of the rides?
17.
This is rubbish.
17?
Yeah.
Oh, he's quite an old lad then.
So, a big lad.
Yeah.
But let's
did he pick him up?
He picked him up and put him in a wheelie bin.
Every time he says it, I like it.
And then on the way back, he got him back again. He said, right, you won't do that again.
On the way back?
Yeah, he left him there for a bit.
He left him there, what, they went to Blackpool and he left the kid in the wheelie bin?
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah.
What, was the kid in the wheelie bin when he drove back?
Yeah.
Did he not get out?
No, because how do you get out? It's tricky, isn't it? And he wasn't a normal kid, was he? Let's leave it.
He wasn't a normal kid.
Right then. So,
Is your father in prison?
Oh,
I think he should be.
Can we put a song on?
Yeah, go on then.
Feeder, come back around. XFM, 104.9. Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Carl Pilkington. I asked Carl in the week, right, what animal would he never trust? Even if he got to know it and it was a pet and everything, what animal would he never trust? What was it?
Was this, a wasp?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you trust a wasp, Carl?
I just think that,
They're shifty?
all other animals, if you get them at an early age, you can sort of make them like you.
You can train them.
A wasp.
Nothing.
Never.
Is there anything do you think there's anything you could do that would kind of, win the favour and win the trust of a wasp? What would you have to do you think?
What if you had it from a little grub?
Yeah.
And you fed it, you had its favourite marmalade?
It doesn't affect it though, does it? A bee dies, doesn't it, if it does it, so it's not gonna, like, use it willy-nilly.
That's easy for you to say.
But a wasp, I
Do you think they sting arbitrarily? They just sting for the fun of it? They're like sort of like delinquent insects? Like
I think so, because last night, right, I mean, this is part of educating Ricky in a way, but something I learned last night was that tarantulas only bite you if you annoy it.
Right.
They don't, do you know how people say, oh, if you're in a sleeping bag living in a jungle, a spider will get in there and it'll bite you?
Yeah,
apparently not, you've got to really annoy it. The thing that it really hates is having its leg sort of twisted.
It hates having its leg twisted. Right.
Yeah, but
What have they said in a documentary?
No,
actually said, did the voice
almost certainly not, Steve. Almost certainly
Were you watching
not.
a documentary?
no, I was reading it,
Oh, you're reading it.
and it was this guy.
Was it scrawled on the wall in like a public toilet?
No, I'll tell you. I'll tell you more about that later.
Oh,
It's
right, I'm
part
looking
of
forward to
the thing.
Educating.
So if you
Part of
don't
the
trust the evil wasp, what animal do you trust? What's your favourite?
Well, I also, I said to him, right, supposing your mind, right, your mind got put into any animal, right, and you've got to get from where you are now, right, to Glasgow, right, as an animal, right, but the authorities will be looking out for it.
Okay.
And it's shooting you, right, and, what you went through loads, didn't you?
I was thinking about it for it must have took me about an hour.
So your mind, your mind has been put into an animal.
And then, yeah, so it's you
And
in
you-
this animal
right,
thinking
yeah.
you've got to get to somewhere.
but the authorities know you're in the animal?
Yeah, maybe your body is in Glasgow somewhere, and you've got to get this animal to get to you so it can transfer its mind back into your body.
But the government knows that I'm.
Oh, we've all had that conversation.
So the government's going. Carl can't have his own brain back.
I only have it with Carl, don't I,
Yeah,
these
yeah.
conversations. Go on, yeah.
So you're on the way.
So
to
think about it.
Glasgow.
You think about it just for a second. So let's recap. Your body's in Scotland.
Right.
He's the only one that takes my question seriously.
Your brain is in London.
Uh-huh.
Right, and there's like loads of security and stuff looking out in the sky for animals or looking on the field, seeing what's looking a bit suspicious. trying to get to your body,
And they're
to put
shooting
the
'em.
brain, and they're shooting everything and killing all the animals. What thing would you pick to get your brain to Scotland that wouldn't get caught? And I reckon I've got the answer.
A wasp?
No, because think about it, a lot of people get irritated if it sort of wanted to get a lift in a car going down the motorway. If someone's driving
was
there's a
hitchhiking,
wasp
yeah.
in the car, it's a nightmare.
Yeah, sure.
Cause a right accident.
Yeah.
So think of something that people wouldn't,
And the clock's ticking as well.
You're
you know,
taking this really very seriously,
Yeah,
haven't you, Carl?
you've only got a
You
couple
have
of...
thought, you've given this a lot of thought, haven't you? You have.
Yeah.
Something with speed.
Yeah, it's
Something
got...
that can travel quite speedily.
Well,
Well, that's... Yeah.
Well,
and something
but-
that's also inconspicuous.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is that the sort of thing you're
Well,
that's what you're going to
Yeah.
And is it a creature that's native to this country?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it is.
I've got no idea, Carl. What are you thinking?
Tell him.
A flea.
A flea?
Think
Tell him
about
why.
it. Think about it. Right, this flea, it's got my brain. It's dead small, the flea.
Thanks for clearing that up.
Yeah.
And so it goes, right, I've got to get to Scotland. So it jumps on someone who's going to Euston Station.
Right.
They don't know it's there.
No.
The government can't see it.
God, Steve! Think of that statement! Think if you just tuned in.
Yeah.
Now,
People get on the train, goes to Glasgow or Edinburgh, wherever in Scotland it is. It jumps off, it goes right, jumps on someone else who's going the way it needs to go, gets there, still no one's seen it, jumps on me, I get my brain back.
Yeah.
The government are like, phew.
And you feel confident that your brain would fit in that of a flea's?
Well, you said there was no problem with the size of it. You said you could.
there certainly wouldn't be.
So,
No.
I pretty much you could download everything you know into a flea.
So that's genius.
Yeah.
That's
What would
good
you rather
thinking.
have, right? Roller skate feet, and there's little wheels, right? Chopstick hands. Yeah? Instead of hands. Chopsticks instead of hands. Wheels instead of feet.
yeah.
Right? Or acne.
How big are the wheels?
Can I take you guys back to the old school? Do you mind if we take it back to the old school?
Well, yeah, what are you going to do? What are you going to lay on me?
No, I just maybe a bit of a De La Soul. Is that a problem? Is that a problem? Is it a problem
Yeah.
going back to the old school?
No,
'Cause
no,
I'm not. We don't need to go if you don't
as
want
long as long as it's vinyl shit.
it is indeed. Slam it on.
I never went. There we go.
De La Soul. Old school.
Brilliant, brilliant,
roller skating
brilliant.
Jam named Saturday.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Good stuff. Carl, so, educating Ricky. You were going to tease us now with some of the big headlines you've got.
Look at him
Getting
dancing.
grooving. He really is in the
He
groove there.
really is dancing there.
Right.
Right.
So,
Okay.
the way this works is,
What would you rather be, Carl?
I teach you
Superheroes.
3 things.
A frog boy, yeah,
Right.
that you could leap onto a house, but you had to go bleh, first and leap onto a house. You're this frog boy, right? And that could be useful, couldn't it?
That's very useful, yeah.
Right. Amploid, where you've got your hands and microphones, and you can talk into your hand and your whole body. It's like 100 decibels. You can go, "Oi, come here," and people can hear you from miles away. Amploid, right? Right. or sado, right? And that means that you can go up to anyone and go, all right, and they don't know why, they just get fed up for a whole day.
Which of those would you prefer? Don't answer now, have a think about it. Have a think about it.
The frog thing, do I look like one, or...
No, you're just you and your little Ben Sherman shirt and everything, and they go, and people walk along and they go, oh, look at that young child on that roof. He's gonna fall. I wish Frog Boy was here. And you go, blah, and you go down, you go, blah, and they go, here's him. And they don't recognise you when you're squatting. They go, I don't know who you are. And you leap up there and say, and you come back and they go, where's Frog Boy? And you're standing up and you go, don't know, he went that way.
Yeah, I'd probably have that one.
Would
Probably
you?
go with Frog Boy?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
Okay, go on.
Right, so, did that just go out?
What?
All that.
Go on, I've got a bad...
Hey, look, Rick, Carl's really planned this show. He's really worked out. He came in early, he was writing things down,
And there's me
planning
just
it,
coming up with rubbish
and
like
you were
that.
just talking rubbish. So, Carl, I know you've been
Right.
thinking this through. What have you got?
So, Educating Ricky, we did it last week. It's where I teach you some stuff, but rather than just teach you something, I tease you, so you want to know more, so you want to take in information, right? So,
If only people had taught you like that, Carl.
so
And also, it's the name of a film, sort of,
Yeah.
nearly.
Coming up soon, Henry VIII and his, well, how many wives? Come back tomorrow, Carl, to find out.
right. The little headlines I've got to sort of tease you with the story.
Yeah, this is gonna hurt me and I'm not very well. Go on.
Right, we've got
So this is what, sorry, I've just got lost for a minute there.
It's Educating Ricky.
This is Educating Ricky,
Yeah.
and these are the stories that these are the things you're going to tell him.
yeah.
But these are just headline versions.
These are headlines
This is not
because
the actual fact.
then I think people will remember things.
Okay,
if
alright, so you,
do you know what I
yeah,
mean?
sort of bullet points.
Who can forget Hairy Chinese Boy?
Indeed, I shall never forget that.
Yeah.
So, first headline,
Ooh.
don't do that to it, you know it can't live without an head.
I've got no idea. It could be about the French Revolution, it could be about anything.
I know what it is!
No, you think you do, but...
No, it's something I taught you! Is it the fact that cockroaches can live for 9 days without a head?
That's part of it, but it's something different as well, that's why I thought we'd bring it up.
Okay, brilliant. So that's something to...
Next one, you won't work it out. If only it was raining.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Go on.
And the last one, what's tomato with you?
What's tomato with you?
Yeah.
Look how pleased he is.
You're obsessed with puns, aren't you, at the moment, Kay?
It just works, I think it works.
Yeah. You love puns.
So, there you go.
So which of
Okay.
those are you going to choose, Rick?
Oh, well, I'm gonna have to choose. Don't do that, you know it can't live without an head.
Can we play a tune and we'll come back with
Yeah,
that?
I reckon.
Find out what that is.
Yeah.
Wow, what a history lesson that's going to be.
Dandy Warhols and Bohemian Like You on XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais, with me Steve Merchant and Carl Pilkington. Carl, what's the story then?
Right, so what did you say you're going for? You've got your 3 titles, your 3 teasers.
Well, I think I'm gonna go for Don't Do That to It, you know it can't live without an head.
I'm looking forward to this.
Right.
Right.
So this is Educating Ricky, for those that
Yeah.
have just tuned in.
Now, something that Ricky told me about when he was educating me was that a cockroach, if you cut its head off, it lives for a week,
Yeah.
right?
And the only
what
reason it dies is 'cause it can't take on water.
Sure. It doesn't have a great time in that week, though, does it?
No.
I mean, it doesn't get
No.
much done, I don't imagine.
It just needs water, and because it can't find any, like its eyes, it eventually dies,
Yeah.
right?
No.
So what?
No, it's not, that's not, it's 'cause
Anyway.
it can't drink.
Anyway.
So have you heard that one about worms?
Okay.
I have gone.
If you cut a worm in half,
Yeah.
a lot of people have said in the past that it'll turn into 2 worms,
Right.
but that isn't actually true.
Okay. Who said that?
No, it used to be like, you know,
Kids at school
they
said
said
that.
it on, kids at school and stuff.
Yeah.
So that, you know, a lot of people think that.
Don't pick him up on stuff, Steve, it's bad enough.
Sure.
So, but what they can do, if you get a worm, right, and you find out which end its head's at,
Right.
if you you've got its head there at the left-hand side, right, and if you sort of cut it in half,
Right.
but not in half, so there's more of its neck than the tail, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The bit that you've cut off will sort of die, and the rest of the worm will get better. So in a way, you can cut it in half, and it'll survive, but only one half will survive.
Okay.
Yeah? What have you learnt there?
I wish you hadn't chosen that one, Rick, to be honest.
I know, because it's nothing, is it?
Yeah.
You know
don't know what
that
information is.
joke, how do you tell a worm's head from its eye? You put it in a bowl of flour and wait till it farts.
Yes.
Right? I told my mate that, right? And he went, what if it coughs?
Yeah?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
So, there is a bit of truth in that myth of cutting one in half.
Where did you get this information? I don't understand where you get this information
That was from the Fortean Times. It was like the myth about worms.
Yeah.
That was the big article that week.
Did it take you as long to read that article as it took you to tell us just then?
I like the fact that it starts off debunking a myth that we hadn't heard of anyway.
Exactly.
You know the big thing about cutting a worm in half and making 2 worms?
No.
Yeah. What's the other one? What's the other
It's not
headline?
the thing to do either, by the way. Don't go doing it.
No. It's not very nice.
But,
It's cruel.
but it can get by
and
if
it's
you do.
pointless.
Yeah.
There's no scientific worth
Yeah.
in that.
Well, there you go.
Okay then.
So the others now, you
What
see
was the
what I
others?
do.
What
No,
was
I
the
tell you
others?
the other titles. You're not having them yet. That's the whole idea of this. People will be driving or about to go out doing the shopping. They'll think about that now.
What was the other 2?
Well, the other 2.
They won't think about that. They've forgotten
No,
that.
they will. They will.
No, they've forgotten that already.
If only it was raining. And what's tomato with you?
Right,
That-
you've
I'm
got to
looking
tell
forward
us-
to that one.
No, you've got to tell me tomorrow with you.
Look what's happening. You see, you already want more education, and this is what listeners will be doing.
I tell you, I wish you were a teacher. I so wish you were a teacher.
Do you know what I mean? Kids would be saying, I know it's 3:30, but I don't want to go home. I want more.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm doing with you. I'm teaching you.
Why are
taking
you
in
teaching
information.
me things about not to cut worms in half and what's tomato with you? Please tell me what's tomato with you, Carl.
In a bit. In a
No.
bit. In a bit.
Rick,
What?
I tell you, he's thought the show through. He's
Yeah.
teasing the audience. You're excited. They're listening.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. So listen, I think we should all, because we got your competition to squeeze and we got all these great goodies. Let's not
This is
forget.
amazing.
Hello, children of the corn.
I do feel
gotta
slightly
get that
guilty
away
that,
before
that
3
now this is Carl. I think we should have our names involved.
No.
It's not fair, is it? And I think we should give Carl the money.
I don't want my
Yeah.
name to this. It's a Ricky Gervais show. Yeah? Right, the quiz.
Yeah.
Will we get that out of the way, because they've only got an hour to start.
Don't you worry
emailing.
about that, Carl. I've already got this one. I'm thinking on your terms now. Let's play a tune. We'll come back
What
with
we
the big competition information. All right? Money Mark. We got a classic from Money Mark from his album Push the Button. Play that, Carl. And afterwards, are you excited? You got the competition. Look at his face. He's so excited now. He's thought this through.
He's loving it.
Rockbusters.
Yeah. What?
Agreed.
Yeah.
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 Should we do that?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Go on.
You're rejuvenated, are you?
Yeah,
You're
let's
feeling
go for it
okay?
now. Let's-
Second hour.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hangover finished with?
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
all done? Good.
Done. I had some water.
Excellent. That'll often sort it out.
Yeah.
Well done.
Flea is the best way.
He just had an argument with a punter. Someone
on.
called up and said, I don't think a flea's very good. How would the flea know? Tell him what he said. He said, how would the flea know what train to get on? He went, he gets to Houston and look at the timetable.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he went, we're not going to agree on this. He got annoyed at him, because the bloke said he'd be better to be a wasp.
Yeah.
A wasp would not survive, would it, on, a Virgin train or something? So...
Why wouldn't it?
It just wouldn't, because people really don't like wasps, so somebody would end up clouting it and killing it, and that
Yeah.
brain would never get to his body. So...
Yeah.
Right, yeah, it is quiz time.
Hooray! This is the moment we've all been looking forward to.
Go on. Do you want to tease them with the prizes?
No. Not really, because they might not bother phoning in. Or it's not a phone, or is it? It's an email.
Alright.
Okay, well, a quick reminder then. We got to the office. I don't want people to think that we'll just keep plugging the office DVD. We've got nothing else to give away.
No one gives anything away.
No,
And those
that's
are just
why.
hanging around in Carl's little room.
Did you get a guy from HMV just to nick? Did you get a guy just nick these from
Was it
HMV
the
and carry
with
them
the
out?
beard and the ponytail?
Was that the
Yeah.
story? So we got the Office DVD, obviously. We got the remix, XFM's remix album, Volume 2. That's sort of remixes of various tunes. Quite a good little compilation album here. One of those kind of the best Coldplay, Travis, Oasis, blah 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 albums in the world
Excellent.
ever. And
Let's take some of them, 'cause
yeah,
there's nothing in the library.
exactly. Have a look on there. See what you
4
fancy.
Alanis Morissette, 9 Catatonia. I just counted, didn't that?
But
thing?
the big one, the big star prize that you're all playing for is, of course, the DVD widescreen version of Children of the Corn, Stephen King's horror film. Lest we forget, it's got Peter Horton as the star. so look forward to that. We're going to give Shadow away separately, are we? We're going to do that separately.
Yeah.
We'll give away the DJ Shadow tickets at a separate.
Right, so we're playing for those DVDs and CDs, and what
And
we're
it's an
gonna
email
do-
competition. Don't bother phoning in.
Email, yeah, the phone lines are lighting up a bit, so put the phone down, get the computer started up,
Yep.
and it's ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk, if you know the answers to these, right? And the way it works, we did it last week, but if you didn't hear it, I'll give you some initials and, like, a bit of a cryptic clue. So, and you work out who the band is or the artist, right? It's always a band or an artist. It's not any TV programmes and that. So, say, like, last week we had S, didn't we? And it was, better than the average homeless person, and that was Supertramp. Right, so it's not always XFM music, it can be anything. And there's 3 of them.
They've got to get all 3 of them?
You've got to get all 3 and email in.
How long this intro so far has taken.
Yeah, but here we go then, right? First initials, LR.
LR.
LR,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
And the cryptic clue is,
You should have thought it through. You should have thought it out before you came in.
Yeah, cryptic clue.
You've got it?
Yeah.
I'll take that book to the toilet with me.
I'll take that book to the toilet with me.
Yeah, yeah.
LR.
LR.
I'll take that book to the toilet with me.
And don't shout out if you know the answer, 'cause...
No.
No idea, Carl. No idea.
Right, okay, so there's 1. Right, the second one, FL.
FL.
This one's actually been emailed in as a suggestion.
Okay.
That person who's done that, don't email in, 'cause you're disqualified from the comp. So...
I'd love him to be a teacher.
So...
It would be great, wouldn't it? Just to see him one day. Can't we do that? Can't we get you a placement somewhere for you to teach history to sort of, like, 14-year-olds?
I think science, Rick.
Science would be good, yeah.
Right.
I'll tell you what.
Go on.
You got a lot of... just quickly, for me, Carl, explain, say, what can we get him to explain that everyone learns as a kid, science?
Photosynthesis.
Right. So, FL, right? FL are the letters, and the cryptic clue, blow the candles out before you eat the cake.
Blow the candles out before you eat the cake.
Yeah. Blow the candles out before you eat the cake. The letters there, FL.
Alright, we've got LR, we've got FL.
Yeah. And finally, the third one, NS.
Hold on, how many have they got to get?
3.
Don't worry, there's no more after this, Rick.
Right? NS. How can I wash up in something shaped like that? Right? That's one of mine. So very quickly recap, just in case we've missed any. LR is the first one. LR. I'll take that book to the toilet with me. Cryptic clue. We had FL. Blow the candles out before you eat the cake. And the final one, NS. How can I wash up in something shaped like that? If you think you know the bands, you just email in ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk. You win the DVDs, the CDs, and that's it.
He's great, isn't he? I could sit here and watch him all day do this. Wow.
So ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk.
And we'll give the answers out just before, we finish, because then we'll keep them up.
Alright.
Carl, just briefly, this is module 4A, natural history, yeah? Just briefly explain evolution. So, natural selection, origin of the species, Darwin, just briefly describe.
That's the monkey thing. It is, isn't it?
Oh, well done.
Yeah, go on.
Tune, Carl.
What do you have fancy playing?
Rick, I know you're always keen to rejuvenate the reputations of certain artists when you think maybe they've been kind of unfairly treated in the history of rock and roll.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a band I've always thought has been treated badly.
Yeah.
The Lemonheads.
Go on.
You with me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Lemonheads, if I could talk, I'd tell you.
Yeah.
He wrote some good little tunes, Evan Dando, before he went a bit potty.
What would you rather have, right? Carl, would you rather have a lemon for a head, a radio for a head, what other band is there with something head?
Radiohead. Oh, you've done that.
Yeah. Or a talking head.
Right. Third one.
No, but you don't know what... no, because you've got you, and then you've got someone else's head on top, and it doesn't shut up. It's my head. It's my talking head coming out of your head. Yeah, so a radio head, just a radio head, and you can tune in, right?
You know you said there, Carl, that wasps were one of the most irritating things on the planet. Can I offer another suggestion?
Yeah.
You with me on that?
I am
No,
today.
go on then. Okay,
Educating Ricky, we got 2 left, haven't we? I'm looking
We've
forward
still
to
got
these.
2 more. We've still got, If Only It Was Raining, and, What's Tomato With You?
The way he says it! I'll tell you what, I wish the listeners could see how happy he was when we started getting emails coming in.
Oh yeah, people, they're flooding in, actually.
Yeah, and he's so happy. He started dancing along, going, well, that proves it's a good competition, he said.
Look at that, look at that.
Load
Look at that, mate.
What?
There's
Look
loads of
at
people
that.
emailing there.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what it is, Carl. It's not the competition. It's this, Children of the Corn. Widescreen DVD.
Next week, some staples and pencils.
I'll tell you
A
what.
piece of carpet.
Tell you what, right?
What?
Now we've got them and they're staying. Something we've still got to do
Yeah.
is
He is running the show now. He's doing well, isn't he? Because I've done nothing. I've done nothing towards this. I'm coming out of my hangover a little bit, if you're worried.
remember.
So, go on.
Remember last week we
Yeah.
started a new feature
Yeah.
called That Song's Got a Good Story in It. And
Brilliant. I love your catchy titles. They're excellent.
Right, and the idea was it was a story in
Yeah.
a song, which meant that if it was played on the radio, you couldn't just like fade it out because you've got to have the full story.
Yeah.
Right. Well, last week we started the feature with Stevie Wonder, "Living for the City."
Yeah.
Right.
But you played the version where it fades out.
Yeah, I didn't know there was more to it, so Steve told me what album it was on.
Yeah.
I've gone and got it. We've got the second half to that story
Yeah.
this week.
Yeah.
So you've got half the story. What was it? What had happened is like the lad's living in Mississippi. There's not much going on there.
Mississippi. That's someone off Rainbow's mum.
Yeah.
Living, what, Mississippi?
Yeah. His dad's his man was a cleaner,
Yeah.
trying to get by. They didn't have a great life, but they still looked after the kids and
Yeah.
stuff. There's more to it than that.
Have you got it ready?
There's more to it than
I
that!
haven't got it ready.
I should hope so.
We'll probably do it at about 11:30.
So look forward
Okay.
to that, the second
got
half of
that.
Stevie Wonder's Living for the City, a week later. I love a show that's carefully planned. So listen, then, I
He
watched
got
the
into,
tomato
this isn't a
thing.
show. This isn't a show. This isn't a radio show. This is.
I don't know what this
No,
is.
I don't know what it is. We just might as well start banging tambourines and it's ridiculous. This is rubbish, right? But wait, some people emailed in, put him in a wheelie bin, went to Blackpool, right? Some people emailed in the stories, songs with stories in it. One of them was Babushka, and he went, "What's that?" And I went and asked Katie Bush, what is it? I said, oh, it's about a woman who dresses up as another woman and seduces her husband. He went, it wouldn't work. Just dismissed it like that. Why do you think it would work?
because you'd know. I mean, say like right, Suzanne, right, who I
Yeah.
go out with,
Yeah.
right? She can see me from, say, if I'm coming down the high street,
Yeah.
she knows it's me by the way I walk.
Right.
So, just the fact that this woman went and put a wig on, there is no...
You haven't even heard the song!
I know, but you're saying that she put a disguise on and he's
Yeah.
like, oh, I fancy her, and he takes her out, and he doesn't know it's his missus. I just...
You're not buying it.
I mean, I'm controlling this
Whereas
feature.
the flea with your brain going to Glasgow, perfect sense. Yeah. Babushka, rubbish.
Carl, can we have the tomato story after the next tune?
Yeah.
Bit of Coldplay.
Yeah, love it.
Yeah. Coldplay. The Scientist on XFM 104.9. Right. Competition, isn't it?
No, it's Educating Ricky Part 2.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
I wasn't even listening. He's doing all the work, I wasn't even listening. Oh, and he spilled some water down on that. Right, what's this one again then?
Right.
What's the teaser headline?
teaser headline is, What's Tomato with You?
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Go on.
How excited were you when you came up with that? You couldn't wait to come in and tell us, could you?
I
at
think
his
it's a
grinning
good
face.
one because you won't forget it now, will you? I mean, like the worm one. What's so special about the worm?
You know, a lot of people think that if you cut a worm in half, two worms will grow, but no. What happens is if you cut the head end slightly nearer the tail than the tail will die, but the worm with the head will be okay. So, it's exploded a myth, and taught me something.
Right, so the second one, part 2 of Educating Ricky. What's Tomato with You?
Yeah.
What this one's about is, ages ago...
Scientific.
There's never a date. There's never a country, a location.
Okay, settle down, history. Right.
Once upon a time.
Yeah. When a mental place with swords was a king, forget his name, but he was a loony. So, and it was literally ages ago.
Yeah.
So, good luck in the exam. Yeah.
Right. So, like, you know, alright, many years ago,
Oh, yeah, yeah, cleared that up. Go on.
they thought tomatoes were poisonous. Right?
Okay.
Because what
Hold on, are they going to be proved wrong at the end of this story?
Well, what...
Because I don't want to give away the ending, but is it something to do with the... are they poisonous tomatoes?
No.
Oh, you're having a laugh.
I don't believe it.
But,
Go on,
but
go
what-
on.
I could have been eating tomatoes all this time.
Oh, Steve, what's tomato with you anyway?
Okay, so hang on a minute.
What's
Let's just
tomato with
recap
you?
quickly. Many years ago,
Yeah.
when people thought tomatoes were poisonous.
Yeah.
Go on, yeah.
Well, they didn't know they were poisonous then because they were still eating them. But what was happening?
Well, they're not.
was-
But they're not poisonous.
But hang on a minute.
All right, it's not. I'm just going to listen. I'm not even going
Okay,
to
yeah,
talk.
no, okay, I'm not going to tackle anymore.
So, if you remember, years ago they didn't have like pottery plates. they had lead plates, right?
What are you talking?
Just let him talk.
Sorry, what year is this?
Let him talk.
Come on.
Plates made out of lead, and
Right.
what they'd end up doing, they'd say, right, do you want a tomato? And they go, yeah, all right. And they'd put the tomato on the lead plate and cut it, and because of the acid in the tomato, right, it would sort of make the lead runny, and the lead would go into the tomato, and they'd say, oh, it's lovely this, and they'd be eating it. They'd get food poisoning, lead poisoning, what have you, and they'd be really ill. So they thought tomatoes were poisonous, so they didn't eat them for many years.
And when
then
you say
someone said,
they, do you
this
mean
didn't
the people
happen.
of Narnia?
Yeah, this didn't happen,
Where was
Carl.
this happening?
Sort of in Britain and that.
You put him on the spot there. Oh, I hope there's no uppity pupils at this school when they go, what do you mean, sir? Oh, if you're gonna... Oh, I'm fed up with you.
Do you understand?
No.
So the acid...
No, you've got... No, right, okay, first of all, Carl, where'd you get this information from?
Where did I
14
get
times
that?
as well?
Do you know,
You can't remember.
I don't know where I got that from. I don't know where I got it from. But why don't you think that makes sense?
But, what? Someone once got lead poisoning from a tomato?
Not just one, loads, and then all of a sudden... No.
Why is this educating me?
Because I'm telling you that tomatoes, you
But I
eat them...
can't take anything away from this.
Yeah,
I don't know what to take away from this. What have I learned? What have I learned? Don't mix lead with tomatoes. Why is this educational in any shape or form? What are you telling me? A long time ago in the land of Glunk, right, where the ninnies did slib, right, they thought tomatoes were poisonous because they ate plates of lead. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but we all know tomatoes aren't poisonous.
Is that what we're
talking
taking from the
about?
story?
Is that the moral of the story? Don't believe these people that I'd never heard of before. What are you talking about, Carl?
I think it's a bit weird.
It's a bit weird, yeah.
These the same people that were spreading those malicious worm rumours.
My hangover's coming back. I've got to get some water. Play a record that was rubbish. I'm eating.
Hey?
I'm eating.
So am I. Carl, you have to carry on.
Right, yeah.
We're all eating.
Those crisps, food crisps.
So last week, yeah, you were playing your feature, that song I shouldn't switch off because I'm enjoying the story.
Yeah.
And we played Living for the City, only you played the single mix, which doesn't have the entire second act, if you will. So, Carl, you've not heard it before.
I've
You're
never
excited.
heard it before.
You're excited to hear the second act because, as far as you're aware, there was a young guy. He's living with his family. They're fairly impoverished in Mississippi, but you know they're happy. They're getting on all right. But you're not even aware that he's moving to the big city.
No, it just fades out.
Well,
And
that's the city in question.
I mean, I've liked this song for, must be, 3 or 4 years, and I've always listened to the single version. I had no idea that I didn't know the full story. So,
Yeah. It's not. I mean, and I know your attention to detail. You like to know the full story, like where everything
well,
was.
the whole
and-
idea of the feature is to say,
Yeah.
you've got to listen
Where
to the
was the
song.
lead plate thing? Where was the lead plate thing? Where was the lead plate thing?
That was like a few years
Where?
back.
Where was it? Where was
in
it?
Britain and Scotland.
Yeah.
It was a problem all over the world. They had to deal with it.
You're making it up now.
Is it
So-
something you saw in Lord of the Rings?
Yeah.
Right. So anyway,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So-
the Lion
so-
and the Witch. Yeah. Go on.
Go on.
so far then, what did we learn in this story from
We learned
Stevie
so
Wonder?
far from Stevie that there's a young lad, as I say, he's got a family, he's fairly happy, except they're very poor, and they struggle to get by, but they're happy they're doing it. Anyway, he's moving to the big city. Carl, this is the bit you didn't realise. Just play the track.
Okay, here we go. So this is halfway through.
This is
now,
halfway
yeah?
through the tune now. This is, you've not heard this before, have you?
Let's go.
Sorry, I accidentally played an episode of Kojak by mistake. We were going to play a song.
Carl, what did you make of that then?
Yeah. What's happening there then?
Eh? He was living with his family, he was fairly impoverished,
He went
he's
on a
moved
bus.
to
Was
the
that a
new...
bus he was on? Was it?
Right. So
So what's your take on it, Carl?
After hearing that, what I've worked out by it, the first part that we heard last week, everything's all right, but it's not that great living in Mississippi, right? So he goes, "Oh, I'm going to go to New York. There's plenty of work there.
Yeah.
They'll sort of accept me as and everything." So he goes there, and the weird thing is, he's hardly, like, been in New York for a second. He gets on a bus, all of a sudden some cop is arresting him. He's like, what's going on? And then he's got 10 years. I mean, what you can't hear, because the levels are quite bad. I mean, I work with sound. I can't really hear what's going on.
You're criticising Stevie Wonder,
I'm sort of guessing that he didn't pay his bus fare or something. And,
10 years.
He got 10 years for that.
I really don't know what was going on.
Right. But you're not happy, because obviously it's quite
Do you think Stevie Wonder left out some vital ingredients in the story, in your education? Like where it was, or... At least he got where it was. You can tell what year it is. It's, right in the mid-70s there, that funky New York 70s sound.
Alright.
Yeah.
You're pretty disappointed, aren't you? You're pretty worried, 'cause...
So what went on?
Yeah.
What
you know,
happened?
well, you're aware, Carl, because that shows quite a bad image of New York. It's quite an intolerant city, by all accounts. They arrested a guy.
But it is quite
seemingly
bad,
for
'cause
being black.
That's one song where you shouldn't go to New York. Killing a Georgie Rod Stewart. That lad, he was doing alright in Scotland and said, I'm going to go to the big city. He got done in.
Yeah.
Seems to me it's that you don't go there. If you've got, like, problems, don't think New York's the answer.
Right.
Oh, hold on, yeah. So what you're saying, that if you're a bit fed up with your life, but you live with your mum and she's, like, really nice and you got friends, and life's not that bad, don't go and be murdered, or what? What are you saying? Don't go and be murdered.
Well,
Don't go
leave
What? Go on.
Leave home, but don't go to New York.
Right.
There's other places.
Where would you go? Sheffield?
Well, don't know, but...
Yeah.
But
So-
you're a little mank lad, weren't you? You're in your garden. We had your train set. Your brother blew up. There was a horse next door, and you thought, oh, I want to go to London. So, do you know what I mean? You're like that.
Yeah, but...
You're in many ways like the fella in that song, and like Georgie.
No, because
in many ways you are a bit like Georgie, aren't you?
I had a car, so...
No, are you a little bit like Georgie in many
no,
ways?
I didn't get on a bus, I had a car. So I wasn't going to have the problem he had, for a start.
Right.
But, I mean, I suppose there's loads of things you can look at that story and take out of it. That's what I like about the feature, right?
What?
So...
That's what you like about the feature?
The feature that we're doing.
Oh, right.
That song's got a good story.
If you had
in
a
it.
time machine, where would you go? What year would you go? Would you go
Probably the 60s.
Okay, would you go forward at all? What's
No.
your favourite year in the future?
No, I don't know.
If someone could tell your future to you,
I
if someone
wouldn't do it, wouldn't do it.
you wouldn't want to know.
No.
You wouldn't, straight away, you knew that. Straight away, there was no hesitation.
Yeah.
You've thought about this, haven't you?
No.
You've thought
Okay.
to yourself, if someone can reveal my future,
Carl,
you're not going to know.
you've got to do one of these things, right? You know, it's not, like Quantum Leap, like a fella in Quantum Leap. What's his name?
I forget his name, but yeah.
Yeah, and you've got a little fella with Hal, and he's telling you that, right? Would you rather go back, and you go in someone's body, would you rather go back, you could go back to be, a donkey that's carrying Mary to Bethlehem. You could, be a Saigon prostitute in 1975. All those GIs queuing up.
Think about it.
Or, you could be, Moby Dick.
Which of those would you be, Carl? Think about it.
Probably Moby Dick's the best option, isn't it?
Okay.
Thoughts?
What work have we got?
Play a tune, Carl. After this, we need to educate Ricky for the final time.
Final time educating Ricky.
We've still got to give away these tickets to DJ Shadow, and we've got to give the answers to your magnificent
We've only got a
competition.
quarter now. It's not enough time in this show. It's packed.
Race for the prize from the Flaming Lips. Competition answer time, is it, Carl?
Yeah, we did this like about an hour ago.
Rockbusters.
Rockbusters.
With Carl Bilkington.
Yeah, I gave you some initials. The initials sort of made up a band. We had LR, we had NS, and we had FL.
Well, give us the clues. Give us the clues and the answers.
What?
Right, so LR, the clue was, I'll take that book to the toilet with me.
What's
the
the
answer?
answer?
Lou Reed.
Lou Reed.
Good.
That's very good. That's
Okay.
very good, Carl. Well done.
Alright, okay, next one. FL, blow the candles out before you eat the cake. Yeah? We just played them. Flaming Lips.
There we are.
Okay, and the final one was NS. How can I wash up in something shaped like this?
Yeah.
That was NSYNC. Yeah? So,
NSYNC.
NSYNC, it'd be a bit...
NSYNC.
If you had a sink, you wash up in a sink,
Yeah.
shaped like an N, you'd be like, oh, have I got everything out? So-
Has anyone got that? Wow.
Right,
Well, no,
so-
there are right answers, I have to say, Carl. You've done very well. It was an enormous response. I'm just going to click on one of these emails randomly. I'm not even going to look. Who we got here? We've got Kath Turner is the winner. Kath Turner gets those great DVDs and
I
CDs,
think including watching Children of the Corn tonight.
Children of the Corn.
She was going out, but I imagine she's going to phone a few friends and say, I can't come out, I'm ill.
Exactly.
They go, you're not watching Children of the Corn. I go, no.
And we've learnt as well that there are about 5 other sequels to Children of the Corn, so maybe we'll give those away consecutive
Brilliant.
weeks.
What else have we got to do? Have we got anything else to do? Quick, Carl, what would you rather be, a tree frog or a tree crab? Quick. What would you rather be?
Straight away.
Tree frog or a tree crab?
Tree frog.
Why?
Don't know what one is. You just said pick one quick.
A tree frog or a tree crab? What would you rather be, a tree frog, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, what would you rather be, a tick or a leech? They both suck blood, there's not a lot in it. Go on.
Leech.
Why?
Because I heard they've got, I was reading about them yesterday, they've got 300 teeth, and what they do is, if they get on you, right, and you didn't get it off with a match or anything, it would stay there, and it eat 5 times the amount of blood to make it 5 times bigger than the size of itself.
You're a scientist!
And then it'll just go, oh, I've had enough, and it falls off.
Okay.
Naturally.
What would you rather be, a puppy or a kitten?
Kitten.
Why?
Yeah.
Some great adverts there on XFM.
I enjoyed
104.9.
Absolutely. We have to give away these 3 pairs. We have to give these away, Rick.
Yeah.
We've got 3 pairs of
I
DJ
know, but
Shadows.
this got to turn up with
and
this
there's
is
just not enough
so
time.
jam-packed. I think we've planned too much for this show.
We have indeed.
Next week, I think we have a little bit flabbier next week.
Rick,
do less.
Rick, can we chill out next week, please?
Yeah. Go on then.
So yeah, any ideas, guys? Any questions? Sort of DJ Shadow related questions? Any Shadow,
DJ Shadow.
or DJ questions? Carl, any ideas?
What does the word DJ mean?
Yeah, it's too easy.
It's
I'll tell you something I do know,
Go on.
right? But I can't really get a question out of it.
Go on. Just tell us.
There's a shadow somewhere.
It's already good, isn't
I'm loving it already.
No, right. There's a shadow. I think it was in America.
Yeah.
And it's on a quiet road. I'm guessing somewhere like Boston. That's what you mentioned.
Okay.
Right.
No.
Somewhere like Boston, and people at night used to see this shadow moving about, and they'd go, "What's that?" Right? And it got known. The town, the little local town, got known for this shadow, but it didn't cause any problems. People
What are you
used to-
talking about?
Well, it was like,
Just you've lost me.
What are you talking
no,
about?
do you know like some places get famous, like Scotland's got the Loch Ness monster and that, but
No,
it doesn't
go
cause
on,
any.
yeah.
But it doesn't cause any problems.
Doesn't exist, go on.
Right. So there's this shadow walking about on the road. And,
What do you mean? No, what's he again? Rubbish.
Right. So it's walking
Nonsense.
about.
Where did you read this? Where did you
It's
see
walking
this?
about. This was on the internet, and I'm
Oh,
sure.
sorry. Sorry.
Right.
I thought it was shite. I didn't know it was on the internet.
Right. So this shadow is moving about, and
Independently of an object.
yeah, and the local mayor and that is like, yeah, it's a bit weird, but it's not harming anyone.
The mayor involved.
Was he elected to that post?
Hey, mayor, we got a problem down here. Seems like a shadow. Well, it's not causing any. No, it's
Is it
just.
causing any problems?
Yeah, go on.
But that's the thing. It was left for years, and then it did start causing problems.
I see, that's it. If you leave these shadows to go unchecked, Rick, they go crazy.
Yeah.
You let them run amok in the
Yeah.
city.
Yeah.
You've got to stand
What
down
did it do?
on
What did it
Roman
do?
shadows.
What did the shadow do?
It was pushing people off the bikes.
It was what?
It was pushing people off the bikes.
Oh!
I'll find out more for that next week. Right, that'll tease
Oh,
them.
you're a maniac!
We'll do more on that. We haven't had time for educating.
Please never have children.
Right, listen.
You are
Just promise me now you'll never have kids.
Look,
We haven't got time.
Okay,
now
listen.
for-
All right, DJ Shadow, have we got time for these to give these tickets away?
Yeah, if they just call up, we'll.
No, I'll tell you what. I've got a question. Right?
Go on.
Where does Carl think this may have taken place? If you've been listening to the show, where do you think this evil shadow has been running amok? Let us know. The number, Carl?
Good question.
08700 800 1234. So,
Excellent.
but that's it. We are actually out of time.
We are indeed.
now.
Have I got time for a song for the ladies?
It's a bit tight. I was
Why?
told to finish
It's
now.
5:02.
I know, but we've got to get finished early today. So
why?
just because we have, and we're wasting more time talking about why we have to.
Oh, this is pathetic.
So they call up. Where did they see the ghost?
Yeah.
And you've got to pick the tickets up from reception. You can go tonight, see DJ Shadow. That's
Shoddy.
it.
This
right?
is shoddy.
Right. See you then.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
Ask me what a reward is. It's straight fucking cash. Yeah, smiles. Yeah, I smile every day. We're comedians. You know what I mean? I don't need to make a tiny little slave that I have to
It's
serve.
supposed to be a kid. Yeah.
A
So
slave.
you're the slave.
I'm the slave.
You make a master.
I make a little slave master.
Yeah.
Who fucking, oh, daddy, stop smoking weed all day. Oh,
Well-
daddy, make money and buy me clothes because the kids at school are making fun of me because I'm dressed in fucking saran wrap.
Yeah, but your kid is making valid points. You should stop smoking weed all day.
I don't need
Get
a boss.
job.
All right? I
Yeah.
am a jaguar.
All right, Marcus, are we recording?
Yeah.
All right, that's Marcus Parks. I'm Ben Kissel. Terrible father of the year.
I'm the jaguar and I have no boss. No office for the jaguar.
Why are you a jaguar?
Jaguar. He is the most undisciplined of the cats.
I don't think that's true, actually.
Jaguar. You never see me in the night. Made of shadow I am. Smoke weed when I can. The jaguar.
Well, that's a weird jaguar, but all right.
Is that weird?
That was a weird one.
We
yeah.
don't know what jaguar. Maybe I was a bit of a were-jaguar.
All right, well, today we're talking about
You
werewolves.
see?
That was good. No, it was,
See what I
creatures in
did?
the night. All right, werewolves, everybody. Very exciting episode.
I deflected some Mormons today. I do want to say that these two
Yeah.
fucking blonde-haired, blue-eyed little fucking Nazi pieces of shit tried to sit next to me on the train, and I was wearing my Zombie Jesus t-shirt, and I just showed them my t-shirt, and they walked away.
They love zombie Jesus, though. They're
can't get
Mormons.
through- if they can't get through one layer of Zombie Jesus, how are you gonna fucking make it in this world? All right, you can't turn me. You can't turn anybody.
Nope. But the Mormons are one of the nicer folks who evangelicalize.
Evangelize.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they're one of the better ones. They dress in their little suits.
I hate
They're kind
their
of adorable.
fucking stupid little suits. I want to give them wedgies.
Well, that's rude. All right, everybody. All right, let's go into werewolves, Marcus.
So let's.
Hey, Steven, I got a new dog for you. That's not a dog.
I love werewolves.
So let's
I
go
love 'em
through
too.
werewolves throughout history.
Now, do we feel in the end like a lot of what we're going to read about werewolves is that there are magical properties to werewolves in many of these folklore, but also it seems like they're a possible sort of filter for before we understood that there were things like being a psychopath.
Yeah.
Being a psychopath, just big old cats. Yeah, and wild animals.
Yeah,
as well.
big cats.
It's the same thing with gods. We created gods to explain things that we couldn't understand.
Yeah, because everyone was like trying to tell everybody else it was bad to be beaten off all day. So that say there's a dude up there with a fucking lute sitting on a cloud, making sure that you aren't shooting your fucking jasm all day, and and you go get a job. That's what God was for.
That's what he was for. All right, I'll buy it.
Let's start with ancient Greece.
What lies in Henry's ass crack? Ancient Greece. Hello.
You want egg? You want egg and bacon? I make you egg and bacon. So writers have handed down Agriopaz's tale of Demanitus of Parazia.
These are not words.
Now, are these are all like itchy skin diseases, right?
That sound like it.
Who, during the Arcadian sacrifices for the festival of Zeus Lycaeus means wolf, by the way, tasted the viscera of a human child who was turned into a wolf for 10 years.
Now, viscera means what? That's like
Guts.
gut bag.
Yeah.
Ooh. Cool.
At the end of those 10 years, however, he supposedly became a man again and competed in the Olympics.
So this is kind of like a Teen Wolf. It's like when he turned into the wolf, he was better in sports, and it was like him coming in on a chariot while fucking Johnny B. Good's playing on the top of it.
It's sort of the opposite, though, because when he turned back into a human, he was good at sports. As a wolf, he didn't understand organized competition.
No, but the wolf gave him his fucking groove back.
I'd say it's more like Ray Lewis. That, you know, he killed somebody.
The former Baltimore Raven?
Yeah, he killed somebody. He wasn't allowed to play for a while, and then he became an athlete again and won the Super Bowl.
Hell yeah.
okay.
Everybody's dream. That's America's dream.
It is.
You know, Elliot Rodgers, if he had just made it through the killing, he would have been on to be an amazing singer-songwriter.
It's possible.
So in the Latin work of prose, the Satyricon, which, by the way, Satyricon, also a fucking awesome metal band.
Also an awesome Fellini film that's really good to get a fucking spark to. And because it also gets your rope all fucking stiff.
Your rope stiff. Yeah.
Well, that was written in 60 BC by Gaius Petronius Arbiter.
Can't one of these guys maybe be fucking Eddie?
Not yet. Not yet. We didn't get there yet. We didn't get lazy as a tongue yet.
Yeah, we're not going to get to Eddie before we get to Wisconsin.
Yes.
And that's a long ways off.
that Bay Bridge.
And one of the characters in that story, Nicaros, he tells a story about a banquet about a friend who turned into a wolf.
Listen, everybody, listen.
This is a very boring story so far.
He describes the incident as follows. Take it.
When I looked for my buddy, I see he'd stripped and he piled his clothes by the roadside.
Who invited Nicaros?
He pees in a circle. No, listen.
Is it going anywhere, or is this like last Thanksgiving when you told the story about the twigs that were all cracking?
He turned into a werewolf at the end. You'll love it. Okay. All right? He took my buddy. He stripped and piled his clothes by the roadside. He pees in a circle. He pees around.
Okay, we can't eat until you finish the story.
And then just like that, he turned into a wolf man. After he turned into a wolf, he started howling and he ran to the woods.
Is that it? So he peed on some things.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was a magic pee. Opened it. Made him into a wolf.
You had a full year to come up with the story this year.
I hope everybody tries my crackers I made. I made crackers for dinner.
Thank you.
I don't know how the Satyricon got to be such a famous work of prose because it fucking sucks.
Yeah,
it's horribly written. And then he peed on a clothes in a circle, and then there was he turned into a wolf, and then he ran off.
So the PP made the werewolf?
It was a bond he made possibly with Zeus Lycaeus.
And Zeus wanted urine?
That is a possible, in magic, that's one of the possible ways in order to become a beast, to do your transmogrification, is you take all of your clothes off, the things that represent man.
And make you human, and then you perform some sort of animalistic activities, such as pissing all over it. It's just like, you know...
Is that why R. Kelly pisses on all those girls?
To turn them into him.
Yeah. Wild.
Now you're on the trolley.
Oh, all right.
So when you're drunk and you piss all over yourself, you become more like Ben.
Oh, I see.
You know what I mean? You become the were-Ben.
Oh, all right.
So before the end of the 19th century, the Greeks believed that the corpses of werewolves, if not destroyed, would return to life in the form of wolves or hyenas, which prowled the battlefields, drinking the blood of dying soldiers.
Now that's really going to hurt the draft.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yes, war is already bad. But then if you also heard that even if you're just kind of wounded, laying it in a field, eventually some kind of celestial beast is going to come and suck the rest of the blood out of you. Yeah. That's gonna make people nervous.
I feel like it's kind of a nice thing to do, though. Put them out of your misery. Drink out the blood faster. I mean, otherwise you're going to bleed out real slow. A bunch of slugs are going to get in your eyes. It's disgusting. Right?
So in the same vein, in some rural areas of Germany, Poland, and northern France,
the dumber parts of Europe,
it was once believed that people who died in mortal sin came back to life as blood-drinking wolves. Would return to their human corpse form in daylight, and they were dealt with by decapitation with a spade and exorcism by a parish priest. The head would then be thrown into a stream where the weight of its sins were thought to weigh it down. Sometimes the same methods were used to dispose of ordinary vampires.
So these were Catholics? Just going around beheading people. They were like, I'm not a werewolf. I am totally
I'm just
a
kind
person.
of sick and I have a bad complexion.
Well, we better cut off his head.
No, I'm the town accountant. I'm the only one who understands the taxes. Kill the tax vampire.
I'm on board with that.
I want to kill some fucking tax vampires real soon.
Absolutely.
The vampires were also linked to the werewolf in East European countries, particularly Bulgaria, Serbia, and Slovenia. And
this
Serbia,
is the poorer and dumber part of Europe.
Yeah. This is when it gets real bad.
This was just made up after somebody was just looking at his wife. And she was all pissed off at him. He was like, Bertha, you're a real werewolf right now. I'm going to go tell the town priest. Get that head right off you.
You go tell your buddy that is a chance. That chance.
In Serbia, the werewolf and vampire were known collectively as Volkodlak. And over here in America, the American Indian tribe, the Naskapis, believed that the caribou afterlife was guarded by giant wolves, which kill careless hunters venturing too near.
Now, for something as peaceful as a caribou, that's a very violent heaven.
I mean, they are safe, though. The caribous are having a very peaceful time.
At the same time, they're still going to be like, yes. I would feel, let's say our heaven was us in a giant, like, nice baseball stadium.
We're having a great time. Yeah.
We're having a good time. We're laughing. We're watching a baseball game. But outside of it is just like a bunch of just like laser-driven, 20-foot-long AK-47s, right?
Yeah.
To keep, keep
Robot
caribou
wielding.
from getting in there.
Yeah, no caribou in our heaven.
No, absolutely not.
No.
But I would still be nervous with the AK-47s around.
I mean, wolves eat caribou, so this would be like getting World War II vet heaven guarded by Nazis. Cool. It's weird.
That's kind of fucking awesome.
Yeah.
I want to see that movie.
So
this whole episode is filled with things where I literally was like, that's a movie I want to see. You'll see. I just wanted like a list of fucking
bunch of World
amazing
War II
movie
vets
plots.
come back from the dead, okay?
To protect our fucking souls from giant Japanese spiders coming into our heaven.
Right now we're going to stick with Portlandia. We're going to go with season 4.
I got a couple more ideas.
You have more ideas?
This thing called the talking trash can, and it goes, hey, fuck you, fuck you,
A talking trash can?
Yeah, and it's called Fuck You, the Trash Can.
This could actually work after Marin. That could actually work out.
Let's get into some of the folklore of werewolves. Let's start with appearance and behavior. Werewolves were said in European folklore to bear telltale physical traits, even in their human form. These included the meeting of both eyebrows at the bridge of the nose, curved fingernails, low-set ears, and a swinging stride.
Now, you talking about just being Greek?
Yeah, Greek or Russian or just anything Orthodox.
One method of identifying a werewolf in its human form was to cut the flesh of the accused under the pretense that fur would be seen underneath the wound.
There's just so many. All of these ways of testing for werewolves are dangerous and permanent.
Yeah.
Like, they don't have any. There's no, can't we, stick their finger in some cobalt and the cobalt turns green? We just make up a new thing and not always, how about we slash at them with this fucking pronged fork?
Yeah. It was always very difficult to avoid, the scrutiny, because, back in the day, if you were a witch, well, if she drowned, she wasn't, but you're dead. And then now they just, cut you open. They're like, if he bleeds, he's a werewolf. Yep.
Yeah, and it's just and it was just the one free-flowing, big-titted woman in the clan. And I'm sure that a lot of these guys are just it's whoever you want to get rid of.
Oh, yeah.
That's the easiest part about, a lot of these things, where it's if a guy's, a little off, or we were talking about, if you're a Down syndrome sufferer.
Well, we haven't gotten to that yet.
Yeah, but it's if you're any sort of, let's say, a weird, or you're some sort of, probably traveling Lothario, they think you're a werewolf.
Right. A weird wolf, if you will. Thank you.
And I will.
All right.
Hello.
Don't do it.
The appearance of the werewolf, of course, changes from culture to culture. The Swedish people, they believed that a werewolf could be distinguished from a regular wolf by the fact that a werewolf would run on 3 legs while sticking the 4th leg out to look like a tail, because werewolves don't have tails.
They say that that's also the same thing with witches when they are in animal forms, that any animal form that they take on, they do not have tails, which I find to be interesting. I wonder why that is. I wonder if it's because you could tell a lot about an animal's how an animal's mental state by its tail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that could very well be it.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm asking for opinion.
And you're trying to find logic in medieval thinking.
I think somebody saw a 3-legged wolf.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
That's a werewolf. It's over there. Let's cut off its dick. Whoa, PD.
Here's something I didn't know. Here's something I didn't know about
Why are you
werewolves.
cutting off my dick? This makes no sense. I'm a three-legged wolf already.
Better cut off his tail. Oh, it's got a tail in the
You know,
front.
life has not been good for me. Sad. It's got 3 legs to start with and cut off your dog.
It's just a man who's got a fucking no dick. He's been slashed multiple times.
spinal
He's
bifidus.
Just ran from town to town because he thinks he's a werewolf everywhere he goes.
With any luck, this town will think I'm a god.
Please.
No,
Please.
no, not a werewolf.
It's just back hair. I just have back hair and I have knee hair.
I mean, that's a good question. Was this a part of evolution? Were people just super hairy back then and we just slowly got rid of all the hairy ones?
I don't think so.
I don't know. Henry's still around.
That's a good point.
Yeah, and I'm staying.
I didn't see you last night around midnight.
Because I was being a werewolf.
Here's something I didn't know about werewolves, that in medieval Europe, they staunchly believed that werewolves they like to devour recently buried corpses, which is a weird thing. They dig up the corpses and they'd eat them.
Again, it sounds like an excuse that somebody made because also at the time there was all that crude science going on. You also have like people digging up dead bodies to like do stuff
Trying
with
to
them.
reanimate them, right?
Yeah,
Stuff like that.
dumb shit like that.
I mean, just people trying to understand the human body.
Also, we're looking at this is probably during this, like, we always see spikes in sort of irrational beliefs, like, after the plagues, when like during specific wars, like during like weird, like even local problems. There's a lot of
most of those irrational beliefs involve the Jews.
All right.
Quite a few of them
every
do.
time,
You never know.
that's the thing. It'd be different if they said that these were like the hook-nosed were-toucans. Like that would be different. That would be like, okay, now we're getting into racism.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised that the Jews never showed up in werewolves or witches, because in the Black Plague, the Jews, man, they were blamed for almost everything. That was one of the.
I say to these Jews, you just got to get out of there.
Oh, get out of there.
Just take care of yourself. Just escape. Leave your. I know it's your home.
You want the Jews to make a large exodus. Is that what you're saying?
An exodus. And to possibly have a state of their own.
I think they deserve it, don't they?
So Finno-Scandian werewolves, that would be Finland and Scandinavia around there. They were usually old women who possessed poison-coated claws and had the ability to paralyze cattle and children with their gaze.
Just like a certain Rebecca De Mornay.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, I haven't thought about Rebecca De Mornay in too long.
So here's how you become a werewolf. Many, many, many methods for becoming a werewolf. One of the biggest ones was to wear a belt made of wolf skin.
Yep.
That gave you magical powers.
Like Peter Stump.
Yeah, who we will get to later.
Yes.
Who is one of the most brutal murderers of all time, if the story is true.
So is that why Henry looks like a cow? Because he wears a leather belt?
The roast is over.
That is good. Is that why?
There are other cases in which it was over Sunday. We released the episode.
No, but I mean,
we put it behind us.
Yeah, I know.
We can forget about it.
I know. I just had a couple of extra jokes in there, and there was one of them.
Another way to do it, you can drink rainwater out of the footprint of the animal in question.
I think this is supposed at a time when there was very little bowls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could also do it by drinking from certain enchanted streams. The 16th
You just drink from like bad water sources, and you get real sick and throw up a bunch.
Yeah, and then maybe you act all deranged because there's a lot of times they have like like ergot would be like it like growing in the fucking mud.
Ergot is a lot of people say that's a big reason for a lot of psychosis back in the Middle Ages. If you didn't know, ergot is a fungus that grew.
It grows on rye bread.
It grows on rye bread and in wheat, so they didn't know how to properly store a lot a lot of their shit
because they were fucking stupid.
They were idiots.
That's right.
And so this ergot, it's a hallucinogenic. And a bad hallucinogenic, not a fun one like mushrooms. It causes you have you
get all creepy deepy.
You get really creepy deepy. There's a lot of accounts in the Middle Ages of entire villages having these mass panics, these mass hallucinations because of ergot.
So if you're the one person in town who didn't take it, then you're the werewolf because everyone just trips nuts all around you.
It's like when you're the only person who's on mushrooms.
Yeah.
You're kind of the werewolf.
Yeah.
Speaking of illicit substances, the 16th century Swedish writer Olaus Magnus says that the Livonian werewolves were initiated by drinking a cup of specially prepared beer.
Hell yeah.
And repeating a set formula.
What's his name?
Olaus Magnus.
He sounds like the world's strongest writer. Yeah. He just keeps on ripping the pages on accident every time. I had the perfect page.
These hands don't know their strength. I can't hold a pen. How will I write?
Just keeps on snapping them.
He just like runs his fingers through stone to like write the words on the side of a mountain.
This will take a long time, yes.
In Italy, France, and Germany, it was said that a man or woman could turn into a werewolf if he or she, on a certain Wednesday or Friday, slept outside on a summer night with a full moon shining directly in his or her face.
And that's where the term lunatic comes from, derived from luna, the Latin derivative for the moon, saying that you get like a moon disease if you sleep in the moonlight.
Check, please. Hello. Let's end this date.
This data.
I can't wait for you to have to start dating again at some point in the future.
Yeah.
Oh, those are going to be fun for them.
Yeah, they'll see. They'll see. But I will be buying my women.
Of course, when it comes to things like this, the transformation could also be accomplished by a satanic allegiance.
Ooh, cool.
Yeah.
Often for human flesh.
Hell yeah.
Now we've got another reading here. This is by Richard Verstegan, and the book is called Restitution of Decayed Intelligence, written in 1628.
Sounds like a prog rock album.
Restitution of Decayed Intelligence, the new album by
in its eclipse.
Fucking love King Crimson.
Yeah,
man. He's the
I
fucking
love
best.
these guys.
Henry, would you like to read from Restitution?
The werewolves are certain sorcerers who are having anointed their bodies with an ointment which they make by the instinct of the devil, and putting on a certain enchanted girdle.
Oh, a girdle.
Does not only unto the view of others seem as wolves, but to their own thinking have both the shape and nature of wolves, so long as they wear the said girdle like a certain Dolly Parton. And they do dispose themselves as very wolves in worrying and killing and most of humane creatures.
So there's like a Spanx? Like a Spanx type thing? That
Yeah,
makes
magic
into a werewolf?
Spanx.
Yeah, oh my.
The curse of the werewolf was also considered to be divine punishment. It's said that if you were excommunicated from the Roman Catholic Church, you became a werewolf.
Man, if only
Or
that
not
was so
a pedophile.
cool. Yeah.
That's great.
That would be so cool.
To be
To, like,
excommunicated from the Roman
Not
Catholic
only
Church?
do you not have to go to fucking church anymore
Thank
ever
God.
fucking again, but you're also a werewolf then.
But then I think they cut your head off.
No, they gotta find you and you're too busy fucking hiding in the brush.
The problem is you're not an actual werewolf and you'll just get hungry and got to come back to town.
Oh man.
Yeah.
So let's get it in. Right now, I want to get into the story of Theis, God's werewolf.
I love this guy.
This guy is the coolest.
Now, this is some stories of like great historical werewolves. There's like a shit ton of these.
Yeah.
And they're all awesome.
Yeah, they're all awesome. So this guy, Theis, he was an 80-year-old man, and he said that his power came not from the devil, but from God himself. When he was confronted...
What year was this around?
This was in about the 1600s.
80 years old in the 1600s.
Yeah.
Strong immune system.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's been eating a lot of corn stalk. I'm not sure.
I have no idea what they ate.
Well, it's a myth that people did not live for a long time during those times because the average age, what they factor into that is the high infant mortality rate. So a lot of people...
Oh, so yeah, if a lot of babies die at 0, it's going to affect the fucking averages. I will say that that's fucking stupid, like in terms of math, because it's like, we know, yes, babies died. Yes, they're bringing, I know that brings the average age down. Yes.
How did they survive all day without 5-hour energy drink? And
I don't know.
Magical elixirs like Coca-Cola.
So you think you can dance? If I didn't have that show, I wouldn't be able to live another day.
Oh, Emmett Smith's so dreamy.
I love he's light of step, but it's also fun to see him be a fish out of water.
So this guy, when he was confronted with being a werewolf, he confessed. He said that his nose had been broken by a man named Skystan.
Skystan broke my nose.
He said he was a witch who was dead at the time when he had struck Thais. And according to Thesis...
He was a witch. She must have been dead at the time. I don't know. I'm 80.
Yeah.
All right, I'm fucking 80.
Are y'all listening to me still? Oh, my goodness. All right.
So according to Thesis' testimony, Skystan and other witches were preventing the crops in the area from growing. Their purpose for doing so was to carry the grain back into hell.
Yeah, they're taking our jobs, just like these Mexicans.
Yeah.
But we could say because they're taking grain back to hell, it's more like they're Hexicans.
I'm not going to give it to you. And really, corporate America and the government slave state, that's what's taking our jobs.
Hexicans.
Mexicans are the scapegoats. The Hexicans.
So, Thais, with a band of other werewolves, descended into hell to fight the witches in recovering the grain.
Now, this is sort of like the plot to I, Frankenstein.
A little bit,
But
yeah.
but it's like instead of witches, werewolves, it's Frankenstein's gargoyles.
Yeah.
So the warring of the werewolves and the witches, it occurred on 3 nights a year, St. Lucia, Pentecost, and St. John.
So they fucking scheduled it?
Well, it was during the seasonal changes when presumably the portal to hell opened up.
I hate to tell these fucking witches, but you need to fucking do some kind of sneak attack. You need to like not just have it be the 3 nights a year, man.
Well, if they were slow to their descent, then the witches would bar the gates of hell, the crops, the livestock, and even the fish catch would suffer that year. Got to be on time.
These werewolves are the fucking tip of the spear, the last hope for this country.
I just feel like it would be easier to study wind patterns and just like why weather is.
No. Witches. Witches and werewolves, they fight.
Before they
war
thought about
underground.
irrigation and things like that, they just went with werewolves. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, Farm Aid would have been a lot more interesting if it was about like, y'all, we need to raise money to help buy shields for the werewolves that are fighting the witches with our grain going down to hell, y'all.
Yeah, that would have been a better concert, yeah.
So as weapons, the werewolves carried iron bars, the witches used broom handles, and Thais said that Skystan broke his nose with a broom handle wrapped in a horse's tail.
Bunch of fucking nerds.
And when asked what became of the souls of the werewolves, which is a natural question because at this time they believed that werewolves were of the devil, Thais said that they all went to heaven, and he said that werewolves were the hounds of gods who helped mankind by preventing the devil from carrying off the abundance of
And
the
then
earth.
this dude turned around, wiped sweat from his brow, and was like, oh, I hope they believed all that bullshit.
Yeah,
Oh my
I can go
God.
back. Yeah, they just they're like, all right, now we can arrest him for being the man who had sex with all the tomatoes left in the silo.
The tomato fucker. Oh, no.
Thais maintained...
I'm a werewolf.
Thais maintained that if it was not for them, the werewolves, all would suffer. He said that there were werewolves in Germany and Russia also fighting witches in their own hells.
So each country has their own hell?
Yes.
There's a lot of rules, a lot of structure he's put into it.
It's the Middle Ages. They made it up as they went along.
We would have done so well then.
Yeah, I feel like everyone just made up these things on the fly after people came to their house with pitchforks and fire. And they were like, no, listen.
No, listen. No, all this is totally cool. Yeah.
So Thais, he said that he maintained his innocence until the day that he was finally convicted of the crime. The judges sentenced him to 10 lashes for acts of idolatry and superstitious beliefs.
That's not so bad.
One of the few people to not be executed.
That tells you, but that's how fast a talker. And again, he probably was also pretty damn funny. You got to be funny in that scenario, or you're going to get punished.
Yeah.
So you mean I could have given those Mormons 10 lashes for superstitious beliefs?
I think that not anymore. I don't think you're allowed to.
I'll tell them I'm like, I'm a good werewolf.
Yeah.
I'd love to corner some Mormons and give them this theory and just be like, I'm a fucking good werewolf, and where were you when I was fighting the fucking witches on St. John's Day?
So you may ask, if I'm a werewolf, how will I be cured?
Yeah. Marcus, if I'm a werewolf, how would I be cured?
Let me tell you, sir.
Good. This is good. This is good. We should play this. We should have a segment in every episode, which is like Ben the customer goes to Marcus the apothecary.
So in medieval Europe, there were 3 traditional methods to cure the victim of werewolfism: medicinally, via the use of wolfsbane, surgically, or by exorcism.
Surgically?
Yeah,
Surgically.
what's that gonna be like?
Here's how they actually did that. Of course, many of the surgical methods were extremely fatal to most of the patients.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's why they call what doctors do a practice.
Sicilians believed in an old Arabic belief that you could cure a werewolf by striking him on the forehead or scalp with a knife.
Yeah, fucking try to get close to him. Yeah, sure, go ahead. Yeah, Grandma. Yeah, go tap it on the fucking head with a knife.
With a little knife there. A tap or a real strike, huh?
A strike.
Okay.
I strike you.
Yeah. Ow. Ouch. Ow.
Are you a werewolf anymore?
I never was.
You can also kill a werewolf, or you can also cure a werewolf by driving nails into his hands.
Oh, Jesus Christ was a werewolf.
It's very possible Jesus was the first werewolf. Harry? Where was he the first 13 years? Or no, wait, 13 to, what was it? 13 to 30?
You could also cure a werewolf, much less extreme methods. In the German lowland of Schleswig-Holstein, a werewolf could be cured if one were to simply address it 3 times by its Christian name.
Well, that's a nice way to do it.
Yeah.
So if you're a werewolf, that's where you want to be.
You want to be in Lower Germany.
That's a big thing too. Where it's like werewolves need to be reading these fucking books and newspapers and going to where the less harsh punishments are.
Yeah, just say your name 3 times. That's it. That's simple.
Yeah, and Danish belief holds that simply scolding a werewolf will cure it.
You bet, werewolf. You bet. You bet. Oh, how dare you, werewolf. Oh, I will rub your nose in the boy you murdered. You stinking werewolf. You have never been. Oh, I spunk you.
You know what? I'm cured. I'm actually cured. Thank you.
Newspaper.
I'll never kill that boy again.
Is that a Dutch accent?
Yeah,
I spunk you.
So that sounds. I spunk you.
I spunk you.
Seems like
it's the closest we're going to come today.
Yeah, that's for sure. We'll have to go back and learn it a little bit more, but that's fine. So you had surgery done to you. You had your forehead tapped with a knife, or you just had your name said 3 times or scolded.
Yeah, or exorcism was involved. Which also
a
at the
lot
time,
of people would die during these exorcisms, right?
Oh yeah,
yeah, because they would keep them like tied up with no food for days and days because they thought that they were making the demon hungry and it's got to go out for fucking pizza.
Yeah,
and it's like I don't think you understand, guys.
No,
let's be reasonable. Like me just tied.
Sounds like the devil's still in him.
No,
guy.
No. Just like looking for a sandwich.
Sounds like something the devil would say.
Reasonable is of the devil's vocabulary.
That's not true. No, it's a man's vocabulary. I'm reasonable.
Tell me how many peppers did Peter Piper pick?
It's a fake thing.
The devil's still in the boy.
No, it's fake. 9 peppers.
Incorrect. The answer is 4.
What?
Yes.
That is right.
So let's get into some cryptozoological werewolves.
Yeah, this is my favorite thing because now it's like, what's the difference between a werewolf and a dog man?
Well, let's stay back in the 18th century for just a moment with the beast of Gavaldon.
Ooh.
Cool.
It was associated with man-eating wolf-like animals, which terrorized Gavaldon between 1764 and 1767. The attacks occurred in an area 56 by 50 miles. It was said to be committed by beasts that had formidable teeth and immense tails. Witnesses also saw the beasts were wounded at several occasions without dying, including shots at point-blank range. Victims were said to have their throats torn, used a considerable amount of manpower and money to hunt the animals, including the resources of several nobles, the army, civilians, and a number of royal huntsmen, which the U.S. government has still not done for Bigfoot.
Yeah. Come on, guys.
Or the frogmen. Or the melon heads out there terrorizing people. The fucking Marines aren't deployed to Virginia to take down the Mothman.
Well, these are the French.
Not.
Yeah. The number of victims, quite a few victims, 113 deaths, 49 injuries, 98 of the victims killed were partially eaten. Other sources say that it was more between 60 and 100 adults and children.
But nobody did math at the time. Nobody knew how to record a single fact.
They didn't even know how many kids they had on their own.
No,
they were birthing them out, losing them.
I'm pretty certain that there's 3 Girards. I'm not sure how many sons we have.
It actually, interesting enough, at this time, the French and particularly the English kept some of the most detailed and accurate records of deaths, specifically.
They love death.
They loved it, and they loved to write about it, much like us.
Yeah.
They were very obsessed with death those days, so they made sure to write down every fucking thing. Unfortunately, there were people that were, no, there were this many deaths. Oh, no. Of course, no, there were 60.
A witch did it. Get out of here. Get out of here, Jacques.
Of course, descriptions vary, but generally the beast was said to look like a wolf, but was as big as a cow. It said it had a big dog-like head, small straight ears, wide chest, a large mouth. The muzzle was said to look like that of a pig or
Could
a
it have
calf.
been a bear? Could it be a bear?
It could have been a swamp goat.
Yeah.
There's lots of different animals
be.
out there. It
Yeah.
could have been a bat cow. Have you seen these bat cows?
I did see the bat cow. They hang upside down when they sleep.
Oh my goodness! But the best part though is that because they sleep during the day, you just fucking lop the head off right there, and you got yourself bat T-bone.
Oh my god, bat cow burgers are my favorite kind of. Yeah, good.
So the beast fur was said to be red, but its back was streaked with black, and of course, like most cryptozoological animals, was said to be accompanied by an unpleasant odor.
Because they live in their shit.
Yes, they do.
Constantly. Yeah.
So the first recorded attack of the beast of Garivan was recorded in 1764. Many people were killed throughout that entire time, and it said that the victim would only target the victim's head or neck region. The bites were not to the arms and legs, and which is actually unusual because that's usually where wolves and predators go to first.
Yeah, and they tear open the guts too and start playing with your fucking intestines.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they were good at killing. So these things were just like, it could have just been, I don't know what they were.
This is a beast. I mean,
You know, I'm no scientist. I wasn't back in the day. You know what I mean?
No.
I wasn't there.
You're not now.
No.
Never have been.
So conjecture is useless.
Well,
I feel like a real CNN reporter.
you actually sound just like one. Like zero information. You're saying words though.
So
Where's the plane?
Oh, we still don't know. It's still up there somewhere. But these huge beasts, they could focus in on the neck and just kind of tear off the head.
Yeah. It looks
That's
like,
it.
that's what it
And
sounds
they never
like.
ate any other part of the body?
Oh, no, they absolutely devoured most of the bodies.
So how do we know
But
where they
did-
started?
Well, medieval forensics?
Yeah, but
these are not, I mean, you're looking for logic in medieval thinking.
Yeah.
We're just trying to tell the story to the people.
Yeah, man. Yeah. All right.
Well, you sound like some of those fellas on the Facebook page.
Oh, take it easy. Oh, my goodness. I can't deal with all that.
So, of course, the hunt finally came because so many people were being killed. They finally went to Louis the 15th, who sent 2 professional wolf hunters.
I shall send a wizard, and the wizard will beat the big dogs. Won't they, Excelsior? Yes, yes, King Louis. I'll take care of the bat cows.
That's how all this insanity started. Louis the 15th, so I would assume is he the 15th in this generation of Louis that have been kings ever since?
Oh, yeah.
So he's retarded.
Yo.
He is like James Dolan is the second of all the Dolans, and he's the worst owner in
But they
sports.
also could have just been normal dogs, but then they couldn't catch them, and so eventually some sheriff is like, and those dogs, they were big as a cow, and and they were the meanest dogs I've ever seen in my life.
And Louis the 15th is just sitting there drooling on the throne. He's like, yes, go kill him. Yes, well, scary, yes.
So finally, 2 professional wolf hunters, Jean-Charles Marc-Antoine Vomisley Demvaux, and his
Pussy
son.
comes running, by the way. Holy Christ.
You're a wolf hunter.
That is
And
the
your name?
sexiest job you can have.
And, of course, in 1765, Antoine killed another wolf that was 31 inches high, 5 feet 7 inches long, and weighing 130 pounds. Big fucking wolf.
Yeah. So
Really?
they thought they had him.
They thought they had him. However, on December 2nd, 1769, another beast severely injured 2 men. And finally, the creature was killed by Jean Castel on 1770, says that he was a part of a large hunting party, and he sat down to read the Bible and pray. But during one of the prayers, the creature came into sight, staring at Chastel, who finished his prayers before shooting the beast. And some believe that this is proof that Chastel participated with the beast because the beast did not immediately attack him. So it's said that this good Christian man may have been in league with the devil.
Sounds like a nerd to me. Oh, yes, I will kill you, Beast, when I'm done with my readings.
When I'm done with my readings, Beast. So stay right there.
Don't move, Beast.
Stay right here. Stay right there. And just be very
what
patient.
you reading?
So let's get to some of the American cryptozoological.
Yeah, it's time for the Beast at Bray Road.
So Castell did it, huh? Castell saved the day.
Castell
he saved France.
Saved the day and saved all of France.
Yes, and baguettes for everyone.
So the Michigan Dog Man was reported in 1887 in Wexford County, Michigan. He was sighted all over Michigan, primarily in the northwestern quadrant of the Lower Peninsula.
Now, that's a lot of directional information.
Yes, it is.
Northwestern quadrant of the Lower Peninsula.
Well, you know me. I like the facts.
Yes.
So the Michigan Dog Man, he also attacked this man, Robert Fortney, was said he attacked by 5 wild dogs. One of the two walked on 2 legs, which, you know, I've seen before. When you cut off a dog's 2 front legs,
I know, exactly.
They can walk around on 2 legs.
Every time I've snipped off a dog's 2 fucking front legs.
Right.
They always stand right up, and they're all like, and they'll do a little dance.
Hey, so Henry, I noticed you had a broken chair there, but if the 2 new legs are those dog legs?
Dog legs. Standing right up.
There's still hair. You didn't shave the hair off of them there, but
I know this is where dog men come into play. I think a lot of times what we're going to see with these dog men is that they're bears that got into some mushrooms, right? And they're all standing up all weird, or they have like mange.
Yeah. And the weirdest thing about the Michigan Dog Man is that in 1987, the legend of Michigan Dog Man gained popularity when a disc jockey from WTCM-FM recorded a song about the creature and its reported sightings.
Ooh, cool.
Called The Legend of Dog Man Song.
What's it all about?
Henry's going to do a little dance for us here.
So the officer and I went out there.
And me and Ben, we're going to be charged with a task.
Well, Henry has not started to dance, and he is still sitting, and he's just waving his arms around like he's way back in the hot dog line. But he wants to get the hot dog vendor's attention, so the hot dog vendor will just throw him a hot dog like it's a football, and he's going to catch it in his mouth like he's a real dog man.
I just realized in order for me to dance, I'll have to wear these headphones, and I will just rip it off the table. I'll just rip the whole thing.
You can stand up. The thing's long enough.
No, you can just stay. It doesn't matter. I mean, we could make it up. Yeah, now he looks like a little, if a teapot could dance. He literally hailed Hitler.
Yeah, he's doing...
I do want to say that at this point, and he's now flipping the bird off as if he's angry with the hot dog man for not getting his attention. He's now making his index fingers long nipples. So that's kind of arousing and kind of exciting there.
Oh, nipples on his knees.
Nipples are now down on his knees. This is a really wonderful dance. And now he is once again hailing Hitler. All right. Well, wonderful dance.
Yeah, and you can check it out.
11 lumberjacks near the Garland Swamp found an animal they thought was a dog. In a playful mood, they chased it around until it ran inside.
No chorus to this song.
It's just a story, man.
No, it's like it's a story rap.
I mean, the most amazing thing so far is that people had jobs in Michigan. We got a disc jockey and lumberjacks. It's been seen in decades.
We got to put this song up.
Yeah, we'll put this song up on the Facebook page.
Great song. Great song.
Oh, yeah. It's wonderful.
In 87, then, did people go out and try to hunt the dog man?
Oh, no. They just kind of let it hang
No, they
out.
wanted to party with the dog man.
Yeah, you had a sweet-ass DJ. And by the way, it sold thousands upon thousands of copies. He made little cassette tapes, and he donated all of the profits to a local animal shelter.
Oh, that is very sweet.
Yeah, DJs are usually terrible people. That's the nicest thing I've ever heard of one doing.
A radio DJ, it's like literally, it's like on the terms of like morality, it's like the very bottom is fucking U.S. Senator, and then right above it is fucking radio DJ.
I was a radio DJ for 5 years.
Look at you. No, you're one of the good ones, Marcus.
Yeah, I will agree. They've all got the ponytail, the baseball cap. Ugh.
But now they know exactly.
WNBC.
They know exactly how to tell those kids that it's reverse time here at the old ski hut, roller skate hut.
Well,
Okay,
we're out
boys.
here at Albertsons this afternoon. We're giving away hats. We're giving away frisbees. We're giving away KUIJ bumper stickers.
All right, and everybody, let's get the lead out.
So let's get to. There's also the Beasts of Bray Road, which is
Bray Road.
Yeah.
That's in Elkhorn, Wisconsin. He's described by purported witnesses, but in several ways, a bear-like creature, 2 feet tall on all fours. But you know what? Let's let a couple of Wisconsinites describe it to us themselves.
Mom? Dad?
This is in Honey Creek, Wisconsin.
We went out on a Friday night to a fish fry, actually. It was a clear night. There's a bridge that we have to go across, and you have to make a left-hand turn right after the bridge. And I spotted something on the bridge in my headlights. I stopped approximately 20-25 feet from the creature.
I think I may have said to him, my God, what is that?
Had his back to us at first and swung around and looked right in the car. I made eye contact with it. 600 pounds, 700, I don't know, but foot tall.
As far as the fur, it was reddish brown.
The eyes were black. It didn't just vanish into nowhere. It jumped off of a bridge. It's like, I can't believe you saw that. You know, what was that? Did we really see that thing, you know, even?
Did you see that?
Oh my, guys, you guys would not believe it. I was just crossing the street, right? And then I saw 2 lights coming at me and then 2 big fat heads. And they looked like they were like a fish fry or something.
Oh, wait a second. I think, that's the biggest one of the Kissels, the Kissel family there. Oh, yeah, they'll just let him go, George. I don't know, Mary Beth. I don't know. I think I should hit it with my car.
It ain't easy being a Kissel, man. It ain't easy.
No, it ain't. Well, let's wrap up this episode with the Kentucky Wolfman.
Woo! Woo! Y'all get out. Y'all come be a Kentucky Wolfman. Get some of that bourbon in it. Woo!
Yeah, are there any, like, more urban wolf people? Like a downtown Chicago
No, there
wolf
ain't no
creature?
vampire in Brooklyn here, buddy.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that would have been awesome, though. Yeah, I mean, come on. Think about it. Lower East Side Wolfman. He's just, like, walking down the street. Like, he's like an art star.
I mean, he would be famous here. Everywhere else they want to like pinch him, and here they'd be like, "Wow, look at that guy! He should open a gallery."
Drug deal on the side: coke, smoke, dope, coke, smoke,
Newport.
All in his fur and stuff.
Werewolf fur.
Ow! Here you go.
Since 1944, folks in rural Kentucky have been reporting sightings of a gigantic wolf-like creature that walks upright.
My mom didn't tell me that. Well, I never said it wasn't bird. It wasn't a bird.
Well, one man did describe it as a cross between a bear and a gorilla. Mostly comes from the flatlands.
Kind of probably big as you remember. You guys, y'all know Big Ted.
Oh yeah, of course.
It was like 2 Big Teds.
Double Big Teds.
Yeah.
Wow.
Some said it had a white or grayish-looking coat. Says the heights of an average man. Its hands have long claws, and the feet are somewhat like a human's, but configured more like a canine, and it seems to be extremely aggressive.
Kind of like Michael Douglas's feet in Behind the Candelabra. Have you seen? There was some reason I watched Behind the Candelabra, and there's a scene where they're about to fuck each other, Matt Damon and Michael Douglas, and they show Michael Douglas's feet, and his feet are like an evil bird's feet.
Yeah?
He is the weirdest old man feet I've ever seen. That's all I have.
This is very, very possible, yeah.
The first reported attack was by a boy who's at the old fishing hole and was attacked by a silver gray wolf-like creature. He was treated for deep cuts and shock.
Mm-hmm.
Next report came in 1972. A hunter said that he was attacked from behind by something, and he had deep claw marks on the back, on his back and
getting
legs.
attacked from behind. And so you know me, I'm a good old-fashioned Christian man. I got my wife, Beverly. Things are fine. Things are fine in the house, you know.
Right,
Next thing I know, I'm fishing, and her chest just creeps its way up my back and up my shirt, touching my lower belly, and I was like, "This must be some kind of werewolf."
Right. Well, totally not going out of that fishing hole. There have been no fish in that hole for 20 years.
There have been many, many, many attempts to hunt or kill this creature or capture him, but it's very elusive. It can easily escape those that pursue it.
No one's found it yet?
No one's found it yet.
I'm telling you, A&E found it.
Yeah,
They made
and
a
you know
reality show
how
out of
it can easily escape people in rural Kentucky? Above average canine intelligence.
Oh, above average canine
It's
intelligence.
somewhere between the combination of above average canine intelligence and below average human intelligence.
Yeah, that's the. I mean, above
They're
average
gapping in
canine
there.
intelligence should still make it be able to be found by human intelligence.
It's not a suit. Yeah, it's not a
Slightly smarter than a dog.
I knew when all right, so yes, I made a giant cage. I took a cage, I filled it with beef broth. I got a pot of beef broth in there to attract the werewolf in there, and I put a Rubik's Cube in there. And then he walked right in there. He drank that broth. He completed that Rubik's Cube and just walked straight out of my trap. And it turns out it's because I forgot to put springs in it.
Oh, yeah, you got to put springs in it so it shuts and then it kind of locks on them. Yeah.
So in the 80s, 2 lawmen were investigating the sighting in Ashland Cemetery and were cornered. They said that it came within 30 feet of them, paced back and forth, growling until it got bored and retreated back into the cemetery.
Well, that is an exciting lawman story. Out of all the lawman stories I've ever
I saw
heard.
the dog man once. Well, I'll be seeing you.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
2001, and by the way, these sightings are continuing to this day. 2001, a couple said they were driving down a deserted road in Greenup County. They reported that the beast came running down the road towards them, and instead of avoiding the vehicles, it just jumped right over and went on its way.
I also heard in 2001 a werewolf dressed as an indigenous Middle Eastern man entered into a cross-country flight at JFK Airport and crashed it into the World Trade Center.
Wait a second now. Are you blaming 9/11 on werewolves, or...
I'm just saying.
You think the extremists are the scapegoat for the werewolf?
I'm just saying that if there had just been a Greek woman with a ceremonial knife on there to tap him on the scalp,
just to make sure,
we would not be in this post 9/11.
So you would recommend
landscape.
that the TSA, instead of the strip search and taking off your shoes, just tap everyone on the forehead with a sharp knife.
Slice people looking for hair underneath it, and pressing silver onto them.
Then do you think that would be acceptable with the Constitution? If
yes,
my God.
So these are a lot of good theories here. Totally.
Theories?
In 2005, a man went outside to investigate a strange noise and saw what he thought was a child, but realized that the 3-foot-tall being was covered in hair and had a snout like a dog.
It's a dog.
It's a dog.
That's a dog.
That's definitely a small to large, maybe a Saint Bernard.
Ooh,
Could
I love
be.
good, cute dog, strong.
And of course, this year, I think this was written in 2013, the team from Mountain Monsters went to Hazleton, Kentucky to investigate a recent sighting. A man out hunting in the woods obtained video footage of the creature walking in the tree line at a distance. The footage showed an upright biped animal, a good 6 or 7 feet tall,
and just
walking through the woods.
Waving at the camera, going like, how's everybody doing?
Hey, guys.
During their visit to Hazleton, other people came forth with accounts of finding tracks. The tracks were larger than an average man's hand and were canine. From the tracks, the creature was judged to be in the 350-pound range. This team set up a steel drop trap and baited it with a live goat to try to capture the animal.
Like in Jurassic Park?
Sure.
Yeah.
Just end up capturing their drunk Uncle Larry.
He doesn't want to eat, he wants to hunt.
So it seems like we have a 300-pound werewolf here, but back in the old French days, they were around 130 pounds. I think we have an obesity epidemic.
Yeah, these werewolves have been they've been watching too much TV.
Yeah.
We've been giving them these Nintendo
sodas.
DSs.
Yeah.
With their Pokemon cards. These werewolves are lazy.
They're getting lazier.
Because it possessed an uncanny ability to elude capture. And this, I'm not sure.
No catchies. Can't catch me. I'm too quick.
And because of Kentucky's standard of uncanny is once again very low.
Yes.
They say that his uncanny abilities included the tactic of walking around the triggering mechanism and not eating the goat.
I think you gotta go after it. You got to be the aggressor.
I just think that we need to leave these dog people alone.
That's another good idea.
And let them live their dog people lives.
Then what are the mountain monster hunter guys going to tell their wives they do for a living?
They go back to working at fucking Walmart.
That would be a good idea.
All right, well
that's where we are.
Today's episode on werewolves. We've still got a lot more.
So much stuff to do. I love these werewolves. I had no idea there was so much involved.
We've got the mass wolf pack attacks, which we mentioned briefly earlier.
Also, the scourge of teen werewolves that is going on in this country right now.
It's such a scourge. We've also got the whole witchcraft trials, serial killers that were said to be werewolves. A lot of werewolf stuff coming up.
I'm excited about it. All right, everybody. Well, I will say Magustalations.
Yeah, sure.
Then I'll do a hail yourselves, and that's Marcus Parks on Twitter, Henry Loves You on Twitter, I'm Ben Kissel on Twitter.
Hail Satan!
Halkeen!
Hail me!
And I think that's all the hails.
And don't go fuck yourself.
Yeah, that's very nice. Yeah. And if you're gonna go to a fishing hole, make sure it has fish in it. Otherwise, you're going to be attacked by probably a hairy fellow who lives in the woods.
And I'll say it this way, too. Yeah, if you've had sex with a man in the woods, don't blame the werewolves.
That's right.
You know what I mean? It gets better.
Hey guys, Steve here. You are listening to one of our original 26 episodes. If you've listened to any of our new episodes, you're going to notice that we're sounding a little different in these ones.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
There is.
They've been remastered.
They have been remastered.
Because they had a really annoying hum.
Yeah, I mean, a huge thanks to listener James for doing almost all of the legwork on this thing.
Yeah.
You'll also notice if you had listened to what we're calling the Lost 26 episodes before, and you're re-listening now, the music and sound effects are gone.
Yes, we've gone back to straight audio. So be warned, we sound a little different today than we do in what you're about to listen to.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Thinking sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
What? Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hi there, and welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I'm Joe, joined by
Steve
and
Devin.
Hey, so here we are again for another hard-hitting, so anyway. Okay, this is a little bit of an unsolved mystery. Today we're going to talk about the Surcouf. The Surcouf, for those of you who don't know about it, was a French submarine that disappeared supposedly in the Caribbean, although some people argue differently. But the Surcouf was a submarine that was built in France in the late 20s, early 30s. It was built in the late 20s. It was launched in 1929 and commissioned in 1934 into the French Navy. It was the largest sub ever built at that time. It's about 360 feet. It's about the same length as a Los Angeles class nuclear sub today.
Can you give us a reference that isn't a submarine?
Oh yeah, let's see. Well, let me think. It's longer than a football field.
Okay.
Yeah.
So big.
That's helpful.
Yeah.
That's actually very helpful.
It's friggin' big. I mean, obviously we're building much bigger subs these days. The biggest sub ever built was built by the Russia Typhoon. It was the sub that was in The Hunt for Red October.
Oh, yeah.
560 feet long.
Wow.
That's gigantic.
Yeah, it's enormous. And so that's the biggest one ever.
Not the one that jumped. That's not the Hunt for Red October one that jumped.
That was not. Yeah, that was
jumped.
Not. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, in the Hunt for Red October, they come up for air, and it's like they jump, and you know where that sub is.
That was a Los Angeles class sub, a lot smaller. So, but at that time, it was a big honking sub, and it had to be big because it had to do so much. I mean, it wasn't just doing what ordinary subs do, which is go around and torpedo ships. It also had a big turret on the top of it in front of the conning tower that had 2 8-inch guns in it. And so it was like basically kind of like a battleship.
I was going to say 8-inch guns. Those were destroyers at the time had guns that were almost that size. Didn't they?
Yeah. And so
it's like a ship that is also a submarine, or a submarine that can glide across the
Yeah, it's
surface?
like, well, back in those days, really, up until the invention of the snorkel in the 40s, most submarines were really designed and built to run on the surface most of the time, and just submerge when controversy occurs, like say, enemy aircraft shows up and they want to like torpedo you and kill you, and so that's a good time to submerge, maybe.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
Okay.
but back in those days, they spent most of their time on the surface. So anyway, besides having these big honking guns and a turret in front, they also had a hangar aft of the conning tower that contained a float plane. And obviously it was a skinny little hangar, so they had to pull the wings and stuff off of this thing to get it stowed away. I can't imagine what a nuisance that would be. Imagine it's like, okay, guys, get up on deck and pull that thing out and put it together. And
take it back apart.
Didn't they say, I don't remember how long it took, but they were talking about in the research how long it took for it to dive and how it made it just like obscenely impractical for like, being able to make it get away from anything.
Yeah, you want to be able to dive quickly, and it took like over 2 minutes to dive.
Yeah.
To get to 40 feet.
Yeah.
To get to just 40 feet.
Just a tiny little bit.
Yeah,
there. Okay.
I was trying to do a little research on that because that is an extended dive period, and I was wondering if perhaps it lacked a negative tank, because typically diesel subs that we build, I don't know if it's the same for all countries or not, but we build ours with negative tanks. And a negative tank is a tank that when you surface, normally when you submerge, you blow the negative tank out. But when you surface, you fill it up with water. The idea being is it gives you negative buoyancy. When it's time to flood those tanks, it pulls you under quicker.
Got it.
Yeah. And so once you submerge, then you blow the negative. This thing perhaps lacked a negative tank. I don't know. Or perhaps it had a really kind of a pathetically small one.
No, they were just busy like trying to pull things in and.
Yeah.
Well, I remember reading about the size when we're talking about how big it is, and maybe this is why it didn't have an adequate tank, is it had a area to hold 40 prisoners. So, I mean, that's.
It had a brig?
Yes,
it had a brig.
Its own brig to hold 40 prisoners, which is huge on a submarine.
Oh yeah, well, I'm sure they were stacked in there like cordwood.
Oh, sure, but that's a lot of space.
That is a lot of space on a submarine. Yeah, I'm sure they probably made good use of it for storing food and stuff like that, like food and wine. These were French sailors after all, so they had to have a wine cellar.
Yeah, wine and cheese.
Yeah.
Why did it have the airplane again? Because I remember there was some specific reason that there was a plane involved. Because that's not what you'd normally have on a sub.
Actually, back in those days, a lot of subs did carry float planes. It wasn't that unusual.
But wouldn't they just use, radar?
Yeah, they didn't have radar back in those days.
Oh, okay. Oh,
that's right.
And sonar was not that well developed either. So, in order to find targets, like say ships and stuff like that, they would launch their plane. The plane would go buzz around and find something, and then come back and tell them, or radio back.
I guess it seems like just such a backwards way to like be doing all this stuff, right? It's in that in-between period where they're like, okay, we have to be able to do these things, but we don't have the technology. So I know we'll just strap some guns on it, strap a plane on it.
I know.
And we'll just see where it goes. It just seems so like kind of just a bad idea. Bad design.
Yeah, I would imagine that in reality, the plane, for example, would probably not be pulled out of the hangar very often.
Sure.
But can you imagine what a huge nuisance it would be? And you're very vulnerable. I mean, if enemy aircraft do show up while you're, say, dismantling the plane, well, you're just going to have to like leave the plane and dive. I mean.
And they were going to make, I think this was the first of 7 of these that they were planning to make. Is that correct?
Yeah, the plan was to build a series of them, but, and this was the first one. And they built this thing because the Washington Naval Treaty placed limits on naval construction, but submarines were omitted from that. So they built this big honking thing, which is basically, they called it a submerged cruiser or something.
Oh, okay.
No, excuse me, they called it an underwater cruiser. But
so
basically,
it
was a loophole. They were exploiting a loophole. They said, well, if we can build this thing that's kind of like a frigate or a battleship or something like that, but it's technically a submarine.
It's
and
totally, that's totally what it is, right? It's a battleship. It can hardly submerge. It's just like on a technicality, it has to be able to submerge. Okay.
Well, and the flaw, when I was doing the reading on this, is the flaw is, okay, well, it's gigantic, which is awesome. We've got this giant sub, it's the biggest one ever made, and it's got these massive guns, but because they were on a sub, which doesn't sit that high out of the water, these guns were supposed to be able to shoot, I believe it's 15 miles is how that's an 8-inch gun could shoot. But
max range on these guns was 24 miles, but unfortunately they were not able to see 24 miles.
Right, so they could only shoot, I think it was 8 or 10 or something like that?
Yeah, it depends. Yeah, they had like a station where they could sight from the top of the conning tower, and that gave them a range of, I believe, 8 miles. And then if they used the periscopes, they could get a little higher up and so they could see further away. That gave them a range of about 10 miles.
I like that they had to use the periscopes.
I know.
And then, above water.
And then, but in theory, if they wanted to go to max range, they could launch the float plane. And then the float plane could actually, guide them in.
Guide them in. It was, again, it's an awkward way to solve the problem.
Yeah.
We don't have this, so we'll do that. And we don't have that, so let's just try this. It just seemed cobbled together.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, and this is possibly, apparently it looks to me, I mean, if you look at the thing, if you look at pictures of it, it looks really top heavy for a submarine. And there was talk about it behaving very badly in rough seas, rolling really badly. And that could be one clue to the mystery of the whole thing as to what happened to it. It's like, and we'll get into theories about what happened to it, but I'm thinking that it's quite possible that if they just tried to submerge in rough seas. I was like, you noticed earlier I had my old submarine manual out?
Yeah. I was flipping through that.
Yeah, I wanted to confirm something that I remembered from reading it long ago, but apparently submersion of a submarine, center of gravity and the center of buoyancy cross one another. So essentially, when you're on the surface, your center of gravity is above the center of buoyancy. And then as you submerge, the center of buoyancy moves up. If you can imagine a line moving vertically through the submarine.
Okay.
And eventually center of buoyancy winds up above the center of gravity. But at that point where the 2 points meet, the submarine becomes very unstable.
Oh,
so
okay.
if you
Right,
got
because it's just like a roly-poly, right?
Yeah. It's not like a surface ship where, if you list to one side, it sets up a righting arm and tends to push you back.
Right.
It's not like that. And so that's even a possibility that possibly, and I'm getting ahead of myself because, but what the hell?
It's all in the size and the build of this thing, so it makes sense.
Yeah. So I could see the possibility where it's just bad luck. They're submerging in rough seas and they hit that point of instability, and
they get hit by a big wave.
They get hit by a big wave, and I don't know if you guys looked at any pictures or diagrams of the submarine.
I looked at some,
yeah. The 8-inch guns are fed by this vertical magazine, and the ammunition is stored at the lowest deck of the submarine. And so it's like, and so I'm sure that formed part of the ballast of it, putting all that, because that 8-inch ammo's got to weigh a ton.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Those are big shells.
Yeah, and so that's kind of something I was curious about. It's like, they obviously weren't able to replenish. They were actually out doing stuff, shooting at things and stuff like that, using up their ammo. And I don't think they had a supply line back to France, which was occupied by the Germans by this time. So what happened down there? Did they think to put counterbalancing weights down there, or did they have trim tanks that could flood?
So it might not have had the weight that they were expecting to help counterbalance. I got it. Okay. Yeah. That makes total sense.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself though. Okay. So we talked about the issues that she had. She rolled badly in rough seas and took a long time to dive. So back to the history of the ship a little bit. So she served in the French Navy, but the Germans invaded France in May 1940. The Surcouf. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. All of our French listeners write in or call. Yeah. She was in Brest being refitted, and I don't know where Brest is, but I assume it's on the coast of France. So at that point, she left and went to England and stayed there being refitted in Plymouth, England. And then in July, the Brits launched an operation called Operation Catapult. And I'm not going to go into all the specifics of Catapult. It had to do with a lot of French ships being either coming over to our side or being scuttled. But in the phase of it that affected the Surcouf is that all French ships that were in port in Britain and also in Canada were boarded by armed Marines, and basically the crews were taken off them, and most of them were repatriated to France. And then the idea was that these ships and submarines, whatever, were going to be turned over to the Free French Navy under the Free French guys. Remember Charles de Gaulle and all that stuff.
And I'm guessing the idea, however misguided here, was that if there's any French who are on the ship who have been turned by the Germans for whatever reason, that you get them off so that the ship doesn't become a threat to you while you're quote unquote using it in your service.
Yeah.
Would that be a correct assumption?
Yeah. And so, the French, after the Germans took over, the Vichy government formed, and they were basically kind of, what's the word I'm thinking of? A puppet government of the Germans. And so, the question was, these sailors where did their loyalties lie? And so they just decided to take them all off ships and, send them back to France. And then they turned them over to the Free French Navy.
I love that. That's one of my favorite stories in history, right? We couldn't trust some of you, so we're going to condemn all of you and just take all your stuff.
Yeah, I know.
Bye.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Good idea.
I had a fun time. Yeah, and actually, this is kind of sad, but almost the entire crew of the Surcouf was sent back to France on a hospital ship, which was unfortunately torpedoed and sunk by the Germans.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
That caused a little bit of bitterness between the French.
Way to go.
Yeah, I know. And the other thing that caused a little bitterness is that actually the Surcouf saw during Operation Catapult, actually saw a little bit of gunplay on the sub, and 3 Brits and 1 French sailor were killed during the boarding of this, which again caused a little bit of bitterness. In August 1940, the Brits completed the refit of the ship and then turned her over to the Free French Navy for a convoy patrol. As you know, there was a lot of convoying going on between America and Britain, and also America and Russia. And so,
between the Allies, essentially.
Yeah, essentially. So convoy escorts were kind of necessary. There was only one officer who had not been sent back to France, to be torpedoed and killed by the Germans, and that was Commander Georges Louis Blaison, I think. I don't know.
That sounds right. It sounds right. Yeah.
So he became the new commanding officer, and then a bunch of French sailors for the Free French Navy were put on board her, and she was assigned to convoy patrol. But at the same time, there was still a bit of an atmosphere of distrust between the Brits and the French.
So hang on. Before we go any farther, I've already see a giant issue here, which is she had been running for a year or so with a crew that had learned and knew about the ship, and then they're all jettisoned off of this ship, and an entirely new crew is put on, and then she's put back out to sea.
Yeah, I know. And that's
with a bunch of guys who don't know how exactly to do everything.
Especially since she's so problem-ridden, right? I mean, she is prone to toppling. She's got all these little problems.
Submarines are complex machines too, and I'm assuming, that at least a strong percentage of these people had served on submarines before and had some clue what they were doing. You gotta hope.
But it's, again, if this is a one of a kind sub, she was the only one of her design that was ever built, which means that every ship has its own idiosyncrasies. So you got to know how to deal with them.
Yeah.
So if you got guys who, you got to do this, you got to do that, but suddenly they're all gone.
Yeah.
You don't know what to do, so you don't know if you're doing something right or wrong, which can make for a catastrophic situation.
Even in the most perfect submarine.
Right? Yeah, and this one had another problem too, which was that it was in Britain, and obviously if they needed spare parts, I'm sorry, France, they're back in France, which is occupied by the Germans.
Right.
So, you gotta, they're not gonna obviously set up a whole manufacturing infrastructure to make parts for this thing.
For just one sub.
Yeah, they're not gonna do that.
So we're saying it's even more cobbled together at this point, right? All the repairs that are being done, all the
baling wire and duct tape.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that there's a lot of pieces and parts that could be made from scratch by a qualified machinist and stuff like that, but it would be time consuming.
Yeah. Also, this is the war. Why?
Yeah, I say in a sense it's kind of like a mystery why they even press this thing into service. It seemed like an accident waiting to happen. So, but anyway, there was still a little bit of tension there. They had a new commanding officer and a new crew. There were accusations made that people on the sub were spying for Vichy France. The Brits apparently also claimed that the Surcouf was attacking British ships, because when you think about it, when you're in a convoy in the North Atlantic, then, and the convoys are kind of spread out. And so it would actually not be that tough if you're like one of the escorts to just go ahead and sink one of these merchant ships.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
you could do that. It wouldn't be that tough. You could just sink a merchant ship, and it's like, hey, what happened to him? I don't know. The Germans must have got him. Well,
Yeah, but I got everybody on board would have to be on board with that.
Yeah, so the Brits actually, as part of this, they stationed a British officer and 2 sailors on board, supposedly to be liaisons, but more likely just to keep an eye on them and make sure that nothing like this happened. So anyways, the Surcouf went to Halifax, Nova Scotia, and basically escorted transatlantic convoys until 1941, when she was damaged by a German plane, and then went to the U.S. Naval Shipyard at Portsmouth, New Hampshire for a refit, and then went to New London, Connecticut, and then went back to Halifax. Meanwhile, what happened is Pearl Harbor.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Pearl Harbor. So, they decided to send the Surcouf to the Pacific Theater, and so she was given orders to sail to Sydney, Australia, via Bermuda and Tahiti and the Panama Canal and all that stuff. So she was going to have a neat little tour. And I could just imagine that, I've read conflicting stuff according to some accounts that I've read about this. At the time that she set out to make this voyage, she only had one functioning engine.
What?
Yeah, I know. I can't believe that. I cannot believe they would have put her to sea for a voyage like that with one functioning engine.
That's a long trip.
So I am taking that with a grain of salt.
Although I guess it wouldn't be so surprising given that, nobody really could get their hands on the correct parts.
Yeah, that's a good
Right.
point. I mean, it's like, but it seems to me rather dangerous to send a ship to sea with only one functioning engine.
Yeah, although I guess you say, you kind of hedge your bets at that point, right? You say, well, you've only got one functioning engine, but it would take us like 5 years to actually get the parts we need and every fabricator or whatever, or a year, fine.
Yeah.
But, there's 400 fairly disposable dudes on this ship.
It wasn't
and the ship is also pretty disposable. So I mean,
what the hell?
Either they make it and they're helpful or they don't. But we tried.
Yeah, I
don't know.
I really think the proper course of action for this ship would have been to run it not too far distances for very long until that second engine craps out, and then just scrap it and use that steel to build other stuff on the battleships or something like that.
Or just scrap it.
Yeah, that would have been that too.
Yeah, that just doesn't make any sense. It would be as if I were going to take a road trip in my car, but I've only got first and second gear.
Yeah,
that's essentially it.
Yeah,
I'm going to drive 1,000 miles, but it's going to take me weeks because my max speed is 20 miles an hour. It's foolish.
Yeah,
nobody
it is.
Nobody in good conscience would do that.
Yeah, it is. And frankly, this thing was designed with an inadequate number of engines anyway. And that probably gets back to things like if you're going to have a big turret and a float plane and a big brig that holds 40 prisoners, well, you gotta make up that space somehow.
Cut somewhere.
Well, but the fleet submarines that the U.S. built in World War II had 4 diesel engines in them, and you guys have seen the Blueback. The Blueback
here in Portland,
the Blueback has got 3 diesel engines in it. And
it's not even how big is. I mean, and it's
the
not.
Blueback is
big
219 feet long.
Yeah.
And so, it seems to me that 3 is the minimum, really.
For something that size, absolutely 4 is probably needed.
Yeah, I got a chance to take a tour of a Russian Foxtrot submarine, and that's a pretty small, dinky sub compared to this thing, and that had 3 diesels on it. I mean, it's like, 3 is a minimum. So, yeah. So, but, design constraints are, submarines there's a huge design constraint, which is that total volume equals total displacement, which is not the same as for surface ships, where displacement is smaller than the actual volume of the ship. And so there's only so much space on that thing. So I assumed to do things like put a brig in, you had to cut out a diesel engine or 2.
Or, what is it, the null tank or the
negative tank?
Yeah, the negative tank. Cut that out.
I like the null tank.
The null tank. Yeah, I like the null tank. Who knows? Maybe there is a null tank.
Maybe that's where it went.
Yeah. If you look at the tanking diagram of a submarine, you'd be amazed at how many tanks there are on a typical submarine. So where were we? Oh yeah. So anyway, so they decide to send Surcouf to the Pacific Theater. So she left and went to Bermuda, where she resupplied, and then headed south from there to go through the Panama Canal. I guess southwest, technically.
Like you do.
Yeah, that would make sense. And headed southwest. The plan was to go through the Panama Canal, stop off at Tahiti for a little resupply, and then on to Sydney. So she never made it to the Panama Canal. She disappeared somewhere between Bermuda and the Panama Canal.
Huh.
Yeah. And so The question is, what happened to her?
Where'd she go?
Here's the unsolved mystery part of things. Yeah.
Oh, we've got to it.
Yeah, finally.
Finally.
Yeah, I know.
Not, why would they send a ship like this?
Yeah.
Which is a valid question on its own, but...
Yeah. So, again, there were questions about her loyalty, and according to the U.S. Navy, she was done in by an accident.
An accident?
An accident.
Okay,
yes.
so and again, this is my own fault, but when I read this theory, I could never quite understand exactly how this would have gone down.
I don't understand what you didn't understand about it.
Well, it just seems that if this is such a massive ship, I mean, well, okay, before we're getting ahead of ourselves, I mean, what is the theory, or give us the details on this particular one?
Well, what the U.S. Navy said is that there's an American freighter named the Thompson Likes was steaming in that area, the same area that the thing that our sub was in, and reported hitting and running down a partially submerged object. And her lookouts supposedly heard people in the water, but they went on without stopping because they were assuming it was a U-boat, a German U-boat. Although apparently they said they had heard people yelling out in English. So, although there were only
there's a problem.
Yeah, there were only 3 people on the boat who spoke English. So I mean, some of the French did, but you'd think they would be like yelling in French. But it's hard to say. It was supposedly a very, very dark night, and they just really kind of more heard and felt rather than saw. There was I found a thing on the interwebs. Some guy who had claimed that his grandfather was on the Thompson Likes, and said that he remembered the incident very clearly, and he said it was the biggest submarine he'd ever seen. Although I'm questioning that because it's like I thought it was a dark, moonless night and nobody could see anything.
Yeah.
So
I guess my question about that is like, okay, so you assume it's a German U-boat and like whatever. Like humanitarian problems with that aside.
Yeah,
right?
we're gonna ignore
that.
Yeah.
Fine, but you have lights on your ship. You have lights on your ship on the deck of your ship, and maybe you just like shine one down there, just like, hey, what was that? Okay, it was. Let's keep going.
Well,
or oh no, that was something much bigger, and we should probably stop and try and help these people.
Yeah, that's
or
the whole thing.
We just hit a whale. Like whatever the possibility, you take one light. One lookout person takes one light, turns the switch on.
Yeah,
but it takes one light to get spotted by the enemy and be shot.
Oh, this is true. This is true. Although if you believe that you've just run over a U-boat, then you've just run over pretty much all of the enemy that's in the area, probably for 100 miles around.
They're drowning. You just watch them drown for a second.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that if and obviously from a humanitarian standpoint, because you could have just run over somebody's yacht or something like that. It's hard to say, but
cruise ship, a small cruise ship.
Yeah. I mean, but of course.
Rowboat.
Of course, if you really think that it's a U-boat, well, the U-boat doesn't sink, the U-boat might sink you, so maybe you want to beat feet out of there, too. I mean, maybe that's why they did it.
I guess, you check to make sure that it's actually sinking, and if it's not, while you shoot your one round into them, and then they actually are sinking.
Well, you can do that, yeah.
I guess it just in my mind, again, I understand I'm not a soldier in the war or anything like that, but you shine a light.
I would think you would. You'd want to know exactly what what you ran over. I would think so, but they didn't, and it's kind of surprising because, and I know it's wartime, but law of the sea and all that, you're supposed to stop and help people, and especially then they report that they hear people calling out in English.
Yeah.
You'd think that if they actually heard somebody calling out in English, but if they really didn't want to stop, then they would just keep quiet about it.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the thing is what I didn't understand, and this gets back to my initial question, is what I didn't get is if the Surcouf is so large and such a mammoth ship, I would think that hitting it would cause excessive amounts of damage to a topside boat.
Yeah,
I would think that would just mangle the holy crap out of the hull to the point that ship would go down as well, because it's just such a big chunk of metal in the water. I guess it could be a glancing blow, but a glancing blow wouldn't sink the sub.
No, but a glancing blow could tilt it off of its axis.
Could knock it over,
It could knock it over, and it's open. Everybody's like up there doing stuff or whatever, and it tips over.
Well, they said it was partially submerged. They say they partially submerged object.
I would say that probably even when it's topside, it's partially submerged, right?
Well, I mean, it's always, any boat's partially submerged always, but it's like, I mean, yeah, they could have been diving, for example, or they could have been surfacing, and so this thing just sort of scrapes along the top of it. But the thing is, if it did that sort of glancing blow scraping thing, it's not going to probably damage the sub enough to sink it.
That's true.
See, it's, to me, and this is where this gets back to where I had issues with it. If you think about the two moving perpendicular to each other, and they hit at basically a 90-degree angle, and it causes enough damage to sink the sub, that to me means it causes enough damage to the ship to potentially sink it as well.
That's fair.
If it's a glancing blow, so they're almost parallel to each other, well, then they bounce off of each other, and that doesn't seem like that would be enough force to sink the sub.
Yeah,
so that's what I didn't get about this whole we ran them over theory.
That's fair. Yeah, that's totally
fair. Well, they did hear scraping along their keel, so that, which again, to me, kind of reinforces the idea that perhaps they were submerging. And so if they were like kind of submerging already and they got run over, and then that would cause a lot of scraping sounds and stuff like that. And there was damage apparently to the Like's bow.
Oh, was there?
I looked around.
I didn't see that when I did.
It wasn't. I mean, it was
research.
Obviously it wasn't enough damage to stop them.
No, it didn't. But according to the one account that I was talking about, the guy with the grandfather who was on the ship, he said that they were actually taken on water.
Oh, okay.
After the incident.
Okay, well then that adds validity to the theory for me, because I didn't ever see that before.
I also guess you can take on some water as a ship.
Yeah, you've got pumps and stuff like that.
You've got pumps, or you section off that
you shut a door
section and you shut your fire door and everything's fine for the 20 minutes that it takes you. Or
I mean,
even if it's 2 days, it's a sealed compartment.
Yeah,
you're gonna lisp badly, but
So it wasn't. They were taking on water, but it wasn't catastrophic.
Okay, so I that solves that for me, and I can run with that a little more now. Thank you for clearing that up.
Yeah.
That was, I never followed.
You're
with
welcome.
That. It was
Steve.
very weird. Thank you. Deb.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So
without you, what would I do?
I don't know.
I don't know. But the question is, I mean, a submarine has two hulls. It's got the pressure hull on the inside, then it's got the outer hull that you actually see. The pressure hull is built very stoutly to withstand tremendous amounts of water pressure. Probably the pressure hull didn't get breached. Probably maybe one or two ballast tanks got breached. So even if they weren't sunk, they were kind of screwed, because, like, say, for example, if your forward ballast tanks can no longer hold air because they've been breached, then if you try to surface, well, you're going to be sort of ass up in the air. You can still escape and everything like that. You can still escape the sub, and you can still make the surface. But you really can't operate in that kind of condition. So one theory that's out there is that they were actually done in by kind of a 1-2 punch. Is that they were hit by the Likes and they were damaged enough that they were kind of dead in the water. And that was on the night of February 18th, by the way. So they're dead in the water.
1941?
I believe that was 1941. Yes.
Okay.
The next day, according to the records of the 6th Heavy Bomber Group, they were operating out of Panama. They claim to have sank a large submarine north of Columbus. That's actually Cristobal Colon, Panama. They claim to have sank a large submarine. 2 A-17s and 1 B-18 aircraft dropped bombs on this vessel, and so it was quite possibly the Surcouf. Really a bad luck vessel when you think about it, because if this happened, they get run over, they're dead in the water, they're trying to figure out what to do, and then here comes some planes and just bomb the crap out of them and sink them.
So then, I guess by that theory, their communications are down too?
Yeah, probably.
They must have been?
Yeah, they must have been. I don't know.
Because it doesn't happen so often that you bomb your own thing, right?
Well, your radio antennas and towers are all on the top, so if something runs you over, it's probably going to snap off.
That's fair.
Yeah, it could be that the Likes took off their radio stuff, and they were unable to communicate. The thing that I find inexplicable about this is that they found this submarine, they sank it, but generally speaking, in the Navy, they have like these cards that they give you that have like silhouettes of various craft, various ships and submarines.
What to look for, what to hit, what not to hit.
Exactly. They have all these, they have these things that you can look at that'll tell you, hey, okay, this is a U-boat. Hey, this is one of ours. And the Surcouf was
one of a kind.
Kind of one of a kind, but there should have been some sort of a reference to it. Certainly, if they looked at their reference cards and said, well, U-boat, there's nothing like it. maybe the Surcouf being a one of a kind, maybe they just never got around to putting it on the identification cards.
I can totally see it not being put in the. If it's one of a kind, why am I going to spend all this time adding it to all these manuals for these guys? And these guys going, well, the Germans have been doing all this other crazy stuff. This must be one of their new subs that we've been hearing about. I can just see, a bunch of 18-year-old guys in an airplane going, I don't know what it is. Oh, well, I'll bet you I know what it is, and just going crazy and dropping a ton of bombs on it.
Yeah, it's just saying, I don't know. I don't see it as, it doesn't look like a friendly one, so let's go ahead and kill it.
Well, I've never seen anything like that. Have you? Nope. Okay, great.
That's what happens.
And, and then you hail it, right? Or what? I don't know what.
That was, hail it.
You hail it, and there's no response, and you go, all right, great.
Yeah.
Right, it doesn't look like ours.
Yeah.
It's not responding to our radio.
Well, let's go ahead and bomb the crap out of it. Yeah. Yeah, there are other theories, too.
Well, wait, I guess the next question of that is the place where the ship reported hitting something close to where the bombers reported bombing something.
Yeah, it is. And so
they're close enough that it could conceivably be the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So
same vicinity.
Yeah, they're close. I did find one guy on the web who claimed that the Surcouf could not have been in that place because if it was only running on one engine, it couldn't have actually gotten that far from Bermuda. But I actually did a calculation and I figured out it probably could have.
That's fair.
Yeah, probably could have.
Math doesn't lie.
Math don't lie.
Unfortunately.
Well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah, so no.
That's for another day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, where they were sunk, supposedly, is about 2,800 kilometers from Bermuda. They have 6 days to get there.
Okay, but we've never found it, right? We've never found the wreckage?
Well, according to, it's to be believed, they know pretty precisely where it's at. They know the latitude and the longitude of where the wreck is at. It's in almost 10,000 feet of water.
Oh.
And so that probably explains why nobody's ever actually gone down to find it.
I guess that's a problem.
Yeah, it kind of is. It would be actually interesting I wish somebody would go down, we need to write to Robert Ballard and say, dude.
Didn't Jacques Cousteau say, back in the 70s, he was saying he was going to go look for it and try and find it?
There was some rumor about that, but I don't believe he ever did.
Well, no, he never did, but I came across the accounts that said that Cousteau was saying he was going to go look for the Surcouf, and he made all this public hoo-ha about it, and then the stories kind of followed that he got hushed up and basically told, no, don't look for that. It would be in your better interest just not to look for that sub.
Well, so we need to call up James Cameron.
Yeah. Yeah, Robert Ballard is the guy who took him down to the Titanic. That's the guy we need to call up.
Yeah, but we should just call James Cameron.
We should call him because actually he might think that we're so awesome he wants to put us in a movie.
No.
I know.
Anyway, let's move forward, please.
Yeah. So anyway, there are a lot of conspiracy theories surrounding this. One is that it claims that the Brits didn't trust the Surcouf. They thought that the Surcouf was cooperating with the Vichy French and actually sinking Allied shipping. And so one of these theories is that they deliberately sank it using whatever, aircraft and whatever. They just went out and found it and sank it. Another one is that when it was in port in Bermuda, British divers swam out and attached limpet mines to it, which were timed to go off several days after. And
what's a limpet mine?
Limpet mine is a mine that's attached to a ship's hull by magnets.
Oh.
And it's called a limpet because it's got a similar to a limpet, which is a sea snail. That clings to rocks and other hard surfaces.
Okay.
So
Well, that makes sense. So basically what this theory is saying then is that they just stuck a bunch of magnets with explosives on it and set a couple of day timer?
Yeah, that's one possibility.
Okay.
So it's like being James Bond.
Yes, it's very James Bond.
Yeah, it's James Bond, yeah. And of course, there's another theory that she was swallowed by the Bermuda Triangle, which of course is possible. It's a lot more plausible to believe that, leaving aside limpet mines, that she just suffered some sort of catastrophic failure, because the submarine has a lot of hull openings, that where you have water that, water coming in and out of the submarine. Yeah,
you're venting and pulling in the sea constantly.
And it's entirely possible that if connection fails, and it's believable with this boat was more than 10 years old, and it had been, by this time, 1941, it had been well over a year before she'd had any spare parts available. It was possible that a sea fitting just failed and started letting large amounts of water in. Another claim, another story is that she was caught in Long Island Sound refueling a German U-boat.
This one.
I was going to say that
wow.
if you're going to refuel a German U-boat on the sly, it seems to me like doing it in Long Island Sound is kind of a bad idea.
Yeah. What is the story or the anecdotal evidence behind this? In other words, I know this theory comes from some stories of something being sunk in the Long Island Sound, but I never could figure out how somebody tied it to being the Surcouf.
The Surcouf. Yeah, I don't know either. I mean, there might very well be a U-boat wreck in the Sound. I mean, U-boats were all over the place.
I guess my big question about that is, like, she's running on one engine.
I know.
She's got, like, no extra room in her entire body, right? Why is she refueling other things?
Well, that is a good point. It's this boat actually did carry quite a lot of fuel for a submarine.
Which she obviously needed for herself.
Yeah, probably, And so there's another story is that she was loaded up with French gold. Yeah.
Okay, flesh that out for me, because I didn't see that one. What?
Yeah. So another story, and again, I don't place any value on this at all, is that a lot of gold from the French treasury was actually put in their cargo compartment, that big space that was built to house 40 prisoners.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, that's a nice big space. You could stack a lot of gold bars in there.
Oh, those are great ballast.
Yeah, I know. It's nice and low down there, and that would definitely keep you from tipping over.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's like many of these stories about lost ships, somehow gold winds up getting interjected quite often.
I was going to say, this is just like the Ouring Medan and Yamashita's gold that we talked about before. What? How did... okay, well, this one got... It seems like it's... what was the phrase we used? Shoehorned in.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, I guess, what about slavery?
Yeah, well, that's a good point. I mean,
a 40-person hull.
40. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason they might have been running slaves from Africa to the New World.
I know it's a little late for that, but
wow,
you never know.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So there was a Jacques Cousteau thing. It is claimed that Jacques Cousteau actually did find it and go aboard and grab the gold, and that's why he shut up about it later. But again, that's not exactly believable. And then there was a diver named Lee Prettyman who reported he claimed to have found it in the 1960s, and there was a newspaper article published about it, but he was actually forced to retract his story later on. So apparently,
because he couldn't provide any proof. I'm guessing.
Apparently not. Yeah, and so most of these theories are really fairly weak. The strongest theory is that the 6th Heavy Bomber Group, the one that I mentioned earlier, operating out of Panama. Their records do show them sinking a large submarine on the morning of February 19th.
But they never classified the kind of sub that they sank. They said it was a big sub.
They said it was a big sub, and so it seems to me that quite possibly they were just done in by the old 1-2 punch. They get hit by a freighter, and then the next morning they're trying to figure out what to do and limping towards shore, and then here come these airplanes, and boom. Poor guys. I feel bad for them. I mean, really.
Well, yeah.
It's like,
dying in a sub would not be a nice way to go.
No. I mean, there's worse
Either
ways.
you drown or you suffocate or you starve. I mean, like, there are no good possibilities for dying in a sub.
So it's like, it would be really
it's a terrible way to go regardless of what happens.
Yeah. Or you manage to somehow get to the lifeboat, get overboard, get to the lifeboat, and then later on you're eaten by sharks, or you drift until you starve to death. There's all kinds of bad possibilities here.
You're picked up by a U-boat, and I mean,
anything could happen here.
So anyway, sad story, and it is quite possible that they were done in by British treachery. The Brits, maybe for whatever reason, did decide to put a mine in their hull, but there's really no evidence for it.
Yeah.
So which one? So you think it was? So you personally, Joe, lean towards more of the 1-2 punch approach?
Yeah, or possibly even just the 1-punch approach. I mean, there's no real proof that the Thomas Likes actually hit the Surcouf. There could have been other things that they hit. There's all kinds of stuff, even leaving aside ships and submarines, there's all kinds of stuff floating around in the ocean.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you remember after the tsunami in Japan a few years back, then like one day somebody goes on the Oregon coast, goes out and looks, and there is this big floating dock.
Yeah.
That washed up on shore.
Yeah.
And it's like, there's stuff like that all over the place in the ocean. I mean, they didn't obviously have containers back, and they don't have containers and container ships back then. But these days, container ships lose containers over the side all the time. There's containers out there floating around. And, even back in those days in World War II, there's all kinds of stuff floating around in the ocean that you can run into.
Yeah.
So it may have been the 1-2 punch, or it may have just been that the Thomas Lykes hit something else entirely, and then these guys showed up on February 19th in the early morning and sank the Surcouf.
Personally, I based on the history of this vessel, I have a feeling that to me, it's more of the mechanical issues.
Yeah.
She had some kind of failure because all this reading about, we couldn't get parts for her and all this stuff. It just seems to me that she basically sprang a leak and went down because things just stopped working.
Yeah.
Seems the simplest, again, it's Occam's razor, but it's the simplest answer and to me more plausible.
Submarines, again, they operate in a very hostile environment, and they are very complex machines. There's a lot of points of failure, and they can easily be done in by just a mechanical failure.
I mean, I think when I was working on cruise ships, which is not comparable to a submarine really, but a little bit it is, that we had a ship in our fleet that had to go in for repairs 4 times or something like that. And there was one time where they took it out for repairs and the front sea door just fell off.
The what?
The front sea door. So it was where they would load all the cargo or whatever. So it was usually above water, and then they would drop it down into the water, and it just fell off.
Plonk.
It was underwater, just fell off one day. It happens all the time. Somebody doesn't solder something on quite right. You're
bad
out.
Welds, loose bolts.
It's been 20, 30 years since they even had parts that were actually made for them. They've been just cobbling repairs together.
It was 10 years.
10 years?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 10 years.
10 years, yeah.
But yeah.
10 years is a long
That's
time
a long
still.
time when you're in service and constantly, and guys are working on it. And I mean, metric versus standard. It's easy to get everybody confused.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I guess I agree with Steve.
Yeah.
I think some kind of mechanical failure or a bombing. I don't think,
It could have been a bombing. It could have been...
I'm pretty sure it wasn't aliens, but maybe.
You don't think so?
It might have been.
Really? Yeah, okay. You think it might? Okay. Well, that's good enough.
I'm willing to allow a 20% possibility.
Okay. All right.
On this one.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so anyway, it's too bad for the Surcouf. I think we solved this mystery pretty conclusively, and we think that maybe it was aliens. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
20% aliens.
20% aliens, 20% bombing from the air, and 60% just mechanical failure.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds right.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay, the Surcouf. Now you're all experts on the Surcouf. All right, so if you want to see pictures of the Surcouf, I've actually found a cool picture of a cross section of a model of the Surcouf. And so you can look at that and get an idea of the complexity of this beast. And also, if you want to see links to other sites, they will be on our website, which is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. And if you were actually on the Surcouf and you somehow miraculously survived, or if you were on the Thomas Lykes and you want to weigh in a little bit here and tell us what happened that fateful night, you might want to send us an email, which is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. Also, don't forget to check us out on Facebook and iTunes and Stitcher. And if you're downloading an episode through iTunes, please stop, give us a rating, give us a review if you possibly can. We really appreciate it. Let's wrap this up. Another mystery solved here on Thinking Sideways. That's it. Goodbye.
Talk to you guys soon.
It was aliens, I'm pretty sure. 90% sure.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah.
I'll go with that.
This is a Rooster Teeth production.
Rumors of buried treasure are a tale as old as time. One such tale swirls around the island off the coast of Canada, where the legendary pirate Captain Kidd is said to have hidden one of his many caches of treasure. Today we look into the story of the Oak Island mystery. This is Red Web. Welcome back, Task Force. It's Monday, so you know what that means. We're back with Red Web and another mystery. I'm Trevor Collins. With me, with his gut instincts on point as always, Alfredo Diaz.
You know what? Here's my gut check on this one.
Yeah.
This pirate was a kid.
Oh, man. Oh, man. I saw the posture change and everything. This man, he sat upright. His chair scooted as far as it could. And he said, I think this pirate's a child.
Yeah, he's a child.
What you
born into the pirate life.
Born into the pirate life. And just before we started the episode, Nick, go ahead and slide in that little number. Do you know much about the money pit?
No, but I know an alarming amount about Moneyball.
Damn it! Did we capture that? All right. There you go. Talking about Moneyball and
Nick, go ahead and delete that from the episode.
Nick, strike it from the record. Retake it back out. Thank you very much.
And then go ahead and add it back in. Thank you.
All right, there we go. Well, today we're talking about the infamous money pit up at Oak Island. Do you know much about Oak Island, or have you heard about, like, for example, the History Channel show around it?
No idea. I've heard of Oakland near San Francisco.
Yeah.
That's a dangerous place.
That's a whole different curse.
That is a whole different hood in all itself. I'm excited for this because one of my favorite episodes was based around
Forest Fen, and then there's
Forest
the
Fen.
Secret. Yeah, we've done a couple treasury ones.
The treasure ones have been like my favorite episodes, just because like it's something you see in dramatized up in Hollywood and whatnot. And to know it's like real life stuff happening is pretty cool. So there's treasure hidden somewhere.
Well, maybe we're gonna dive all the way into the money pit here and talk about it.
It's a child's treasure.
Yeah, it could be a baby treasure.
It could be like a ruby pacifier or something.
Ooh, yeah.
Well, see, now we're going baby and not kid.
Right.
This was the kid. Why was he called the Kid?
Captain Kidd with 2 D's.
With 2 D's.
Right.
Bro, people had rapper names back in the day. Like, what year was this?
This would have been in the 1700s.
Damn.
18th century. Yeah.
They were doing it big back then, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Captain Kidd.
I don't know
that's true.
how big they got in the 18th century. Hoop and stick and everything like that.
Not much. Just rap to your fellow shipmates. That's it.
Right. Give me a shanty. Let's lay something down. Nick, throw me a beat.
Captain Kidd, don't be messing with squids. And that. No, I'm just gonna stop right there. All right. Treasure somewhere up in Canada.
So this one's really interesting because I think, this is pretty colloquially known. Like it's colonially. Thank you.
Yeah,
it's the 14th colony, and it's pretty well known, this particular one. And I'm really interested to dig in here because it's one of those ones that, because of the History Channel show, it stems from deep into the history all the way up to like now. It's still actively being pursued, this money pit.
So actively being pursued, and the History Channel had like a series on it or something?
Yeah, and they might still. I don't really know, Christian, if it's still running. But I definitely watched the early seasons of it. But
there's seasons.
Oh yeah, they keep going at it. I mean, that's the
seasons
thing.
of people hunting for one specific treasure. How do you put that into? How does that a show?
It's still going. The Curse of Oak Island, 9 seasons and counting.
What the? How do you at 9 seasons?
I gotta be honest.
You better find the goddamn treasure.
I gotta be honest. I fell hard off the show. I don't want to disparage those folks over there, but I watched 1 or 2 seasons, solid material. Now, you know what? Let me just distill it all here in one nice
9
podcast.
seasons. I mean, at that point, you have people leaving and going in terms of being part of the cast.
Babies have born and gone to
crew.
school since it started.
Yeah.
Like now they're walking, talking, having opinions and stuff.
Oh man, I can't
now they're actual kids.
I can't imagine the ending to that.
Right.
And
what was at the bottom? A ruby pacifier, and that's it.
Or just
great.
We didn't find anything.
Oh my God. The bones of everyone who tried, and that's it. But yeah, let's walk through it. So we're going to go through the legend of it because, again, this does go way back into the history of, our planet, our human beings. And then we're going to talk about kind of what the treasure might be, the modern searches for it. There's a curse associated with this money pit.
Of course there is.
A lot of things going on with this island that are still being discovered to this day. So we're going to really peel back the layers of this island, talk about all of it, and then go into the theories, as always.
What is there to I'm excited to see what the heck is being discovered to this day.
Right. You'd think it's as simple as X marks the spot, start digging, baby. No. We know where the spot is.
Is this some like elaborate picture or some elaborate book tale like previous treasures?
All good questions.
Interesting. We'll get to
be
it.
decided today on Red Web.
Trevor, let's go ahead and get to it.
Let's go ahead and roll that first lifeline. Question is, for $100.
I would like to use all my lifelines.
Has anyone ever done that? Just boom, out the... Okay, let's dive into it. So, Oak Island covers about 140 acres of land off the shore of Nova Scotia up in Canada, just to give you a bit of an idea of where it's at. Now, this mystery began with the story of a dying member of Captain Kidd's crew, who supposedly left behind treasure somewhere in the realm of 2 million pounds, English pounds, on Oak Island in the late 18th century. Stories also say that it was the famous pirate Captain Kidd himself who left his own treasure there. So that's where things start to get a little conflated, but that you're going to get very used to that throughout this entire mystery.
This person also said this.
Right. I will just say now, it's worth noting that many of the stories, especially the early stories of Oak Island, rely purely on word of mouth, history, and storytelling.
Got it.
Right? So by storytelling, and people tend to elaborate and maybe fill in the gaps that they don't know, and that then gets taken as fact and gets passed down.
2 million pounds. How much USD is that, Christian?
In modern, that would be a good amount.
Let's just go ahead and convert that to something I understand.
2 million pounds to US dollars. 2,704,400.
Wait, what was it?
2,704,400.
It only went up 704,000?
Yeah, converting.
So is it 2 million pounds in modern day money?
Oh, we're not accounting for inflation.
Right. Or let's back convert. What was the gold rate in the late 1700s? Assume it's all gold. Flip it. Accommodate for all the growth and value over time. Backwards it into coins. What is the coin? An ounce, and then turn that into modern money, and then bring that over to USD.
Digitalize it and convert it to Bitcoin.
And then you can't funge it.
It's 2 million pounds. Can we just
okay?
What is
$2.7
million?
So in today's money,
yes.
It's okay.
So whether or not
it was good clarity to make.
Captain Kidd decided to add whatever. Here's $200. Who cares if he added more or he didn't add more? That's a lot of damn money, regardless.
A lot of money. So there's a lot of motive. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of motive here, and beyond that, I mean, that's just raw treasure amounts. I mean, if you actually were to find something down there, it's the history beyond the sheer value.
Look, I'm sure there's some historian somewhere sitting next to a plethora of books,
usually
backed by a museum of some sort,
right,
of natural histories, and has the funding to bump that up to 3 mil. 3.5
just
mil.
Push it,
Just sign off on it.
Exactly. What is the taxpayer doesn't need to see
we
this.
We need to get this treasure.
Exactly. And I have a plan for us later on, and we're going to talk about that in the curse section.
Oh,
I think that's where my plan will come to great fruition.
I forgot about the curse.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, it is worth mentioning. The reason why people think Captain Kidd is involved is because he was known to have buried treasure in this area of the Americas. For example, it is said that he buried treasure in Gardiner's Island in New York. And there are also other claims that on an island, quote, east of Boston, there is other Captain Kidd treasure hidden somewhere on that island. So it's not out of the realm of reason, albeit I don't know if pirates burying treasure is kind of just folklore or if that's factual as a whole, to be honest.
Yeah, because I was just about to ask, is that like a movie theme? Because as we're sitting here, and this is a very serious podcast, okay?
About movies, about mysteries.
We don't joke around here.
Please.
Like, why? Like, why would you bury treasure?
You got to hide it from the law.
I mean, I'm assuming you hide it from the law.
King George III coming after that tax money,
I mean, people might try and, mutiny against you and whatnot, but, that just seems really inconvenient, as opposed to leaving it in a safe or under the bed at home or something.
And here's the bigger question.
Maybe because they travel all the time, because they're pirates and live on the sea, but, it's just...
It's a far way to go. It's could you lose it? Probably. And then your coworkers are all a bunch of thieves. You know, I don't want to disparage a pirate out there, but you know they're swinging that scurvy around, and you're out there on the high seas. You need a crew to get to the destination, so it's not going to be secret. And then if you get mutinized, they're going to leave you on an island. We're going to strap turtles together with your back hair, and then they'll go get your treasure.
Yeah.
Anyway, pirates aside, it's there. There's money there for sure. Now, this is where the idea of the money pit comes in, because there is a spot on the island that looks a bit like an indent that was discovered very long ago by Daniel McGinnis, sometimes referred to as McInnes, and friends of his as well, John Smith and Anthony Vaughn, way back in 1795. They discovered this spot. So there was like an indent, a depression in the dirt as they were walking this island, and around this impression, they noticed that there were markings on the tree, almost as if there was some sort of rope and tackle system used that scraped up the tree. It's not markings like curvature, but
like
but
you had like rope, like kind of sawing at it a bit.
Right. And so they were like, okay, well, this is interesting. Let's dig into this. It's also worth mentioning that McGinnis, in some of these stories, was actually a teenager at the time. So picture another kid digging up the treasure of another kid.
Dude. 1,000% I would have dug that up as a kid.
Oh, yeah.
Easy.
You're just out on this abandoned island.
Long buried treasure. Oh, snap.
Yeah.
Money.
So they start digging. And, you know, especially because apparently they had remembered the story of Captain Kidd and his treasure.
Right, because it's famous.
So they start digging, and at about 10 feet deep, they discover a platform of oak logs. So they're building this shaft down. They find this platform 10 feet down. And they said, okay, well, maybe this is just a barrier between us and the treasure, just some sort of like protection. They continued to dig down. At 20 feet, they found the same thing.
Holy
At 30 feet, they found the same thing.
That's so far down. We bury bodies like 6 feet under.
Yeah.
Also quite dangerous. At the same time, I mean, that's it. Call mom or dad, let them know I'm locked in. There's no way in hell I'm leaving this.
Right.
Like we're committed to this. This is gonna happen, and
throw me down a Lunchable and a Capri Sun. I'm staying down here tonight.
I'd be afraid that some dude would be wandering the beach and be like, "What you guys got going on here?" And then like sits there and just watches the whole time. And then as soon as all the gold and treasure comes up, it's like, "We found it!
Right, we found it!"
Oh my god!
Yeah.
I'm annoyed at this hypothetical situation.
Well, so far, there hasn't been a finding of the treasure, right? So we don't have to worry about that just yet. But, you know, as you can imagine, the hole is suddenly very deep and very narrow, and it becomes very difficult to continue digging, so they discontinued. But to them, it seemed like something important was buried here, treasure or otherwise. Very intentional, 10-foot gaps to have these like oak things, right? These oak platforms. So at this point, you're right. They phoned mom and dad, got a little bit of money, came back in 1802, several years later, with a group called the Onslow Company. So McGinnis and this Onslow Company attempted to excavate the money pit. So now they're officially digging in there. It's worth mentioning that Vaughn's cousin was the one that kind of created this company, so they're kind of keeping it within their immediate friends group. Word's not getting out too far.
Well, that lined up pretty nicely for them. Also, I would have tried and chopped that tree down or something. I wouldn't want the markings to give away.
Oh, well, I mean, you got a big old hole now, and word of mouth is going to start spreading.
2 years later? Like
several years. It was like 7.
Holy, how was that still there?
That's true. Tight lips. Tight lips.
Way.
So they start excavating in this hole. Once again, they notice at about every 10 feet, they discovered the same log platforms as well as charcoal, some putty, and some coconut fibers. I'm not sure if they were trying to keep something watertight or if they were trying to keep it, I don't know exactly what they were after.
Yeah, I wonder if there's like a scientific reason as to why that's putty. Coconut
and charcoal. So I don't know if there's, the remnants of a fire, if there was remnants of, there's a lot of ways you can go with that. But eventually they dug down. So remember, before they stopped at about 30 feet. This time they made it to 90 feet. Once again, every 10 feet still.
Yeah, that's why they need someone like special.
So they have this special equipment as best as they can in 1802. But at 90 feet deep, supposedly, they discovered a stone tablet covered in strange symbols. The symbols, mathematical symbols, things of that nature. I'll show you an image here in a second.
No fucking way.
Yeah. Now, this stone tablet wasn't deciphered until much later in 19... What's Christian doing?
No, nothing.
Okay.
What?
He was giving you some eyes. I wasn't...
Oh, I'm typing. I'm taking notes.
Now, this stone tablet wasn't deciphered until much later in 1949 by Reverend A.T. Kempton, and supposedly it read, quote, 40 feet below, 2 million pounds are buried. We have our date. Late 1700s, 2 million pounds. The stone tablet's been buried. Account for inflation. We're working with $1 billion. We're going.
That's fucking crazy.
But yeah. What? Fredo's
What's
freaking me out. I don't know what's happening.
Okay, so okay, sorry. I'll be honest. We're like 60
chuckle.
Wait, we're like 60 plus episodes in. And I don't quite know if we still swear on this show. But I said.
Oh, so every time you said,
and then he goes, dude. I said, and I heard click, 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 and I was like, I just looked at like at the side of the microphone. I went, hold on. And then as
was it something I
as
said?
you were going, I went, and then I just see him look at the timer, and I went, oh my god. I have too much, dude. That's why I just kept cursing. I just hear him look at the timer, and then timer. And I went,
I never noticed that.
Oh no! Yes. Okay. Yeah.
The power
is
making you way too happy.
As I'm looking at Trevor, and as the story's progressing, I just give out a curse word, and then I would just like tilt my head and glance over it.
Tippity
to see him go, time code.
Mark that real quick.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yes.
I guess we don't ever like try to avoid it, but I guess we don't try to steer into it like our
No,
other
not at
podcasts,
all.
You know what I mean?
Which is why it was crazy when because I said a bad word.
Yeah.
And I just saw him look at the time code and then start typing, and I went, hold on. Hold on. I get we've dug real low here, but hold on.
You try to avoid that explicit tag. That's all.
I want to dodge that explicit tag because I don't know what firewall that's setting us up between us and the task force. I don't all these algorithms blocking us off.
I just love that.
So
there's a tablet, and
there's a tablet.
Said that there's
here's
all
the tablet
that for a tablet.
All that for a tablet, but it says on the tablet supposedly 40 feet below lie $2 million. Right?
Oh, you could keep going.
So that implies that at 130 feet, bingo, bango. That's what it's saying.
This looks like late 90s.
Now, somebody threw some wingdings on a PNG right there, on a JPEG. But that's supposedly what the tablet looked like.
What is it? How do you even... It's... Okay, so I'm seeing an upside down triangle, upside down triangle with two slashes going towards.
Right, there's an O with a slash.
Top left to
shout out to Under
bottom right. Division sign, circle slash, but from towards the left. Another.
This man's gonna re-crack the code.
But I mean, yeah. What is this even? With the pirates doing this? What is?
I don't know. But yeah, I mean, like it took almost 150 years from finding to translation.
Oh, dude,
so task force, if you want to get your brain cells on this, as always, we got the YouTube channel, we got Twitter page, Red Web Pod. All our images go there.
There's always a cipher.
Maybe it's 40 feet down where the treasure is. maybe you gotta keep digging.
Hold on. I should listen to more of this story.
And then it's like Jumanji, the board game where you just slide one of those red things over the.
Oh my god! When does the curse part come in? Did something happen?
We're close. We're right around the corner.
This is pretty cool.
It's gonna keep.
Imagine.
It only gets more twisted.
But I feel like it gets so messy in terms of like divvying up. If you actually found it, you know what I mean? Like divvying up the goods.
Yeah.
Like who owns what?
Right. Is
it's
it
like
private property? But does Canada get it, or like?
Yeah, does Canada get it, or someone's great granddaughter? The dig company are gonna want to take a slice. Yeah, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. So to recap, I mean, we got a little sidetracked with Reverend's kind of deciphering this tablet, but 90 feet down, they got a company. 7 years later, they started digging more log platforms. 90 feet down, they find this tablet. It says, "Hey, baby, 40 more feet to go to the payday." Now, after all this effort, all this work, the Onslow Company had to suspend their digging when they woke up one day to find that the pit was accidentally flooded with 60 feet of water.
I thought you could say concrete.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
No way!
Pranked you.
Water, just 60 feet of water.
60 feet of water.
Dude,
Yep.
get some kind of Dyson pump down there.
Stick yourself a Dyson vacuum down in there. It'll choke through it.
Come on, if you can dig that deep, you got some kind of pump.
Well, okay. So they attempted to remove the water with a pump. There's your gut instinct.
there it
But it failed, and soon they ran
Dude.
out of money. Now,
Who cares? You go into a damn loan on this. It could be $2 million on the line.
well, all right. But this is something worth noting, and this might also play into the curse, honestly, because this
yeah,
would
because
be
stuff kept happening.
Yeah, this would be the first of many similar stories. We're going to dive into a few more, but of treasure seekers cursed to burn through their own savings chasing other treasure. So it's almost like people are chasing this pay dirt, right? But they end up just blowing through what money they actually have.
It's not the same spot, is it?
It's kind of like a bank. What?
Is it? Oh, it is kind of like that.
You just keep putting your money in and hope at some point you can get more back out. That's my understanding.
Wait, it's not just people digging in the same spot, is it?
It is the same spot. There is a
No
shaft
way.
that goes down. Yes, they're all after. So this gets really hairy, right? I'm gonna go into the True Row Company
everyone
here.
just keeps failing and spending
Yeah,
money.
dude. It gets complex.
Let's burn Rooster Teeth's funds to the ground.
We're gonna okay. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there, and then you'll see. You're gonna be the seventh.
Okay.
That's all. I'm just gonna say that now. So I'm not wishing it upon you. I'm not asking for it. I'm just predicting.
Feels like it was wished upon me.
Well, in 1849, all right, is the next expedition we're going to cover. This is about 40 plus years on now. So that's how much time has passed. There's another group called the True Row Company. They attempted to get the treasure and also stop the flooding, because the flooding is now just kind of
continuous.
It is ever present in this pit now.
Wait, remind me where this is located?
So this is
a
off.
beach.
It's
right?
in the middle of this island. So
It's the island. Yeah.
yeah, I have an image of the island that will also
Canada.
post. But it's a pretty healthy sized island. It's off the coast of Nova Scotia. I believe it's in the Atlantic then. But it's a modest sized island, and somewhere on the island is boom.
I'm just trying to think where this flooding is coming from. Is it coming from like a?
Yeah, we'll get into it. We'll
Okay.
definitely get there.
Okay.
And I have some graphs that attempt to answer it, because this was all discovered through this particular expedition, actually.
Interesting.
So the True Row Company, trying to learn from the past and also trying to account for this now ever-present flooding, first they drilled into the hole to find evidence of, hey, let's just figure out, is there anything here to uncover in the first place? Is there any point to digging? So they drill down the pit, and when they pulled it back up, they found a piece of gold chain that was on the drill, and so they're like, bingo, let's go. Let's approve this dig.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. So, faced with more flooding, they chose to go around the water intelligently. They created a parallel pit right next to the original pit, and then they were going to connect over to the treasure through a tunnel. So they're like, ha, can't stop us now. Skip the booby traps, cut through the wall.
Crazy. Wait,
Yeah.
booby traps.
So I'll just cut to it. So these logs, these platforms.
Oh, are they setting things off?
One of the ideas is that like the flooding was triggered, that there was inlaid traps, as it were, to kind of continue. Like, hey, if somebody digs down here,
this had a bunch of time on their hands.
I
Like,
guess.
Holy hell, dude.
There's some deep engineering kind
Yeah.
of theories happening here. If it isn't natural, it is some intensive level of
That's
engineering on this island.
amazing.
Yeah. But anyway, that's their plan. Parallel pit connecting over. However, the money pit continued to flood, regardless of what they did. The True Row Company realized that they were dealing with salt water in the pit. That coincided with the tides as well. So not only, boom, salt water that moves with the tides. There must be an inlet somewhere on this island, which led them to Smith's Cove, about 490 feet east of the pit. I'm going to show you the graphic of that.
I
as
wonder
kinda
if there's
talk
a way
about
to
it.
just throw a camera down there and see where
That's
the
what I'm
current's coming
thinking.
from, and
Yeah.
then try and cement it off.
So it's interesting you say that. I would love for more cameras to go down there. I'm sure the water would be murky and hard to see through. But one thing that they
Right.
did do, that I don't believe we cover in our notes, but they threw dye. Not sure. I don't think it was this expedition, but some other expedition threw a bunch of dye into the money pit to see where it would come out. I'm not sure if this was good for the environment or whatever, but when seen from above, they realized there were spots all around the island with this dye leaking out. So it's
what?
Yeah, dude.
Forget the treasure. I want to know if this was like,
Yes.
if this is built this way on purpose
Yes.
or not. At this point,
This is
like-
what kept my attention. Is all this
Whoa.
other potential, like, Did they build these inlets, these underground aquifers to kind of keep this thing flooded?
Have been pirates. It should have been engineers. Or a bunch of engineers defected to be pirates.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what the key is? You send a kid down there.
Exactly. Small, nimble, flexible, and expendable.
Really just ride the waves down there.
Ride the waves. This man's surfing in a 3x3 pit. Poof, poof.
I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? Like going through those little water tunnels.
Oh, please don't make children do your treasure digging for you. Anyway, that PSA over. So they're thinking, okay, there's an inlet at Smith's Cove. Let's go check it out. The cove appeared to be connected to the flooding because when the tide receded, the water was seen escaping from multiple spots from within the cove. So they're like, excellent. We figured it out. So now that they think that the cove is a part of this because of underwater aquifers or what have you, the Truro Company decided to create a temporary dam to block off Smith's Cove. And when they did that and they blocked the water, drained it out of there, they actually found coconut fibers, they found drains, and those 5 drains were laid in a triangle shape that all led to one siphon. Basically saying that it looked like there was some man-made items to pump water from one place to another.
Insane.
And it almost seems like the coconut fibers might have been a way to filter out sediment so it wouldn't get blocked up. That's my take on that.
Whoa.
Like laying down coconut fibers so that way when the water comes in, you know.
It just seems like it was engineered.
It seems like it was deeply
very
engineered.
Capable people.
Yeah. So this was the one outlet that they decided to go after was Smith's Cove. I'm kind of jumping the gun to say that the dye was coming out all around the island in a way that when they basically tried to block these paths up, one would accommodate for it. And so they just, it's, even with modern technology, it's just been very, very difficult, if not impossible, to block the water from getting into the pit. It's wild.
Man, if I was like Elon Musk or something, you know what I mean?
You turn your face from the skies down to...
It's
Why not excavate this whole thing down to nothing? Down to the nub. Let's blow this island up.
Just to see.
Yeah.
Like, that would be, I don't know, as someone with that much money, a fun project for the summer.
What would the treasure of a child look like? He was a kid after all.
I'm telling you, man, like
he's got a lunchbox full of raisins.
Rocking chair. Not rocket chair. I'm still in the Elon Musk era.
He's got his like first edition comic book, you know?
I mean, there's got to be some
It's
kind
a
of
prank.
Book. Also, he's a pirate, so it's like probably not comics. Probably like, I don't know, tales of dragons and mermaids.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Tales, the
Poseidon.
Like an ancient Playboy or something like that.
It's a child.
Hey, I don't know what kids get up to these days. That's
why it took long. I diverted away from that thought. I mean, I would just assume. Look, toys, coins, necklaces, gold stuff.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a kid's
knickknacks,
chest, like a child's toy chest.
Maybe a couple buttons.
You throw some buttons in there.
You know, a whistle.
Yeah, probably like the extra buttons on your coat that you don't use.
Maybe a slide whistle.
Something fun.
Right. Got to keep it light.
This is my favorite toy.
When you're hiding treasure.
Also, I mean, it doesn't have to be all gold. I mean, if it's a kid, this treasure could be like, oh, hey, I really like this toy. The one that goes, boo.
Exactly. And when somebody finds this, when somebody finds my treasure because I'm a kid.
Or when I find it again,
they're going to celebrate
there
and go,
you are.
Yeah. Like, oh, I remember this.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
That thing must have so many germs on it. It's a curse.
That's the curse.
That's how you relieve the curse.
You blow that whistle, wrap your lips around that thing. Okay, now let's come to the end of this expedition because much like many of the other expeditions around this, they ran into financial troubles. Financiers were becoming low. Ultimately, they could not block the water from entering the pit, and so this just became literally a money pit. People were just sinking money into trying to get to the bottom of this.
That's wild.
And they couldn't.
Doesn't make the hole bigger.
I mean, they try to make a parallel pit. Some other people have tried to make it bigger, but ultimately they just can't get through it.
I wonder if you just make the hole real big and then you just send divers down.
So that is, I think, happened or has been attempted. It's just very dangerous.
Yeah.
With all of the different stop gaps every 10 feet. I don't know. I guess despite the failure of that last expedition, it opened up the idea of there being tunnels leading to the pit and really just opened up people's eyes to say there's more here than just money shoved down a shaft, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I could also see it just kind of being like a failsafe, right? Like if you're drilling past these wooden planks, you get to the last wooden plank, you think it's in a chest, but really you drill that stuff open, all the gold just floods out.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean,
who knows?
Come on, man. I'm sure NASA's got some kind of multi-arm claw drill thing.
I mean, just a seismic scan of the thing, you know?
That's true.
Just pump that down there and see what we're working with.
Science needs to back this up.
Just a large magnet
You got all these
or an
greedy,
X-ray.
got all these greedy companies.
Right. Now, because of all these failed groups in the end, you know, it really inspired a lot of people to go searching for this treasure. In fact, one Franklin Delano Roosevelt supposedly went after this treasure.
I was about to say, there it is, supposedly.
Supposedly.
I was about to say, searching. We know where it's at.
Well, yeah, I mean...
Well, it could be another tablet.
Ultimately, you know, suffice to say, the story was spreading through word of mouth, and it was like wildfire, especially in this kind of time frame where it seemed like the next frontier were all of these mysterious treasure troves of pirates of recent memory. Now, the first written accounts of these legends actually was finally published in 1857, so that just shows how much time, 60 years almost exactly.
This treasure's nuts.
That it was just spoken about, not written about.
What's so cool about this is, for the most part, we know where it is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, here we go again, tangible in a sense of like, bam, go down that hole.
Mm-hmm.
But we can't get it.
Can't get it.
What a tease.
Right. It's like playing basketball with LeBron.
Yeah.
You're just not gonna.
Right?
You're not gonna get it.
Like you could try and shoot a three.
Right. Put up the J.
But come on, man.
Exactly.
It's LeBron.
Right.
He's the king. Okay. What are you doing on the court with LeBron? Right.
Don't offend him.
Just
No,
don't.
just stop it.
It's ridiculous.
So,
man, play for the Toon Squad.
that's what I'm saying. You know what? I'm happy someone said it. Christian, why didn't you pop in here?
I'm just giving you guys the space you need to discuss this.
He's given the space that LeBron deserves and the respect.
Well, no, he's doing what you shouldn't do against LeBron, which is give him space.
Oh, well, you know what?
You
yeah,
know
he's
what
going
I'm
to
saying?
posterize you, child.
Yeah,
so
it is what it is. His funeral.
So, cutting to the chase, really, like it became so popular that a causeway was built out to Oak Island to connect it to the mainland, so that way a crane could be brought over. Some real hefty modern equipment.
Damn, dude, people are sinking money
Right.
into this.
And this was in 1965. This causeway still exists today. And the island has also changed hands many times over. Treasure hunters abound, want to keep buying this island, search for it, fail, sell the island.
People are buying the island?
Yeah. I mean, they probably want the land rights, I would imagine.
Holy hell.
Yeah.
Now look, I knew you were sinking like money, but
Yeah.
like if we're talking about buying the island and then to sink money into it, damn, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe you do have people with like an insane amount of cash that are
Right.
just
A lot of cash flowing
throwing
into
it
this
at it.
place. But, and that kind of brings us up to one of the modern day owners, or group of owners, I should say. Rick and Marty Lagina of the Michigan Group purchased 50% of Oak Island Tours, which owned most of the island back in 2006. They're the very same people who run the History Channel show, Curse of Oak Island, which is now on
Oh.
season 9. And they continue to struggle to get to the bottom of the money pit as well. Even with tractors and modern tech, they're just digging away.
Oak Island tours? Like, what do you do? Hey, welcome to the island. There's the hole. like, what are you touring? And then
I mean, yeah.
walk 30 feet.
There's some
There's
other
a gift shop.
There are some other interesting kind of nuggets around the island. So I'm going to talk about the curse here for a second, and then we'll talk about the potential treasures that lie within and all the stories that eventually center on this island. So
Yeah.
there might not be a lot to see, but being in the center of history, as if you take these stories at face value, is kind of cool. So that's why the touring company exists, I suppose. But
Okay.
also someone's got to, I think there are people that live on the island, Christian. I don't remember. I'm just remembering from the first couple seasons of the show. But otherwise, it's not super populated or anything.
There are a few homes on the island that some people own and live in seasonally, but there are also 2 permanent residents on the island.
All right. The curse, the moment you've been waiting for. So the curse is a very popular belief that many treasure hunters of Oak Island have. And they say that the curse is what is preventing the treasure from being uncovered. The The curse of Oak Island is, just to put it bluntly, is the belief that 7 people must die in the pursuit of this treasure before it can be uncovered. I'm not exactly sure the origin of that story.
Say, who made that
It's
up?
not on a tablet that was uncovered. It's not in written story. It's purely word of mouth. But the reason I want to mention it is because to date, 6 people have died in search for this treasure.
That's why you said I'm 7. Damn you.
Yeah. Maybe it's always N+1, you know? 7th person goes in there, a whole excavation goes, 7, it's been 7. They dive after it, and then it goes 8, 9, 10, like, immediately.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, the number racks
It's
up.
not a cap.
Right.
I mean,
and then it gotcha.
Right. It is truly a dangerous pit. It's deceptively safe. It looks so simple.
Right.
But even with modern tech, it is quite dangerous. Like you say, a diver, I think that was addressed in the show. And I was like, yeah, just stick a diver with a tank down there. But, I mean, even cave diving is quite dangerous if done wrong. So let's walk through some of those cases, though. In 1861, there was an engine pump that exploded when trying to drain the pit. And unfortunately, the person manning that, there was an unnamed searcher who was manning it. When it exploded, it injured them fatally. And then in 1897, you have Maynard Kaiser, who fell as he was being lifted out of one of the pits. And that fall is what ended up, meeting his early end. And then there was another kind of cluster in 1965. While working on the pit, Robert Restall was overcome with hydrogen sulfide gas. Now, before I continue, I want to ask, was hydrogen sulfide naturally occurring? Was this potentially another one of these booby traps, or was this the result of some of the equipment they were using? Because I guess I don't know what makes hydrogen sulfide gas naturally, Chris. But as he looks that up, what's interesting about this is he's overcome by the gas. His son, sadly enough, attempted to save him, but in getting in there, also succumbed to the fumes, because this is a gas you can't really see, right? It's almost like carbon monoxide in the sense that you just got to go. Save yourself first, as dark as that sounds. So his son tries to help him. He succumbs. 3 more people, Carly Gracer, Cyril Hiltz, Andy DeMont, all tried to help and couldn't. And unfortunately, Edward White, yet another person involved with this particular moment, was only able to rescue DeMont. And so of all those people all trying to save each other, only one was able to be pulled back out safely. And so in trying to save one person, they lost 3 other people, unfortunately.
So we're up to 5?
So that's the 6.
That's 6. Okay.
So to recap, you have the unnamed searcher who passed away to the engine explosion.
Mm-hmm.
You have Maynard Kaiser, who fell as he was being pulled.
Yep.
And then the hydrogen sulfide gas moment with Robert Restall, his son, Carly Gracer, and Cyril Hiltz.
Oh, so 4 people.
So 4 in that moment, plus the other 2 is 6 total. Now, it is believed that one more person has to die before the curse can be lifted, but it's also argued whether only 6 people have died or not. These are the people that we know about, but who knows? Maybe other people have passed away in search for this.
So many years at this point. So
right.
And also, who the hell said it was 7?
I don't know.
Where's this curse statistic coming from?
Maybe that's how far up Captain Kidd could count.
That's true.
He just kind of picked his favorite number.
Sure
Kids love numbers.
But I'm also sure the educational system on a boat would fail him.
Yeah.
It's not good.
No, it's not great.
So hydrogen sulfide is a naturally occurring gas that sinks low into like caves, mines, et cetera, It's just like such a common occurrence that miners will usually have hydrogen sulfide monitors, similar to to carbon monoxide. It's just thought it was a naturally occurring event at the pit.
Just in excavating, they might have released some.
Just in the process of digging further in and trying to
that's spooky.
Go deep.
It's like The Happening, except the planet itself, not the trees, is fighting back. Dig too deep into my skin, a couple of gas is going to come out. My girlfriend knows that. Every time I have too much protein shake, the gases come out. It's like a defense mechanism.
I've sent some of your gases before.
Yeah, you have.
Yeah.
When we played a little bit of Five Nights
of
Security
Freddy.
Breach,
Yeah.
hit us up. YouTube.com/Let's Play Boo Crew, playing some FNAF.
We're like, you know what? Let's take the task force into the virtual world and solve some crimes.
Yeah, or become the crime.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm still not convinced we're going to survive that game.
We're more the victims there.
That's terrible. It's also, it truly is spooky. Carbon monoxide, especially flavorless, odorless.
Yeah.
All that good stuff. can get you when you're sleeping.
But I feel like if that's a thing, well, I mean, it was further back. Like, why wouldn't you just be like, I don't know, cautious about that?
I mean, yeah, I suppose, but also if it hadn't happened before, this is
Right.
1965, so this is 160, 70
It's
years
so
on
many
now.
years ago.
Yeah. But, I mean, you also have equipment, right? So there's naturally occurring things, but as you rip up the ground, you might, I don't know, that's just, it's wild and unfortunate. It really is, especially when you realize, like, help, I need help. Somebody jumps in. Oh, now I need help. Somebody else jumps in. I need help.
You're all just getting gassed.
Slow. Maybe slow up. But, yeah, gotta be careful out there. Hey there, Task Force. Trevor, here as always to talk about Red Web, the goings-on and the behind the scenes, just to you directly, here as we take a little break from the Willy Wonka tubes that would have solved this whole thing. I don't know if we've gotten there yet, but I did want to talk about them one more time. Hey, if you want to support us, store.roosterteeth.com is a great way to do it. Word of mouth, another great way to do it. But hey, you know what? RTX is an event that's coming around here at the beginning of July. You can see us in person. We have a whole bunch of different panels, a lot of different shows that you might not be aware of here at Rooster Teeth. So if that sounds interesting to you, you can check that out at rtxevent.com. It's happening on July 1st through 3rd, and it's a whole lot of fun. It's finally in person this year. The last 2 years we did it online, and we saw a lot of you there when we did the annual Meeting of the Minds last year online. So we're going to have another annual Meeting of the Minds for the task force in person, get to see you all, talk about the mysteries, and maybe talk about stuff we haven't talked about yet. If you guys have mysteries, that's a great way to do it. Get some photo ops, just hang out. Otherwise, let's talk about a couple fantastic sponsors. This episode of Red Web is sponsored by The Jordan Harbinger Show. Do you want a podcast that covers just a slew of different topics, from conspiracy theories to cults and scams to other worlds such as the mafia or North Korea or just flat out money laundering? Well, you can get all of that and more on The Jordan Harbinger Show. It covers a wide range of topics through weekly interviews with guests that offer an inside look into the worlds most of us don't get to see. Check out his episode on combating cult mind control, or the one that he talks about illicit gold smuggling and the dirty money that funds it. The Jordan Harbinger Show also covers technology stories like deepfakes, telepathy, and preventing a superbug epidemic. Check out jordanharbinger.com/start for some episode recommendations, or simply search The Jordan Harbinger Show. That's HAB as in boy, IN as in Nancy, GER, and you can search that on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. This episode of Red Web is also sponsored by BetterHelp Online Therapy. We've talked about BetterHelp before here on Red Web, but now I want to discuss some of the stigmas around mental health. All humans need to learn to accept and move through emotions, not avoid them. We go to the gym, we go to the doctor, all to take care of our bodies, so why don't we give the same care to our mental health as well? BetterHelp is customized online therapy that offers video, phone, and even live chat sessions with your therapist. Makes it super easy, and it's much more affordable than in-person therapy, and you can get matched with a therapist in under 48 hours. Give it a try and see why over 2 million people have used BetterHelp online therapy. This episode of Red Web is sponsored by BetterHelp, and Task Force members can get 10% off of your first month at betterhelp.com/redweb. That's BetterHelp.com/redweb. And with that said, let's dig right back into this mystery. But let's talk about the stories surrounding the treasures. Of course, we've talked about Captain Kidd or one of his crewmates, up for debate, but there are more treasures than just the pirates believed to be hidden in Oak Island, whether it be in the money pit or around the island. So one is Marie Antoinette's jewels are supposedly hidden there. Now, before fleeing France during the French Revolution, little history lesson, it is said that Antoinette instructed one of her servants to take and hide her jewels. So, okay, does that mean it has to be here? Well, the servant supposedly went from London over to Nova Scotia. Once again, this is where the island is. And then in 2017, to kind of back up this story, the Laginas, the people who own it now and have been running that history show, found a 400 to 500-year-old jeweled brooch on the northern part of the island. But as with many mysteries, there's no confirmation on whether or not it actually belonged to Marie Antoinette. But it kind of helps support the idea that it could be hers, and that would open the door to a lot more other treasures potentially finding their home there. Yeah, I don't know if there was like a convention in the 1700s that they said, hey, everybody, there's an island in Nova Scotia ripe for digging and burying your good stuff.
Or just someone went like, hey, I have this whole little like hole system going on here.
Could you imagine someone's knocking on doors, flying out pamphlets that says, hey, I got this booby trap tunnel over Nova Scotia. You got any good treasure? Stuff? Now that's the original bank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then everyone's like, oh, you got a hole guy? I'm like, nah, you need a hole guy.
No, I'm the hole guy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But also just like, you can't be sitting with all this treasure. Put it in a hole.
Exactly. What a
Don't
strong...
look at me like that, Christian. That's what pirates were doing left and right.
What a strong business model. You know, like, guy with shovel shows up, says, I'm the guy. I'm the whole guy. I'm the money guy. I'm the everything guy.
I dig you a real nice
one-stop shop. Put your money in the ground.
And then obviously, Marie Antoinette, right? A lot of money.
Yeah.
You get a fancy hole.
Right.
But I mean, like, who's to say it's not just like some random brooch that was...
Exactly.
Look.
Could have been faked. Could have been someone else's.
Sure.
Could have been the heart of the ocean.
But where's the rest of the gingerbread man?
Exactly. We found the foot with a little bit of frosting.
That's it.
I need more.
We don't know whose foot.
Exactly. So containers filled with mercury and pieces of parchment were also found in early searches of the island. This opens up yet another very fascinating... Honestly, this might be a whole topic in and of itself that we explore. Francis Bacon. So Francis Bacon, very good last name, no relation to the food, was known for preserving documents with mercury. It was also known for puzzles. And this seems like a very deathly, complicated, real-world, full-scale puzzle, I guess. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, still, if you know how to do puzzles, I mean, you know how to build this contraption.
That's true.
Then again, you go and grab somebody.
Right. Could you hire, like, some architects, you know?
Right.
I mean, Da Vinci invented the helicopter, but he didn't build it. I guess that doesn't support this theory here. But, I mean, so, like, there was ingenious ideas back in the day. It's just whether they actually did them or not. So maybe he did this one. Because there is with this comes the theory that the treasure at the bottom isn't gold or jewels or anything, but rather manuscripts that are hidden there. These manuscripts would actually be part of a whole different theory that prove that Francis Bacon is actually the real writer under the pseudonym William Shakespeare. And so if those two identities are one, this is supposedly where he went to hide the proof of his manuscripts.
Hell no. Hell no.
Wouldn't you sooner burn them? Or would you want people to find out?
You telling me?
Yeah.
Shakespeare.
He's back on the menu. I don't know when that started, but I like it.
You telling me Shakespeare, he had a pseudonym and then he buried his manuscripts that far down into the dirt? Come on.
Okay, hold on. When you put it that way, which is entirely accurate to do so, because it says one for one, Francis Bacon is Shakespeare.
Yeah.
I.e., I'm picturing now the receded hairline, the curly sides, Shakespeare with the frilly collar.
Yeah.
He's digging a hole in Nova Scotia to bury his original writings.
No, Shakespeare ain't going to no island digging no hole.
When you say it like
That's
that,
ridiculous.
Occam's razor, man. I gotta say, maybe not.
That's what.
Maybe not.
Shakespeare out writing other stuff.
Shakespeare. I think
that's crazy. Look, interesting.
Yeah.
But come on.
Right. Now, I'm actually very curious. I think we should explore in an episode, a full standalone episode, Shakespeare as an entity, because there's so many really cool theories that attempt to answer who this person was.
Do we not know who he was? Wasn't he the guy with the...
Well, you have to wait for that episode. No, I mean, people think that it was either a person, William Shakespeare.
Right.
They think that it was actually a writer, a pseudonym, a name for somebody, a ghostwriter for somebody else, or a group of people, or for a female writer. Because at the time, you know, there's problematic beliefs and all that. It's like, oh, a lady can't be a writer. And so that person put on the name William Shakespeare so that they could have their writing punch in through the masses.
Oh.
That's another theory. So there's a lot of really cool theories out there that attempt to answer who this person is. Those are just a couple of the popular ones.
Oh, man, that's an episode all in itself.
I would love to explore that. There was a whole movie, I think, called Anonymous about that. I think it was something like that. That revolved around Francis Bacon being, you know, basically paying somebody else who had the real name William Shakespeare. Doesn't matter. Whole other thing. It's just a movie. We're a movie podcast about mysteries, you know.
That's what we do.
Another thing that's interesting on this island is, while Christian clarifies the name of that film,
It was indeed anonymous.
Oh, nice.
It was about Edward de Vere?
Oh,
De Vere?
yeah.
De Vere or something? Earl of Oxford. So not Francis.
Yeah. Someone. Ha.
He was nominated for an
Earl of
Oscar.
Oxford.
Oh, the Earl.
It was good. It was a good film. So another thing on this island, there are 6 large boulders across the island that form a cross shape when viewed from above. As always, I'm going to slide you this photo.
Of course
like
there
a
is.
classified document.
Of course there is. Let me take a look at this.
So it stands to reason someone had to hoist these large boulders into place. And for what end? Why? He's grabbing his hair, he's banging his forehead.
So you're telling me
Shakespeare.
Right? I'm past it. Shakespeare was not on this island. You're telling me that a bunch of pirates went and built this and then moved these boulders for some odd reason I'm about to find out, or maybe not. They did all this for why the boulders? Are they gonna? It's like an air balloon, huh? Does the ship?
That's a good question.
Float
Actually,
over the damn island.
It's a good question
What
because
is the point?
Throughout history, right? There are things like this that are just it's a 2D
Cipher.
image. Is that the cipher? I mean, there are things like this that can only be seen from the sky because I mean, we didn't really start officially flying as humans until the early 1900s.
Yeah.
And so it stands to reason, like, why do this? Is it just so you know it's there? Is it a message to your relevant God? Is it a message to the heavens? Is it a message to UFO visitors?
It is a cross.
It is a cross. And so maybe this is to claim this island, the treasure on it, for religious purposes. That would stand to reason. But it's interesting.
I would have given up on religion after the second boulder.
Oh, yeah?
You kidding me?
What's that? Well, isn't that actually like a religious anecdote? The guy
Probably.
pushing the boulder up the hill only for it to come back down, and that's, you know.
Oh, it's a Greek.
Yeah.
What's the guy's name? Sisyphus.
Sisyphus.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with regards to this cross shape of boulders, these boulders were discovered actually by former treasure hunter and ex-island owner Fred Nolan, and he claims that at the point of intersection where if you connected the dots, the imaginary lines would cross, that he found a rock shaped like a human head. This cross is now referred to as the Nolan Cross, and it led to theories that there could be artifacts belonging to the Knights Templar on this island. Right now we're getting real Da Vinci Code here. But this also reinforced beliefs that Francis Bacon did in fact leave his manuscripts there, because Francis Bacon was also a member of the Knights Templar. And the Templar, the reason why it's a cross, and the Knights Templar is a very large, fascinating subject, so we're going to kind of gloss over it, but the Templar, they're believed to have buried their treasures at some point in history after losing the approval of the Catholic Church. And so that's why people believe that maybe this is the island that they chose to do that on, and they marked it with a large cross so as to subtly, not so subtly say, hey, future generations of Knights Templar, this is where our secret wealth is buried. But the Knights Templar, very quickly, there's a lot of mysteries floating around them, but they were essentially a Catholic religious group. I mean, that's hyper simplifying it. That's not what this episode is particularly about. And now because of that, some begin to wonder if Oak Island could potentially be the home of something like the Holy Grail or the Ark of the Covenant. Others say that the cross is actually a sign of the Freemasons, which often get conflated with the Knights Templar. But they reason the Freemasons were the ones on the island because of the cipher stone and the triangle shape that those drains we talked about earlier were in. So there's other symbology implying that it wasn't the Knights Templar, but maybe some other group such as the Freemasons. The triangle shape, I believe, is a compass. You typically see it as a golden compass with, I think it's a G in it as a Freemasons symbol. You also have the all-seeing eye, which is a triangle, also associated with the Illuminati and Freemasons and things like that. But because of other symbology, people are saying, well, maybe it's them. And lastly, just on the same kind of vein of treasures, there are a few people out there that believe that these treasures or this island at large could be the home of lost treasures to the Mayans, the Incans, or Aztecs, other native cultures to the Americas, albeit quite far away from this particular island, but I mean, everyone else is quite far away from it too. So maybe it's just the back pocket island for ancient historical treasures.
Like, how did everyone put their treasures here? Like, who was selling this island and pitching it to people? Also, is treasure hunter an actual profession?
I wish. I wish I'd get out there and I'd be like, what do you make? Whatever I find. You know?
It's wild. Just
What-
going around and hunting treasure sounds dangerous.
Sounds dangerous.
But fun.
When you talk about treasure hunters, what I picture is somebody in their free time walking the meadows with a metal detector and not finding anything but maybe something that they dropped previously, like the day before. A quarter.
Right.
You know, or maybe like a button.
Well, see, you're the amateur that my treasure hunter steps all over.
So you're just digging up yards with a bulldozer?
No, I'm telling you, my guy has a team. Okay?
Whoa.
He's got a whole task force. Stay on brand.
Copyrighted.
He's got a whole team, right? And hey, you know what? He's got that like Discoverer's jacket, some brown leather jacket.
Ooh.
You know, he takes out there.
That's a leader.
But
that's a leader.
Who's to say? You know, it's a profession. Maybe he's got sponsorships on it. You know what I mean? So it's like
Gold by Nike?
treasure hunter, and he's got like, you know, like the racers. So it'd be like you get all these different badges from companies. It'd be like the Jeep Wrangler. You know what I mean? Outback Steakhouse. Like all these like all of these brands that can associate themselves with
right.
Prestigious treasure hunter.
Yeah.
And that guy walks all over your treasure
So
hunter.
this is the capitalist Indiana Jones.
1,000%.
He's like, Indiana Jones is like, this belongs in a museum. And he goes, this belongs in my back pocket for profit.
1,000%. He's got ships, helicopters, whole 9 yards.
Yeah, Indy's got like donated by the illustrious Indiana Jones, and it's like some nice thing in a museum.
Oh,
this was
most definitely
sold by this other guy, and it's got the Nike logo printed on it.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
he
it's like
just-
Mona Lisa with Adidas on her shirt.
He just did it.
And he just, you know what? He did it.
Yeah. That's my treasure hunter.
All right. Well, those are all the kind of theories, or not even theories, but some of the kind of words of mouth around the treasure. A lot of interesting stories around the treasure, but
really cool. It's also just absolutely wild that it's just there. At this point, there's got to be something there, right?
you would hope after all this effort.
I don't think that there's
200
this,
plus years of searching.
there is this big rich troll of a person that not an
I
actual
thought you
troll
meant
Christian.
like
Stop! You looked at me like I was.
There's a
not,
man down at the bottom.
We're not in Gondor, okay?
Captain Kidd's been
Nerd.
living there ever since.
You
This isn't
nerd.
Lord of the Rings.
There is no one ring.
There's one, dude. You dig all the way down, you find this another set of logs, but on it is just one gold ring.
Don't touch that
You bury
ring.
it. You bury it
don't
right
touch
away.
that
When
ring.
you say you never found it,
Hell no,
you make
don't
another
touch
season,
that ring.
but you don't tell them.
You don't. You take photos and you leave. But I like. There's just no way that someone, out of just the sheer thought of like this would be funny, would spend so much time and effort and like the engineering behind it to leave nothing. Or
Right.
just like a note with haha.
Right.
Right.
I mean, you would hope not.
There's no
The-
way. There's no
A
way.
prank through the ages.
There's no way. You moving
Yeah.
boulders and stuff like.
It's just wild to me that they don't. I mean, they know where some of these kind of tunnels come out from where the water is, but it's just wild to me how, if it was man-made, how did they excavate that, and how did they dig out these tunnels, like bore them out? It just tells me the more we look at things like this, we're either way on the wrong track, or, and there's a huge possibility here, that we are just completely ignorant to the knowledge of ancient and historical humans, that they had more tech than we give them credit for.
True.
Or at least
or just like
mechanisms.
brighter minds with magnificent ideas or grandeur plans of ingenuity were just hard to come by, right? Because they weren't talking to each other so easily the way that people are nowadays.
That's
whatnot.
true. Knowledge was more easily lost.
Okay, look. I
Go
say a
for
lot
it.
of crazy things on this show.
All right, I'm buckled in. I'm ready.
But like, seriously. You got like trained dogs and pigs, something like that. Isn't there some kind of like otter wrangler or something?
I was
that
ready. I was
could,
ready
like,
for it. A team of moles.
to send like some type of trained otter down the damn hole.
Oh, I thought that's how they had dug it.
I'm just saying,
that
like,
in the 1700s, we knew how to communicate with the otters.
there's gotta be some type of wilderness person. It's like, I've trained otters all my life, and they They do things on command. Does it got to be an otter? I don't know. Penguin, whatever it is, some kind of animal that
we need
some type of
we need some sort of Liza Thornberry
There's gotta
figure.
Be some type of water
you know?
animal that people can train, like they do dogs, to go get this thing.
Yeah, well, yeah. You know what? He's not wrong. Fundamentally,
it sounds insane.
His foundation is pretty strong,
purely hypothetically.
Like hypothetically.
Oh my
like
God!
An otter wrangler or something.
This is our story. This is our Oak Island show. We spend the whole 9 seasons training an otter.
No, it's going any animal we can that can swim.
No. Nope, not happening.
Trained. I'm just
hey, what happened? What happened to my otter? Well, he was trained. He lost, but trained.
He was trained and certified.
Hey, you know what? He had a diploma. Did you just give that to him, or no?
I'm just like, at this point, I'm trying to explore everything.
Right.
Is there some type of like,
right.
You know what I mean? Like I said, again, in all seriousness, is there some like world famous? Keep going back to otter that I like,
right.
like I don't know, that knows commands and stuff. You could send them down there.
Well,
it's probably dangerous, and maybe you shouldn't send an animal down there.
No. But there's definitely got to be something, right? If you're throwing money after it, just turn all that that luscious ad revenue from History Channel into it's not just tractors digging willy nilly, but like you know in Willy Wonka when the kid got sucked up the tube,
yeah,
and he got stuck a little bit, but then thunk.
Yeah.
Why don't you take that very tube, slide it down the shaft.
That very one.
And before the next one runs out, exactly, it was a good tube. Put another one on, seal it, slide that down, suck out all that water. I'm using Minecraft logic. So that way all the aqueducts can't get in. It's a plexiglass tube.
Damn.
Shift it all the way down. Just keep adding segments on until you hit the bottom and then just like rappel down.
That is... I mean, look, you're all laughing over here. That doesn't sound too crazy.
It does. It absolutely does.
It does.
Man brought Willy Wonka into
this.
Oh, this man! I lost this man with the analogy, with the metaphor.
No, we're talking about like sections of like glass or plastic tubing.
Yeah, I think regardless of Willy Wonka, I just wanted to bring in the movie part of this podcast, which is, it's in the slogan. All right, the #1 movie podcast about mysteries.
Mysteries. That's
our own producer forgot about it. But anyway, forget the Wonka.
You slide in the tube.
Slide the tube down.
In sections.
No Gustus Gloop. Forget the kid.
Right.
He's eating chocolate in Germany. Slide the tube down.
You connect the next tube. Slide it down.
That's how people find oil. They put a drill down. They attach a new one. They drill more, and they put a new one. And they
do that with the tube.
It's
not crazy, Christian. They're not saying put the damn tubes down and then lure in on a piece of rope the otter. Okay. We're just saying the tubes.
This is an either-or situation.
Yeah.
Right?
This isn't one and the same. Dude.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's the move.
They don't got a tube guy, that's why.
They don't have a tube guy.
Tube guy and otter guy, they're dropping the ball.
Man. Hey, History Channel, if you need some consultants, we're here. All right.
In all seriousness, doesn't sound terrible.
We're a forest
I'm sure
of
there's
ideas.
1,000% like that doesn't work. But right now, I'm not hearing any of those things.
Yeah.
So you know what?
We
In my
sparked
head, it works.
countless arguments out there in the task force. They're like, oh, that would work. Oh, no, it wouldn't.
Yeah.
We got Team Otter, we got Team Pipe, and we got what the hell are you talking about? 3 teams, 2 closer than the other.
All in the same damn division known as the Red Web Task Force.
All right, so let's talk about the theories. Now,
Yep.
As always, with something like this, it comes down to, is this real or is it not? Is this a hoax? Is it a story?
No, I think it's 100% real.
Yeah, well, we got some evidence and some more details to kind of substantiate both sides. So let's talk about the idea, because you believe it's real, let's talk about that first. So despite the trouble with excavating the money pit, there are many people who believe that the treasure is in fact real and still waiting to be discovered. I mean, like you're saying, it seems like we're going through so much difficulty.
So much
effort that someone had to go through, because clearly every 10 feet is wood. So someone did this. It would be a lot of effort for nothing if there was nothing at the bottom.
Especially
So
back then.
why do this?
Holy hell.
Yeah.
And at this point, like, I don't care whose treasure is it, right? It could be fake Shakespeare. It could be the Templars. It could be
You talking about
pirates.
Fake-a-spear now?
Fake-a-spear.
Oh
It
my
could be
God.
Fake-a-spear. It could be Chuck E. Cheese's lost recipe for his damn pizza.
Oh, that's why
Okay?
he went out of business.
I don't care. There's something down there. I don't care what it is. Let's find it.
There's definitely, whether it's a treasure or not, the treasure to me is the answer behind the purpose of this pit.
Yeah.
Even if it was an ancient story of a man, you know how islands are built out of volcanoes, right? That's the Hawaii.
Yeah.
Seismic activity can generate islands and land masses. What if there was a master Roshi of this island and this was his favorite sitting spot? So he puts some logs down and he sits on it. But this island keeps building up and he's like, it's been about 10 feet. I'm going to put down new logs. And he sits there. And then the island just kept growing and building. And so then we just start digging up all of his sit spots. You know, even that would be a better answer than, there's nothing at the bottom.
That'd be a crazy answer.
That'd be a crazy answer. I'm just saying, I need an answer. I just want a purpose. There has to be one, right?
There's 1,000. Yeah. How's there not? There's a purpose.
Yeah.
There's literally. Here's the thing too, because the whole maybe someone was just messing around. You would have to get so many people to agree to spend so much time and effort on something that's
Right.
just a joke. There's no way this is a joke.
Right.
There's with how this has been engineered, there is importance behind this,
Mhm.
right? Because you'd have to convince people to spend time and effort, and a lot of it, from the sounds of it, to this whole job. And you wouldn't be doing that unless there was like a big reason to.
Right. Unless whoever made this pit was an early investor in John Deere or whatever other tractor brands are out there.
And just was like,
and just like, you're going to need a tractor for that, pal.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm
Okay,
with you. I'm
don't
with you
need
on
my
this.
equipment.
Yeah. So another reason that substantiates this being real is when we refer to the water coming in, it stands to reason that this was in fact a booby trap that caused the water to flood in once you got so deep.
Oh, yeah.
Whoever was digging in just didn't recognize whatever would trigger this. And so it opened up the booby trap, water floods in, and that's been a problem ever since. And this also runs in conjunction with the idea of the man-made Smith's Cove, which funnels in that seawater. And then there's also the coconut fibers that are found throughout Smith's Cove and the tunnel or the pit itself. Those fibers that created the cove were sent to the Smithsonian and were confirmed to be coconut fibers. Coconut trees are not native to Oak Island.
I was about to ask.
And so it's interesting that there are so many coconut fibers here. And it's believed that these very same fibers were also found in the depression on the dirt that began this whole mess, right?
No, this is a whole thing.
It's a whole thing.
There were probably not just like
too intentional.
A ship, like ships of people doing this.
Right.
At this point.
Right.
You're like engineering this whole entire island
Mhm.
for.
How big they got in the 18th century. Excavating in this hole. Let's go ahead and roll that first slide. Colloquially known, like it's colonially. Thank you. It's the mathematical symbols, things of that nature. I'll show you an image here in a second.
Can you believe that?
He said to me, but he's genuinely confused that I've asked this question. Right. Of reality, they sleep because they're tired. What are you saying, Carl?
Because it's not a very good code. Do you know, like we've talked in the past about, things you don't see, and I said, an old man eating a Twix.
Yeah.
If they use that's safe, because no one is ever going to see a man having an old man having a Twix.
What do you mean?
We'll use that as a
For this one hole.
Yeah. And I mean, to me, when you think of the native regions for coconuts, you start going south. You think, especially when you think proximity to this island, you think the Caribbean.
Yeah.
I don't know where Captain Kidd was kicking it on his adventures, but Pirates of the Caribbean, if that documentary stands true, that, I mean, the pirates like the Caribbean, and there's a lot of coconuts down there.
Yeah. It's a very popular documentary.
Right.
Watched it many a times. There's even a ride now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, very popular.
Wow.
Okay, wait, hold on.
They made a ride from the film. Wow.
Hold on now.
Must be pretty new.
Fairly new.
Yeah.
I mean, look, this was, we were still talking about movies. I'm just saying, all right, this wasn't a movie, but.
You going to use some movie logic, some plot logic?
We take an Armageddon type situation here,
I'm on
okay?
board.
You take the world's best oil drillers to go after this thing, right? They're drilling holes in oceans.
Right.
Right? Like, they got to be able to drill this hole out. Like, pull an Armageddon.
Right.
Okay?
Let's get Bruce Willis in here.
Get him in there just as, like, the face of it.
Right.
Right?
The motivation.
Yeah, and you bring back the movie.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, though. Seriously,
I'm with you. I'm
Bring
with
the
you.
world's best drillers, and they go for
Christian just raised a heavy eyebrow on that one.
Why?
But I'm
entertaining the idea. I'm thinking about it.
They can drill.
We lost him at Willy Wonka, so we might need to soften it for him.
Yeah, you got to bring me back in.
Yeah.
If they can drill a bomb into an asteroid in space,
right?
They can drill it.
Have you seen Don't Look Up?
Not yet.
I mean,
no, he hasn't looked up yet.
Documentary.
Yeah.
This is
All these good
this is a
documentaries.
hashtag Don't Look Up right here. This guy.
Yeah, this guy.
Now, if we can get James Cameron, director of the famous Titanic, and then also Avatar, but Titanic, down to the bottom of the Marianas Trench, why can't we get to the bottom of this money pit?
I mean, look, here's the thing. James Cameron has a lot of money, and he'd be doing some adventurous stuff.
Yeah.
Like some dangerous, adventurous stuff. I'm telling you, like, it doesn't make no sense to have try to get James Cameron on board.
Right.
He's got money.
That's up his alley, right? He's
he jumps into weird
I want to explore and make
contraptions
movies.
to go into nature.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, sounds kind of weird, but I mean, the world's best drillers. That's option B. No, that's option C. 1 is the otter, 2 is the tube, and 3 is the drillers.
And then 4 is James Cameron.
4 is James Cameron.
Okay.
Dude, we got a list. I hope the task force at home is taking notes.
Yeah, we're going to have to play a little game of telephone here, just talk to who you know, and we'll network out. We'll find these folks.
Yeah.
The 7 Degrees of Kevin Bacon, just a different bacon, is a game that everyone is connected by 7 different degrees. So I could make my way to James Cameron within 7 people.
That's an interesting theory.
I mean, it's not a theory. It's like, it's kind of true because, like, that's just exponential growth. Because, like, if I know you and you know them, and, I mean, we could point to several people who just know way too many people.
Yeah, but to get to James Cameron within 7 people.
We'll offline about this.
Okay.
I think we can do it. I have a path in mind, but I just don't want to talk about a bunch of coworkers that the task force might not know about.
Yeah.
Either way, though, I mean, truly, like, this seems so intentional. Just coming back to the idea of it being real, seems so intentional. Whether to what end, that's the question. But it definitely feels like there was a purpose here. Now, with the advancements in technology, treasure hunters have been able to more easily search Oak Island, of course. And once again, referring to the Lagunas, they have found a 300-year-old Spanish coin, in addition to that brooch we talked about, with metal detectors. So that immediately, I mean, I jest about a man in pleated shorts going around with a metal detector, but I mean,
They actually found a.
but using
on,
that,
dude,
they were able to find some stuff.
There's treasure down there.
There's gotta be.
There is treasure down there.
I mean, even the excavation back in the mid 1800s, they drilled down, they pulled it back, and they saw pieces of gold
Right.
stuck in the drill.
Yeah.
I mean, they
Hell
probably
yeah.
just blasted the gold to bits, but
Right.
like,
And it all flooded out into the ocean.
oh my God, it might. You get down to the bottom,
that's what I was
you're gonna have to check
saying.
those tunnels, because what if it like drained out like a toilet?
That's what I was saying.
So other things that have been used though, sonar devices. I mean, we talked about this at the top. Sonar
God.
devices that detected what appeared to be more tunnels, a chest, and even a human body beneath the surface of Oak Island. But this data is all open to interpretation, because when you look at a sonar, you see the 3D shape, because right, sound waves penetrate, they come down, they hit something, they bounce back when it hits something solid enough, and that generates a 3D image, and then that image is up to interpretation. It's not like you have
Right.
optical
So, like,
light
theoretically, it could be a juicy rock down there or something like that.
Right. I mean, we talked about moon monoliths, and yeah, it could be a
Yeah.
misinterpretation of the data.
But what are the odds? Come on.
I don't know.
The odds at the bottom of this hole, there is a boulder the size of a
That's
chest
just
or
perfectly
something.
square shaped.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's the prank. Oh, And it's just got those hieroglyphs from that stone tablet on it that spell out prank. Ugh, got him. Oh, that would be terrible.
Funny.
Yeah. But due to a lot of this information, some believe that the treasure is no longer at Oak Island, but that there is enough evidence to suggest that there once was treasure at Oak Island. Again, with a word of mouth storytelling pattern here, history. It's hard to know if somewhere in between the gaps, someone pulled something out, didn't make it out into the public with that information, and people just keep searching where it once was.
No way, because all the planks
suck.
are still intact. The planks, the gases. I mean, granted, this was there for a very, very long time.
Mm-hmm.
But I really feel like you would have to